the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. We have got a busy one on tap today. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in 1 hour from now. We'll have friend of the show, Dinesh D'Souza, on. He's got a new film called Police State. It's out. It was in theaters Monday, again today, and we will give you all the information on how you can search for a theater near you today. Then you have a virtual debut as well coming up. So we got a lot to discuss with Dinesh coming up next hour via Zoom. So for those of you on YouTube, you'll also get to see it, and those of you throughout the country on some of the best radio stations in the country, brave enough to say, yes, I will call Rick and Bubba home. We thank you. You'll hear that streaming-wise, whatever the case. We look forward to having Dinesh on next hour. Also, don't forget today, Bible study live at noon Central with Rick. All right, look over here to my left. It's Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Welcome back.
What's happening, boys? What's happening?
Welcome back here, Speedy.
Hey, man.
Two updates for you, and we won't take long. I just want to get this out there so you're aware of what's going on. You don't get any weird looks when phone calls and emails and those type of things. But I did bring up yesterday, and I chose a sensitive time because I want to be sensitive to
everybody knows that.
Mm-hmm. But Greg, I ordered it. I ordered some soap that's supposed to reverse the gray.
Yes,
in my
we
hair.
talked about it yesterday.
You talking about coloring your hair?
No,
like just for men?
He claims that it's not a dye.
It's not a.
It actually makes your hair.
Now
What?
This is. I don't think.
Pick up some just for men.
I don't like the dyes and the colors
Remember he
and
tried
all
this
that.
one time with the shampoo.
Yeah.
And he said it stained the tile anyway.
I don't want to go that route.
Which is not a good thing.
Here's the thing. I'm actually okay with the gray.
Okay.
Well, evidently not.
Right.
I want to see if this works. Like, this is one of those things that keeps coming up in my feed on Instagram.
Okay.
Reverse the gray, and it's a weird bar of soap. Now, I'm not getting.
I'm gonna step out and say it's probably not gonna work.
I'm not getting.
Are you wanting to look younger?
No, I don't care about it either. I don't care anything about
the gray makes
any
you
of
look
that.
kind of like you have some wisdom.
It does.
You know, like check me out over here.
Check me out.
I don't really care about any of that. I want to see if it actually. I'm doing a research project.
What if it messes your hair up and you have to shave it?
What if it all falls out?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And you're over here looking
or
like
what
me.
if it comes in just jet
make
black?
a bald joke now.
Yeah, laugh then.
Yeah.
What if it just comes back jet black?
jet
I mean
black.
Elvis black.
Please do.
The reviews.
Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah.
The reviews from our audience.
His eyebrows are gray, though?
Oh, yes.
Well, you can actually watch those too. You can watch this, your
And your
facial
back.
hair, everything. And
Yeah,
so,
what about the hair on your back?
What you wrong?
You went there. You always go to the butt. Huh?
It's just fun.
You're like
to
a
say.
dog.
It's just fun to say.
Well, they'll go to the butt and sniff.
the reviews from our
Identify each other.
audience.
How about when you have guests over? You stop.
It's
But y'all
Clint.
start talking about butt.
You've met them before.
The reviews from our audience who have actually tried this or a similar product.
And it
It's
don't.
not very good. Okay. And then
Oh, that's a shocker.
but I saw it. The ad that kept popping up that I kept looking at. It was
I
like
got you, didn't it?
that. I just like, okay, I'm gonna order it. I'm
Advertising
gonna
at its
order it
best.
and do it and just
Yeah.
see what happens as our research project. 'Cause
Good presentation
We
on
did
their
a
part.
segment yesterday saying that we were gonna try it, and so let's just
I'm
try
ready.
it and see what
When you
happens.
gonna get it?
So I'll let you know when it comes in, and I'll start day one when I've used it for the first time. I'll let you know.
It's like a bar of soap.
And it looks weird too. It's not like a normal bar of soap.
Look, I know when it comes to like hair growing products that are scams because you see them all. Okay, I haven't ordered them, but
let me
hey,
tell you-
rub a little lotion right here and it grows hair like a plant. No, probably doesn't.
Go back to when you first started losing your hair. Did you try anything?
Oh, well, yeah, you look. I mean,
I
when you
tried
see-
this.
when you see the horseshoe,
It was
coming.
tied to an endorsement, but I tried. Do you remember when I was going there putting that thing ultraviolet light on my head? You
don't
that?
remember
Yeah,
that.
it worked. It was like an endorsement, but
Yeah.
I'd sit in the chair once a week and this ultraviolet. It didn't work.
I thought about getting the hair from the back of my neck and putting it up.
They
top.
do that.
They do that. Yeah.
Looks like Barbie's hair, but yeah.
So
All
it'll
right,
be
so
here in a
we'll
few days. I'll start it. We'll just see what
It's
it
gonna be.
does.
It's gonna be as jet black as his hoodie.
It's not supposed to do that at all.
Or it turned bright orange, look like carrot.
There's
top.
no, in order for that
It
to
might be
happen,
in style. Then
it's got to be dye, and it's dye free. It's just it's supposed to reverse. Now I don't know if it'll work, But
I'm gonna bet.
I'm sure it's
Probably
good for
not.
you.
I've
Yeah,
not
it's got to
had-
be great for you.
Yeah, if it's doing that,
I have. Well, I don't think there's any harm in it.
you break out in rashes.
Yeah. Now that
about your nose hair?
now that's a possibility, Speedy. Now if it could be allergic to something in it, and I
yeah,
come in
absolutely.
with webs all over
Oh,
my
yeah.
face, that
It'd be
is a
like-
possibility.
That'd be awesome.
Like puffy face.
But
tried this stuff on my hair.
Can you tell the difference in my hair?
Well, my hair looks good, and I can't talk.
I've never really thought my hair
Ladies, everybody up. Come here.
looks good anyway.
You hear what he said?
Yeah, I've never really thought
Get your
my
toes
hair
on the
was.
line. Let's go.
But let us know when it comes. Have you
Oh,
already
yeah.
ordered it yet?
Yeah, I ordered it yesterday.
Oh,
What's,
I ordered it
what's the
yesterday.
fish that like blows
That's
the
a
blowfish,
puffer
the
fish.
puffer.
the puffer? That's what, I've envisioned him being a puffer fish.
Whoa, wow.
Yeah.
That'd be severe. That's good, Hams. I can't wait.
Yeah, buddy. Good luck.
But we'll see.
Boy, it's life changing.
Yeah. And I don't think it's like a 1 or 2. Like it takes some time for this to actually work.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the best. Normally, the best stuff does.
Yeah.
Oh, you or something else.
Well, we'll see.
Huh?
I mean,
But he doesn't want it. He didn't want. He's
My
good with
hair's
his
turning
I want to see
gray,
it
but
work.
I ain't got enough hair to worry about what color it is. So I don't really
Right.
care. What you gonna do,
What you gonna do when they come for you,
bad boys?
bad boys?
I'm also, just so you're up on everything, I'm also contemplating starting cold plunges in the morning before I get
Listen, he's on some weird.
Wow.
He's
Yeah.
gonna do
He'll get
an
on a
ice
kick.
bath.
God, he'll get
Wow.
on a kick.
here. That was
You know-
my question.
you know what's good?
Is this a trend or is
Goodness,
this
you
actually
take one day
helping?
off and you miss a lot.
Picture him getting an ice bath with his new dark hair. I mean, that
Where you
home
can do
run.
that, buddy? Hey, you can.
They have them now less than $100.
Oh, I know the portable
Are
ones.
you
yeah.
going to
Yeah.
start transcendental meditation? You going?
But
try
also-
But what I'm saying is, like, where are you going to do that? You just going to jump in right here?
No, at home before. Like
that?
I
Get in a
got,
tub of.
I had a,
I want him right out the window.
Yeah,
though.
we had this discussion yesterday.
Yeah.
He's all about an ice bath.
I had a guy.
Golly.
People do
well,
them in the mornings.
This
before
is
they get the day started.
right.
That'd be
a
horrible.
buddy of mine, also a buddy of y'all's, texted me yesterday and he said he uses his garbage can,
Okay.
one of his garbage cans
Yeah.
to do it.
Okay.
I hope it's one of them with the lid on it.
I don't see myself getting in a garbage can, but
I've
probably
seen the
not.
ads for the little portable ones
Yeah.
you can pop up anywhere.
well, that's where
That's where he's
yeah,
going.
you
That's
put it
where
right
I've
beside
come
the
up.
trampoline and get after it.
Yeah.
thought about utilizing the garage.
Picture. I know we all have heat inside our homes.
Yeah,
I get that.
right.
But you remember last year when it got down to like 5 degrees? Now imagine getting up that morning out from under the cover and go jump in a bucket of ice.
Golly.
Well,
All right. Well, you got a lot of little experiments you got going on.
I'm trying to improve health.
And look good.
Is getting on kick
Look,
sometimes stressful to you?
Nah,
No.
no.
Listen, he wants to look
It's a
good.
way of life, Speedy.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. It's Raycon's 6th anniversary, and they're celebrating with a sale you don't want to miss. 20% off everything on their site with select products, up to 40% off. Raycon made a name for themselves in the premium audio space, and this year they expanded their business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. Use the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba or find the link under sponsors at rickandbubba.com. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% 15% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, the code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. As I mentioned, we have Dinesh D'Souza on. He is with us next hour. He's got a new film called Police State. He said it's a movie that he never wanted to make, but hey, wow. At this point in our country, it's something that had to be done. He has Dan Bongino helped him a lot with the film as well. And so it looks to be pretty good here because it's getting great reviews. It was in theaters Monday. It's again in theaters today. You can go to policestatefilm.net and just click on Find a Theater, and depending on what state you're in or whatever, it'll pop up and let you know where it's playing. They've also got a virtual premiere Friday, October 27th. We'll talk to Dinesh about all that. All right, so ran to the restroom, literally ran sprinted to the restroom,
Get your little workout.
and sprinted back.
We do know
full sprint at one point.
We do know that it now, if you really get after it, and you're just throwing a fastball, number one, you can go in 2.5 minutes.
Yeah. If you run back.
You had to get after it, though.
Yeah,
you can't play around. And when you tap your code in the door, you need to get it right.
Now, you do have to have bladder control if you do this line of work because you only have commercial breaks to run and go knock that out. And then if you dilly-dally around and you don't go immediately, then now you've only got half the break. And so you really got to hurry then.
Talk to us about your day.
Well, thank y'all.
Don't leave
both
anything
of you.
out.
I mean, I know it goes without being said, but still, I want to thank y'all because y'all. It's like, hey, yeah, take a day and run up to Huntsville, and so I did. And my parents live in Huntsville, home of the river, which, by the way, sounds great. Eric West and the crew do a great job up there. And JC goes to UAH, University of Alabama, Huntsville, and plays baseball there. And they're having their little World Series. It's not a little world, but that's where they they actually draft teams, and it's an inter squad, but they actually draft teams and field a team, and it's the best of 5, and they play all week. But they do everything in the morning, and so you're not able
early.
Yeah, you're not able to catch any games as a parent or anything like that, and so with what we do, it's tough to go up and see anything.
Yeah.
And I mean the stands aren't full, but there's parents that go and just kind of watch and then slip out or whatever. And it's open to the public. And so anyway, the plan is that I was going to take a day, run up to Huntsville after the show where my parents live and do some yard work that is way overdue. And then maybe
you called it a jungle.
Yeah, and it was. I
love the before and after pictures.
The backyard was so bad that it's like, where do I start? I don't know.
Look natural.
Yeah, I love that. And so, and then the plan was maybe to get with JC, him come over or go out to eat, and then wake up the next morning, take Dad to go see a game, and then go back, do some more yard work, and then ease on back to the house.
Okay,
that was the plan.
Baseball and yard work.
Yep.
What a combo.
So let's go back to Monday afternoon. Monday afternoon, the show wraps up, and then I kind of ease on towards Huntsville, and I arrive around 1:30, something like that.
Yeah.
And JC surprised me. He had a break. He just pops up and says and hangs out with us for a little bit, and it got to be late afternoon. I said, all right, here I go. I got to go off in it. And he goes, well, I got to get some study hall hours in, so I'm going back to do that, and maybe we can hook up for dinner. He said, all right, that's good. So, guys, I get out in that yard, and my gracious alive. And it was not that like it was just like nasty stuff. It was just like grown-up weeds and different natural areas. And they have a little company they use for yard maintenance, but they just do the front yard because the backyard – the lawn company was asked, hey, could you do the backyard? And they said, we don't really see any grass back here. I mean, there's not a whole lot we can do.
It's just not what they do.
It's just so overgrown. He's like, it's kind of not what we do. And so
it was what we call a natural area. A lot of people leave it that way.
Right. Well, so I knock it out, and
it did look great, by the way. The before, I love before and afters and stuff like that. It looked really good.
I took half all.
Kind of wanted to get me some kind of meal and sit out there on that patio.
Hey, it's nice. I don't know if I saw the after.
I sent it right.
Look at his face.
The same time after that.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
But I know he looks at it like
I
he's
think what
confused.
it was, Speedy thought he'd done something that actually looked the same as it did when you started.
Well, might have, but it was minus a lot of weeds. But so I finish up and then meet JC for dinner and all this kind of stuff. So the next morning, the plan was, and like first pitch was 7:30 a.m. The next
baseball.
morning.
Good
and the reason
night.
for that is, I mean, you have to abide by they require all their players to have afternoon classes, late morning to afternoon classes. So they all have scheduled classes starting maybe at 10:30 to 11, and then they go for the rest of the day. So they, and I didn't know this because when I pulled up other program teams within that school do the same thing. I look over and there's other teams practicing early morning.
So that's what they do.
And so Dad says, "Hey son, let's. I'm like, Dad, what's rush hour like in Huntsville? I know we got the Parkway and all this kind of stuff, but what's it like?" He said, "Well, I hadn't been out at 7 a.m. in the morning lately, running across town. I don't know." He said, "But I got a plan." I said, "You do?" He said, "Yeah. Let's not take the Parkway because if there is traffic jams and all this kind of stuff, let's not get off in it. Let's just go a back way. I know one." I said, "You do? You know one?"
He's going to tell you.
Now, if you don't know this, and I don't know how you don't know, but let's say you're new to the show, my dad is legally blind. He can see, but he literally would have to have his nose on the phone, okay? And he sees and can maneuver around a little bit. But he cannot function and walk if there were steps, whatever. He would need to be guided. Now,
obviously can't drive.
He has a mind that can run a company. He just can't see.
Yeah.
And so he says, "I got a plan." I said, "You do?" And he said, "Yeah. Before I started losing my eyesight," he said, "I worked with NASA and they're in Huntsville and I had a back way that I would go, and if you don't know, the Space and Rocket Center and UAH is all right there together. It's very close." And so he said, I know a place we can go and avoid all the traffic. So we head out, and the man, at one point I asked him, I said, "Now, Dad, can you not see anything?" And I started waving my hand in front of his face because I'm like, is this a sick joke? And this whole time you could really see? Because he would say, "Now, coming up here, you should see like a Circle K gas station on the right." And I'm thinking, yes, there's one right there. He said, now go through this intersection, and you come up 2 more, and then there's going to be Holmes Drive. Do you see that? "Yes, sir, I do." "We'll take a left right here."
Wow.
Yeah. Now, JC's house, now it's right up here on the left. "Yes, sir." Now, campus is right up. He was telling me directions, and I put him up against, he didn't know this because he couldn't see. I put him up against the Maps app to see for directions if he was right or not, and the little blue line was telling me where to go, and the man was dead on the whole time.
Funny.
So then we finally get to the game, and we sit down, and you ought to see him, I would say watching, but listening to a ball game. It's
Please
like,
tell me he yelled at the umpire for bad calls.
Just wait.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, it's the best time of year. The leaves are changing colors. There's cozy vibes. And, of course, my personal favorite holiday, Raycon's anniversary, which, once again, they're celebrating with a sale. You don't want to miss this. Raycon is turning 6 years old. In that time, they've really made a name for themselves in the premium audio space. Their everyday earbuds are known for delivering high-quality audio and thoughtful features like a 32-hour battery life and a perfect in-ear fit for all-day wear and lasting comfort. All this at half the price of the other premium brands. And this past year, they expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. To thank everyone who's shown them support in the past 6 years, Raycon is offering 20% off everything site-wide with select products up to 40% off. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Use the special code BIRTHDAY to get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to point B. Traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. The number is 866 We Be Big. I don't know what y'all said because I just put my headphones on, but
It's a good thing you didn't hear what he said. Wished I wouldn't have heard what he said.
Well, I saw it grin.
right. So, just doing a quick recap. Thanks to the guys for letting me take a day yesterday. Ran up to Huntsville and stayed with my parents, did some yard work, and then also got to see JC play in their Fall World Series there at UAH.
I personally didn't have a problem with it. Not too sure about him.
Yeah, I know. Well, it just got him dyeing his hair for some reason.
I'm just saying.
Nobody's dyeing their hair.
And I forgot to switch out headphones, so I have the headphones
good.
on that Rick wears that always
Here comes the Dalmatian.
that peel off, and now I'll have black stuff all over my head, and you won't say a word.
I'll tell you today.
Helmsy, I got to have you today, bud.
Since you work so hard yesterday, I'll tell you.
The ones I wear over there don't peel like these, and I normally switch them out. But anyway, so real quick, so I do the yard whatever. We wake up. I'm kind of telling the story going to the game, and it's funny because my dad not being able to see can still have directions and give you directions, and I've joked with him. He said, Dad, I'm getting directions from a blind man. You're like a blind James Spann. You know everything.
Like a GPS in your mind.
Yes, like you know every road where something is. And even though you gradually started losing your eyesight and you knew that was going to happen over time, I still can't remember everything that I saw, 25 years ago, 30 years. You know what I mean? It's like, how do you do that? And anyway, he just has that type of memory. So we get to the game and we walk in, and sure enough, it was perfect timing, to be honest with you. We sat down, and it was first pitch, and so it couldn't have been any better.
Yeah.
So, I'm kind of whispering over to him play-by-play because he sometimes wants to know, like, hey, how many outs is it, or is there anybody on base, or so little things like that. It's kind of situational stuff. But a lot of times you go sights and sound of the ballpark, whatever. Well, take the sight out, so it's just sounds of the ballpark to him. But because of the sounds and the way that
ball off the bat,
the ball comes off the bat, he can
Yeah.
tell everything.
That's it hard.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, just the clap of the catcher's mitt, he can tell if it was a strike or not, or sometimes
Probably
even
if
where
it's
it
a
is.
fastball.
And so
not.
so I'd be like, okay, Dad, there's 1 out, there's a runner at first, it's a 1-1 count, and all of a sudden, shabab, that mitt would pop. He'd go, boy, that's that fastball inside, and I'd look over at him, and I'm like, well, yes, it was.
Yeah.
How did you know that? So it's 1-2 now.
Does he wish your play-by-play was better?
No, actually, he said because I didn't want to do too much, but enough to where he
Okay.
wasn't
Yeah.
lost going, what's going on.
Did he ever yell, "What are you blind up"?
There was one time that I felt like he did. He kind of mumbled that a little bit, but he didn't say it out loud. And so then
You missed that one, Blue.
Then it's like the next pitch would be like a dirt ball. Then that's where the ball lands in front of the catcher, and he tries to block it up. He go, "Oh, was that all-speed dirt ball? Something I can hear." I'm like, "Yes, actually, it was, Dad."
Wow.
Straight up, can you? I would wave my hand in front of his face just to see. Again, is this a sick joke, and you've been able to see this whole time?
What if he could hear the ball in the glove, like a close play at first, and the foot hitting the bag?
Yeah.
And he could tell whether it's safe by that.
Hold
I'm
it.
serious. He probably can.
Look, I put nothing past him. I really do. But the man is something else. He's
that's
a
amazing.
remarkable man to not only be able to function the way he does, but to have the patience, because I get so frustrated.
Yeah.
And I know, I hope I don't send too many phones off, but Siri is a big part of his life.
Yeah.
And
Well, it's a tool he can
he
use.
asks her a lot of things. And I've talked about how I've tried to race him for information, and he beats me every time. Like the night before we went, he's like, "Hey, what's the temperature going to be in the morning?" So I'm over there trying to. He goes, "All right, Siri, how?" And all of a sudden he already
64.
Yeah, it's going to be 56 at 7 a.m. with 6-mile-per-hour winds, and I'm like, "Gosh, he got me again."
That's a little early for a baseball game.
Right. You're going to be a little chilly.
Yeah.
Wear a jacket. And so he did. And then we started peeling stuff off towards the end
That's
of the
what you
game.
did.
But, man, it was an absolutely beautiful morning. It was a slight breeze, that temperature, just a really light pullover or jacket. And, man, we sat there and had the time of our life. And we started looking at it. And JC asked after the game, he walked out before he had to get to class and everything. And we had a little bit of a time with him. He goes, "Granddaddy, have you ever been to one of my games?" And he said, when you were younger, I did. But then it got to where they couldn't travel as much. And then Terry started bringing up stuff. Since 2017, my parents have had, my mom had cancer surgery where she's now 4 years,
been 4 years.
cancer
Wow.
survivor. Yeah. And full chemo, full radiation. She had that horrific fall at Thanksgiving. My dad had 5-way bypass surgery, was anemic. And so for the last
you had quite a run
4 to
there.
5 years, they have been battling health issues and have come through it with, I'm talking about, guys, they're two strong individuals and have such great spirits about them, and they've gotten through it, and they're both hopping around, doing different stuff, and just you can just tell they both feel better. But that, if you think back, JC graduated in 2020. So since his freshman year, so really since middle school, they haven't been able to come to hardly anything, and or at least jump on the interstate and hop around the state, So it was a big milestone. It was a big deal
That's a good
yesterday
day.
for him to be able to be there.
Absolutely.
And so I took.
I love the pictures and videos.
Yeah. I took some put
And that
on my
was me. I didn't
Instagram
see your
story.
response till this morning. Yes, that was me doing the texting.
So Greg,
I didn't see it till this morning.
Well, Helmsy reached out.
I'm not
you did
as
too.
bad as y'all make me out to be.
Greg texted me and he said, "You get the jungle taken care of." Talking about my yard work, and I said,
"Was this after you sent pictures?"
No, he's on his own around 6 o'clock last night.
So you eat it.
And I told him
he had already sent the pictures.
I told him
I'm not talking about the picture. I'm talking about this was. It was after that. Like, hey, did you get it done? Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So anyway, I told him, yeah, I got it done, and it was great to be up there and be a part of all that. And he said, that's awesome. I know that was a thrill for your dad. So glad y'all got to do that. Today went good, no problems, because I asked him about yesterday at the show. And I replied, is this Greg or Lisa? Okay, because that was a very thoughtful text. Do you not agree? I know it was
hers
a
would have been a
thrill.
little bit more elaborate. I get that.
Yeah. No,
but,
I
but
thought.
my point is, y'all have your fun.
I thought it might be Lisa. Because you actually,
yeah, okay, Lisa, will you act like you're me and ask Speedy how his day
well,
went?
I just didn't. I've never heard you say it was a thrill for anything, so I didn't know. But thank you, buddy. I appreciate
the picture,
that.
I felt like I said, I bet that was a great deal for you.
Yeah, it was. It was a really cool moment.
Now you've crapped all over it.
Well, no, I just it didn't sound like.
Never mind.
It just the way it was put together. I was like, well, that's very thoughtful. Lisa must have put that down.
Yeah, like I go around and send mean tweets to everybody. Well, maybe I do, but I'm working on it.
Yeah. But yeah, we had a great time, and then I went back and then knocked out the front of the house and the side of the house, and so when I left, I said, "Hey, y'all got some curb appeal now."
That's it.
And then we're going to be back Friday as a family, and then Tyler and Mabry and River are coming up. UAH has got their big.
Hams, he's not taking off. Don't get mad again like you did.
No. It's after the show. We'll ease up. They got their big golf tournament Saturday morning.
I'm gonna repay y'all early tomorrow and Friday.
There you go.
They got their golf tournament to raise money for their program Saturday morning, and then we have a wedding to go to. A good friend of the show, good friend of our family, Landon Green, is going to get married. So we got a busy weekend up there. So we'll be right back, and they're excited to have us back.
I think we got good weather that day too.
I know. They said it's going to be up in the 80s though. It's going to hop up, and then it's going to get cold again.
Yesterday.
Watch out! They said Halloween's going to be chilly.
Yeah, it got warm.
Yeah,
I got to breathing hard.
The last 2 days it's gotten warm.
I know. The mornings.
It's going to be that way today.
Yeah, it heated up quick. It really did. I got lucky because I was in the shade a lot at the house because there were so many trees.
You talking about that 7:30 baseball game?
Yeah.
As the day got closer to lunch, it got a little hot.
But we got to laugh, and I was telling Terry about it last night, just about the way he acts. It's as though he can see, but I know he can't.
It's remarkable.
It really is.
Oh man!
And
Jay,
your other senses kick in when you lose something.
I understand that completely. He's real frustrated with Siri though. She's not reacting the way she wants to. And I said, Dad, it could be because you have an iPhone 7. You probably
that could be it.
Yeah, so I think
I'd start there.
We probably need to upgrade that, Dad.
Rick and Bubba.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch, called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
This is good news, maybe exactly when you need it too. Right now, switching to MediShare can save you even more than usual, on top of what you'll save each month by becoming a member of MediShare. So many people are looking for a healthcare solution right now, especially given how inflation is affecting us. And MediShare is the affordable, reliable alternative to health insurance. The typical family saves about $500 a month. You might save even more. And MediShare is a Christian community that's been sharing each other's healthcare costs for 30 years now, and they're making it easier than ever. Apply by October 31st, and you can save an additional $150 on your first month. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just tell them the promo code SHARE to get your additional savings. Maybe now is the time to make the switch, like more than 400,000 people already have, and start saving. Here it is. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Thinning hair is normal, but it doesn't have to be your fate.
Once I started taking Nutrafol, I could visibly see my hair get thicker.
Nutrafol, the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement brand.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
Hustle up. We've got 8 more floors to go before lunch.
Sarusha's window washing business is reaching new heights.
Wipe, and let's roll.
They need more certified cleaners to keep online reviews crystal clear.
Team, I know we're hustling, but watch for streaks. Candace, can you give me a hand over here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
From pumpkin spice to apple pie, fall is hands down the most delicious time of the year. But it's also the busiest. So this time around, get HelloFresh and treat yourself to the best of the season's flavors without the stress. It's simple. HelloFresh does the shopping and the planning for you so you can relax. Not only do their chefs create fall-perfect recipes to enjoy, all the ingredients arrive fresh and pre-portioned, so whipping up a home-cooked meal is easy. And make sure and check out all the fall flavors. A new limited-time lineup of easy autumn-inspired eats from HelloFresh Market, fresh on desserts like apple cider cake with caramel sauce, or please a crowd with appetizers like the barbecue pulled pork nachos. And just as always, everything you need to get cooking quick is delivered right to the door. How easy is that? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Well, it's the best time of year. The leaves are changing colors. There's cozy vibes. And, of course, my personal favorite holiday, Raycon's anniversary, which, once again, they're celebrating with a sale. You don't want to miss this. Raycon is turning 6 years old. In that time, they've really made a name for themselves in the premium audio space. Their everyday earbuds are known for delivering high-quality audio and thoughtful features like a 32-hour battery life and a perfect in-ear fit for all-day wear and lasting comfort. All this at half the price of the other premium brands. And this past year, they expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. To thank everyone who's shown them support in the past 6 years, Raycon is offering 20% off everything site-wide with select products up to 40% off. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Use the special code BIRTHDAY to get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and this portion of the show is brought to you by HelixSleep.com/Bubba. It's time to sleep better if you're not. And also, think about this. You got time, and you got a lot of time, but just think ahead towards the holidays. I don't know if you're the host family for some of the holiday, Thanksgiving, Christmas get-togethers, and you're going to be hosting family that come and they sleep in your guest bedroom or something like that. And we've always been needing to upgrade that mattress in the guest bedroom, and we just don't do it. Well, try HelixSleep.com/Bubba. It's manufactured right here in the great U.S. of A. By a team of skilled manufacturers and shipped directly to your door from their facility. 20% off right now is what you can save at HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Take a little sleep quiz, and they know how, depending on your answers, your preferences go, and then they go, okay, well, this mattress then is what you need.
This is what you need. They'll have some kind of name.
Yeah.
And they'll send it to you.
Yep.
Boom. I mean, I sleep on one every night, and it's hard enough to get up in the morning anyway.
Right.
I'm so comfortable in that Helix mattress. Woo.
You got a 100-night risk-free trial. There's nothing to lose because if you decide it's not the best fit, which we think it will be, it is they pick it up and you can return it for a full refund, no questions asked. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Get that shipped to you directly to your door free of charge. Again, it's HelixSleep.com/Bubba and save 20% and get a better night's sleep.
That's the Helix.
I saw a story that I wanted to ask y'all about because it sounds like something that we would do. You know how we're always asking each other, "Hey, how much to do this?" or "How much would it take for you to do this?" or whatever. There's a story coming out of Disney today that a man jumped into the Disney World's Epcot Lagoon after a $6,000 bet.
Time out. They said, if you do it, you get 6,000. I mean, it's like.
Yeah, I guess so. It says here, a visitor to Walt Disney World jumped into a lagoon at Epcot on Monday after being warned that he could be kicked out of the park, but he did it anyway. Apparently, friends were talking about a bet and told the man that they'd give $6,000 under the condition he jumped into the lagoon. Yeah. I wanted to stick around and see what would happen. Somebody said, but they kind of all scattered, of course. The man then proceeded to climb onto the railing. He can be heard saying, "How deep is that water?" before the man jumped into the water. After other Disney visitors can be heard yelling at the man to stop. A visitor at Walt Disney World that jumped into this says it was strictly because of the bet.
Well, yeah. Let me ask this. Okay, first of all, if it's my friends, I don't trust they're going to give me 6,000 just because they say I got 6,000 says you won't do it.
Well, if it's you two, I know it's not.
Well, especially if it's involved. That you got to think about that. And I'll say this: you could have got him for a lot cheaper than 6,000.
Oh,
don't you think you could have got me?
There's gators.
Well,
in that
but you sell yourself cheap.
Yeah,
I've noticed you've always come in
if
low.
If they went to 6,000 that quick.
All right, so how big is this lagoon? Do we know?
No, I don't.
I know there's gators in it.
Yeah,
because my friends.
Does that bother you?
Is there?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. It doesn't give a description on how big it is or anything, and I haven't seen it. I just going off this description, he was just wanting to know before he jumped, how deep is it? Which is probably a pretty good question.
It's not one of them man-made. I don't know, but for $6,000, I would have done a cannonball right in.
Not knowing anything about it.
$6,000 probably.
All right, so if I get arrested,
if they would have said you got to go real far and swim real far across it, no. But if I just got to jump in and get out, oh yeah, I think I can fight an alligator off long enough to get out.
And I don't know if gators are in it. That's just one of my questions.
You've got gators in it.
I just first thought. I wasn't worried about how deep it was till Speedy said something.
I was thinking it was just like
that should have been my first concern.
But I was thinking in my mind, you're thinking a straight up lagoon. I thought it was like something that man-made thing inside the park. You know, like a fountain.
That property's gigantic,
it is.
And there's a lot of water around it.
And there's a lot of gators.
And there is.
So I think for $6,000. Now look,
I'd have done it for 1,000.
You're going to have some handles. I don't know what the prosecution is
get
for
arrested.
This. But you know you're getting kicked out. You probably can't ever come back. And then you might be getting arrested, so you're going to have that to deal with. So at the end of the day, you look around and go, was it worth it?
But I would look at the police officer and go, $6,000?
Right.
You wouldn't have jumped in for $6,000?
Yeah. Hey, just between me and you.
Can you
maybe loosen these? I'll give you $2 if you let me go.
Yeah, can you loosen these cuffs a little bit?
Yeah.
I mean, you got to understand, I'm not a bad person, but they threw out $6,000 to jump in a pool.
Yeah, and I didn't hurt anybody. I didn't get hurt. And it was $6,000.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, "Really?" I'm like, "Yeah." Could you just act real mad at me, and then when I get out, just let me go?
Yeah, like I say, I'll tip you.
Yeah, I promise you, I won't come back.
Of course, that's called bribing.
It is. And there's some officers that are listening now probably offended that we were saying
big deal. Yeah. Can't really do that.
No, but it just made me think of y'all. I'm sorry, because we're constantly saying how much to do this, how much to do that. $6,000, and it sounds like we're his friends. I'll give you $6,000 if you jump
And
in.
he must really trust that they're going to back it up, because that's my buddies. I'd be going, y'all better go get the money right now and somehow get it here. I don't know how you're going to get it
I
here.
got to see it right now.
But they'd go, you really thought we was going to pay you that?
Yeah.
They would laughed it off.
It actually says in here, the Greg of the bunch jumped in.
Is that what it
He's
said?
their Greg.
I don't know. I'd done it a lot cheaper. I'm not happy with that, but I'd have probably done it for $1,000 or $2,000.
Yeah. This one here, I don't even know why it's a story, but it is. The NBA's kicked off again.
Saw that last night. The NHL, I think.
I should say tipped off, not kicked off.
I
but
think
you know
the
what I mean.
NHL had a start last
It
night,
did,
too.
it did. I
Every
saw it on
team
the-
played.
I've never known when the hockey season is. So this is the beginning. Does it go neck and neck with basketball?
I think
Or has
it's
it already been going?
No, last night was, I thought
Okay.
there was some guy that
Never knew the
one of the
season for
announcers. Because last night I got duped because I flipped it over to ESPN in between commercials of the Diamondbacks and the Rangers. The
And I cared
Diamondbacks won the
nothing
World
about
Series.
that.
Yeah.
And or the Diamondbacks and Phillies that I was watching. And commercial breaks, I'd go over. They were doing a college football playoff show, but they weren't giving the rankings yet. And so we had talked about
When
that
is
on
that?
Monday. They're doing it next week. And so this was a college football playoff show to get you ready for them unveiling them next week.
Gotcha.
Well, the whole time I'm watching, I'm thinking, well, they're going to unveil them right here. We were a week off. That's what I was
I
thinking.
did too.
So I kept watching it, and then at the end, they were like, check back with us next week. We'll unveil the. And I was like,
See,
well,
come
crap.
on. That's
It was
a
still a good show.
Right.
You had your, Herb Street and all the guys that are part of that
Yeah.
college football world. Reese Davis. They interviewed a bunch of different people and coaches. It was good. It was a good show. But anyway, it might have even been Reese Davis when they were ending the show and leaving. He made reference to the NHL, and he had some zany phrase about everybody was playing and it frozen something, whatever. So the NHL kicked off too. But I saw the Lakers were on as well.
Yeah, they got beat. But what I was going to say about the NBA is they feel like this needs to be a headline. NBA has first openly non-binary trans referee.
Well, why can't you just be a referee? If you
I
want to be
don't
all
know.
that, that's fine. Whatever.
I guess they're checking a box there. They have to make
why
sure they
make
announce
a
it.
story about it?
I don't know. And did y'all talk about yesterday this whole Michigan thing?
Yeah.
Y'all
Yeah,
did?
a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got into it a little bit.
There's a story out today that the staffer actually bought tickets for non-Big Ten games.
Yeah.
How
they
about
would go
that?
to.
There was a little discussion on that last night too.
Of course, as usual, Harbaugh knows nothing.
Nothing. Not a thing.
Just like this thing he just got off suspension for.
Yeah.
He knew nothing.
In-game
And he may not, may not.
in-game sign stealing has always been a part of the game.
Yeah, but
it's a game within the game. But now I'm going to opponents'
And
games
filming.
and filming and stuff. No, that's
taking it to another level.
Yes,
we
sir.
we talked about yesterday. You resolve this by just talking to them in the helmet like you do in the NFL.
Yeah, give them. Yeah.
Yeah, you could. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But or caffeine, however you want to, take it in. But when you think about, so tell me exactly, like, so obviously today we're going to do some money because what you guys do, you don't do for money, but what you do requires money.
Absolutely.
But what are some of the other things that you guys need? Volunteers, if someone's listening, they said, hey, I want to come alongside what they're doing, or maybe I'm in need of their service.
Sure. So here in Alabama, I'll speak specifically about Alabama. This is my home state. I'm very excited to be back here. And so here in Alabama, we have some of our representatives actually here
Hey,
today.
guys, we got a whole crew
from
here today.
UAB and Montevallo.
Yep.
So excited to have some of our Birmingham area here. But as far as what we're doing here in Alabama, we are growing our programs. So if you have anyone in middle school, high school, or college, and you are interested in opening a Best Buddies chapter in your school, we would love to talk to you. So that's when you can go to that bestbuddies.org/Alabama and contact us from there and let us know if you have a school program that might need a Best Buddies program in your school. And also just volunteers, like you said. I mean, we are growing throughout the state. Our goal is to have a state office here sooner rather than later and provide more support for our current programs. We have great chapters at Auburn and Alabama as well. And we are growing in the high schools right now. So, but we can always do more. And the more expansion we have, the more opportunities we have to grow that opportunity for a state office, which is the ultimate goal.
football.
No, you've known Eddie Van Adler for a while too, right?
Yeah.
I have, yeah. Well, yeah, I've known. So I call him Chris.
Right.
And
That's his other name.
Well, look, it could be
so
worse.
I call him Chris.
It could be
introduced
worse.
himself as Adler. I was like, I know who that is.
yeah.
I actually graduated with his brother from Vestavia, just down the street.
Well, that's
so
great.
there he is.
So you guys, he was part of. He's been working with the Best Buddies for a while now, and was part of kind of a starting one down toward in Auburn. Where did y'all?
At the prestigious Auburn University, I like to say.
Right.
That's right. That's right. So I was just walking around campus, not really knowing what was going on.
I can't imagine.
Kind of lost, kind of lost.
Were you on all fours or standing up?
I was on all fours, just to get around easier. And I just saw this volunteer table, started talking to some people. And I was like, "What do you guys do? That's cool," or whatever. And then we pair up people from this school with people in the community that have special needs. You want to be involved? I was like, yeah, that sounds great. I haven't really been doing very many good and or productive things with my time.
Right.
So this sounds like a good change up. So that was early on in college, and I just got connected with a couple guys in the area. We hung out, became friends, and then started doing stuff together, trick-or-treating, going to movies, going to eat, going to games. I've had a couple good stories on the show when I brought D'Angelo, one of my best buddies, to an Auburn game.
Oh, yeah.
He is a diehard Alabama fan, and he kept his Alabama hat on in the student section. That was a little dicey there for a second, but we still had a good time.
I make him take that stuff off.
Okay, I should have. I definitely should have after what happened. But
I'm not sure you were a best buddy on that. Yeah.
But it's an awesome foundation and organization, and I'm reminded of when I sat down with my parents at the end of my time at Auburn, and they're like, my dad's asking me what was the best thing that you did at Auburn? What was the thing that you feel best about doing? What did you enjoy doing the most? And he expected me to say the radio station work, because I was the station manager of the on-campus radio station at Weagle at Auburn. And I didn't even think about the radio station. It didn't even enter my mind. I was like, best buddies. That's definitely the best thing. And they're both sitting there like, well, maybe you should change careers, buddy, if that was the best thing you did. And it really is an unbelievable thing. You're talking about a win-win-win with Buffalo Wild Wings. Being involved with Best Buddies was definitely a win-win-win for everybody, myself and the buddies included. So it's a super cool thing, and if you are thinking about getting involved, you should.
Well, and I think one of the things, we've talked about this before, and I've talked about this with Adler, one of my sons does a program at our church called Helping Hands, which is just the same thing, not as comprehensive as what you do, but it is designed for the parents, the whole family, and for someone in the family to have somebody that says, hey, I'll take them to church with me. We'll go to service together. We'll do this, and we'll hang out together here at church. And then you go to your class and you get some time. And certainly it's wonderful for the individual, but it also helps the family as well. To have some people that come along beside them to give them moments, to have some rest and some moments for, them to have some time to themselves as well. So it's also very beneficial to the family members of your clients as well.
Absolutely. Well, and my best buddy, I'll talk a little bit about my best buddy, Cheryl, who I met in college, and she was recently my maid of honor a couple months ago. And so we've known each other now for 15 years, and now her family is my family. Yeah. So it definitely is transitional through the years. And that is our ultimate goal, is to not provide just, a one-time friendship, but to provide a lifelong friendship. So if we're able to do that, then we've done our jobs, and inclusion is the goal.
Yeah, well, here's the day. Tim, you ready to tell them what they got? They got a check today that's going to go to help Best Buddies right now.
I'm hoping it can kickstart the office here in Alabama.
Yeah.
But the check's going to be for $4,300.
$4,300
right,
Best Buddies. There we go. So thanks to all of you that went out and ate at the participating Buffalo Wild Wing locations. And so we'll present that check, get a picture with that. And then when I come back after the break, I'll tell you the next opportunity will be July the 15th, and I'll give you just a quick introduction to the next charity that will benefit from you going out and sacrificially eating wonderful food.
We appreciate everything. I mean, it's awesome to be able to do this, and we can't do it without all of our employees and everybody that comes in and visits the store on that day.
No doubt. If you want to find information about the participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations, we got that for you. Also, Best Buddies, all the information about this wonderful organization. Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. How about it? A brand new hour underway now. And we thank you for being with us as we get ready to unpack another one. Another hour on another day on another show. National anthem gets us started. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Here we go. A brand new hour underway on a brand new Rick and Bubba show. Greg, Helmsy, Speedy, and Eddie Van Adler now joins the fray, giving you the YouTube experience live and archived there at rickandbubba.com. If you have not subscribed to our YouTube channel, you haven't hit those notification bells and thumbs up and all that stuff, do all that at the YouTube channel. They tell me it really does matter. So we're glad you're here. You can catch the show every day on our YouTube channel, live and archived. If you are a Blaze TV subscriber, and why wouldn't you be, you also get a best of hour as part of your Blaze TV package. So enjoy that. On the audio side, you can catch us live on Rick and Bubba, the radio network, the boldest radio stations in America who carry the show live. You can also catch it on our TuneIn streaming app live, or if you'd like the audio archive option, that's on our podcast channel. So all that available to you. Get the show live and archived in its entirety every single day. All we are missing is one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in for another edition of Rick and Bubba.
Family. Adler, you take the acoustic. Go ahead. Boston, been a long time, Bubba. Been a long time. Been a long time.
That is
what you talking about, having a speaker?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
That is one of the few albums that I like every single cut.
Every cut, Greg. There's not
many out there I can say that about.
Ain't a bad one on that one.
Not a bad
Not
one.
a bad one on it.
I should have stopped it before third stage.
The second one was fine.
Second one was good, but
third stage is not bad.
Yeah.
I know Amanda ruined the band. Nope.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Helmsy. So coming up on the program today,
But a great song. Did y'all like that one?
Yeah,
I figured y'all didn't because I did.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, sure. Well, of course you did, Bubba. Of course you did.
I didn't hate it.
I love
I didn't like
over-manufactured pop hits.
Of course you do.
Over-processed.
Let me tell you, when somebody is weeping over a song that ruined the band, Bubba is celebrating the downfall of the band and clinging to that song that'll do it. But anyway, today on the program, Are You Next? Police State is the movie. Dinesh D'Souza on the Rick and Bubba program today. Apparently, this project he collaborated with Dan Bongino, and so that is. We'll tell you how to see that, what it's about. According to Dinesh D'Souza, he said it's a movie I never wanted to make. I hate that this movie has to be made. So we'll talk to him about that. As usual, Dinesh will probably make us feel wonderful about the state of our country and where we're all headed. So that's coming up. On that note, the Wednesday Bible study back today, the study of the Revelation. We'll be finishing up chapter 21 today, Lord willing. Watch it live on our YouTube channel at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. The archive available soon after that. So there you go.
You know, anytime I hear the name Police State, I always think of Janet Jackson's Rhythm Nation video.
Do you
know?
really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That and the Apple ad that we had at the Super Bowl when they came out with the Mac.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. But you think about it, it's
accurate.
It's a little closer to that than you'd want. Speaking of that, I'm still and y'all educate me on this if I'm missing it.
Mm-hmm.
Have we ever had a situation where prosecutors went after the attorneys of someone as heavily as they've gone after Trump in this? I mean, he's got 3 or 4 of them that have been prosecuted. I thought everybody was entitled to an attorney, and they argued your case. They're prosecuting the attorneys based on the case they were arguing, saying it wasn't correct, and Trump was lying, so now we're prosecuting you. I thought attorneys lied on your behalf. I thought that was their job.
No, you're right. Yeah.
Am I missing something?
Yeah, I'm not following the story, so I'm not sure what you're talking about. But what you just described, I haven't heard of. But maybe I'm just a good one. I told you earlier that's always.
I mean, we gave the Nazis legal representation at the Nuremberg trials. You know, I mean, good gosh.
Yeah, right.
So anyway, I don't know if you saw, Michael Cohen, who was Trump's personal attorney, has been testifying, and he got ran over the coals by Trump's attorney yesterday, who's a female, and they got into several heated arguments. And I don't know if there's audio and video of it. All I have seen is the transcripts, but I mean, they were throwing down in court yesterday. I thought they were going to brawl, it sounded like.
Yeah, I'll have to follow that. Didn't see any of that, but it sounds interesting. And also, I know that you were telling me right as we were starting the hour. I guess the World Series is set now. Rangers and Diamondbacks.
Yeah. I kind of checked out on that after the Braves were gone. But I thought like the Phillies were unstoppable, and wasn't they ahead like early in that series? They didn't win the first 2 games.
You said you checked out. I mean, how do you know?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I remember seeing, that they were just hitting more home runs. Like
Right.
they were,
they are.
They were. I thought they were up, in command of that.
It's crazy. Bubba had 2 Game 7s in both.
Oh, shocking, isn't it? Shocking. I know that is shocking. We needed that, didn't we, sports fans?
Yep. I'm not familiar with any of these stories, but I can update you on season 2 of Virgin River.
You got that going?
That's good,
I know
Rick.
the Diamondbacks, they didn't have a sparkling record, did they, Speedy? I mean, well, you gotta be hot, right?
Yeah, Phillies didn't either, did they?
But they were hot as a pistol against the Braves.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, they were.
And the Rangers putting out the Astros was big.
Yeah, that was.
We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You can contact them if you need their help. All that's in show notes today there at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. And thanks for being here. Thanks to all the folks that also came here representing different chapters. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Landscape of radio forever. Rick
Rick and Bubba University students today. Jimmy.
This is Perfect Radio.
Hello, Frank. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Fellas, it's been a while.
It has. So,
by the way, before you move on, I that Morgan Freeman rejoin, I didn't like it. I didn't
What's
think
wrong with it?
I
What do
didn't
you
think
mean?
I didn't think I was very good.
What?
Oh, we
so
did.
good. Have you improved it?
I believe that I have, Sonny. Truth is, listening to that made me think, well, I've gotten quite a bit better.
Well, I can't disagree with that. That sounds fantastic.
Sometimes a man has to sit back and think about what is done. And right now I'm realizing I did poorly.
No, Frank, I didn't think I thought you. No, that is better.
Frank,
It's definitely better, Sonny. Listen, here's what we need to do. You're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. So here they are, Rick and Bubba.
We were laughing over it.
Yeah,
No.
Oh, well, that proves that it was real. Because I wouldn't take the time to do this on my off hours.
Wow, I'm convinced I'm talking to Morgan Freeman. I hate to say this, Frank, to talk to you would now be a letdown. I was like,
Frank, there's so many people I want to call right now.
yeah.
That is.
Oh, yeah.
Talking to you, Frank, would be a letdown. I hear that every day from my children and wife.
Yeah, we're all in that one, aren't we? If you want to get humble, just go home.
Yes, there's never been more truth to a statement than that.
Oh, that's true.
I just thought of something.
What?
He ought to call our wives as Morgan Freeman on the phone. Say, hey, how y'all doing? You just see how long it goes.
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, let me tell you.
Well, once again, a terrible idea. He was full of those.
He'd have Terry.
All right, wait a minute. Listen to this one, Frank. Listen to this because you did something different here. I'm going to compare.
This is Morgan Freeman. Rick and Bubba are the greatest radio tandem in the history of the universe. Now sing the school song.
That's pretty good.
It is, but I think he's got a little more baritone there.
I believe that. Maybe the truth is Frank had only been up for about 12 minutes.
Yeah.
And when he's only up that amount of time, this voice is that much better.
That's unbelievable. I love it.
If Frank could do this voice in his sleep, he'd probably sound exactly like Morgan. You might not know who it
all
was.
I can think of is that Frank could have saved the airport authority a lot of money.
Well, yeah, because you know our airport. I don't know if you probably fly into Atlanta.
Yes, I've heard it. Is that Morgan Freeman?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
They wrote a big check for that.
Yeah.
Well, they could have worried about the safety of planes, but what they did worry about was making sure you knew which gate to get to.
Yeah, those of you who don't know, if you come into the Birmingham International Airport, which that name is always funny to me, but as you come into the Birmingham International Airport, or Shuttleworth, whatever it's called now, Morgan Freeman tells you about things to, don't leave your luggage laying around, welcome to the airport, that kind of stuff.
Truth is, you leave your luggage around, you're not going to ever get it back.
No, you're not.
Somebody's going to go through your stuff, and pretty soon a TSA agent will be wearing your Hawaiian shirt.
He wanted to say underwear.
I did. I did want to say it. That's where I was going to go, and then I thought, wait a second, this is Rick and Bubba. Then I should have gone with it. You're right.
I was about to say. Yeah. All right, let's go with this, Frank. A couple things we got to cover. Number one, Frank wants to know why San Francisco wants to take down the George Washington mural.
No, that's not number one. Number one, I wanted to say that I'm coming to
Well, that was my
Nashville.
second thing.
Okay.
I was moving that to second.
Well, because I'm actually very interested in that, so I wanted to hit the plugs.
Oh, you want to unpack that more? Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right. So 2 shows have been added, and they're coming up on August 22nd and 23rd. And 22nd is Back to Zanies in Nashville, and then 22nd and then 23rd Huntsville, Stand Up Live. So those two have been added, and those are big Rick and Bubba markets. So we expect Frank to hear a lot of noise and to be welcomed with ecstatic energy.
And Frank's promised something. He's promised an in-studio visit.
Frank?
Yeah, I will be there because I'm actually going to.
Frank?
It's either going to be on my way to Hattiesburg, where I'm doing your favorite Sanger Theater, home of the
Soft subject.
Well, they have excellent.
No.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks, we're back. For the coming up this hour, Dinesh D'Souza will be with us next segment, so be paying attention for that today. Also, speaking of those of you that aren't watching, are not watching on YouTube, you're getting U2 on Bed Music right now. We had a a gathering. One of Scott Gorosky's, What's Eating Scott Gorosky's, his other son is now getting married coming up next, this coming February. So they had one of those couple shower things that Sherry and I went to on Friday of last week. And how about Gorosky went to Vegas in the Sphere and saw you too?
He did.
He said, wow. Wow.
You know,
wow.
I think it's time for another segment of that
Yep.
because
Yep.
with him having a son getting married, I
Yep.
bet he could add a lot to his
yeah.
list of things he wants to grapple with.
Yeah. So anyway, he is he's doing well. Saw him, but he said unbelievable experience, unbelievable. And I can't. He said I can't even put it into words. So
they're saying that'll probably be the future of venues.
yeah, could be.
What was the when he was there? What was the background setting? Because I know it changes.
Well, he said it changes throughout the whole show.
The whole show.
Yeah. So there you go.
Wow.
So anyway, so maybe he can tell us about that on the next What's Eating Scott Gorosky.
Maybe y'all get one of those down in Helena, Speedy.
Boy, we need to.
Let me
Yes,
tell you.
just right there.
Helena
Off,
Dome.
just right there off Old Town.
You talk about when they do that Duck Day.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's nothing.
And then they could just all be coming across the street.
Oh, yeah.
Right there by the amphitheater.
Yeah, fantastic.
Well, this would replace the amphitheater.
That's
yeah,
right.
I guess so.
They call it the Husky Sphere.
Hey, this is gaining. I like this.
Okay. So anyway,
Right by the
so-
depot.
Mark Hall would get it done. I know that.
Yeah. So that
really miss him.
and also wanted everyone to know
There you go, Mark.
we're getting emails on it, and we are fully aware. 3 on the string. Jerry Ryan had a fall. He fell. It turned out to be more serious than they thought in the beginning. But they went in yesterday on a brain bleed and discovered that it wasn't. It went from, hey, it's not a big deal, to, oh no, it's a really big deal, to, okay, it's a medium deal. But he is going to recover, and they did get some good news after getting some bad news yesterday. So Jerry Ryan should be fine, but keep that family in your prayers. And we got updates from Brad yesterday, and we're following along with that because some of you are emailing us wondering if we're aware of it, and we are. So thank you for that. So, Bubba, the Republicans say they're optimistic that they will finally get a Speaker of the House voted in on the 4th attempt.
You know, I don't understand. They have the majority. Why is it so?
Because of the
why
Freedom
is it
Caucus.
such a mystery? I mean, can't you just get everybody in a room and poll them and go, okay, yay or nay?
Well, you got to get Matty Gage to go with you. If Matty Gage doesn't go, you got problems.
Well, we'll see. It looks like the new guy is going to be Mike Johnson. I appreciate he has an easy name to say. We don't have a lot of those in
I'm
the news
thankful
nowadays.
for that, too.
He is a Republican from Louisiana, and he appears to have what looks like the support to get through. There'll be another vote today. Who knows?
And you said we're getting some emails from people in Louisiana that know him and say this is a good choice?
You're wanting to make me say that word.
No,
aren't you?
no, you don't have to. You can.
I do.
You can just say what the word means.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
No.
this is actually a quote from Tim Burchett, Republican Tennessee. He said, my wife and I were talking, and I said, if we could get somebody like Mike Johnson, we would be very fortunate. His wife agreed. He says, I think he would make an excellent choice because he's very...
Cerebral.
Thank you, because I can't say that word.
Rick, I'm mad at you for not
He's
letting
very
him attempt
smart.
that.
Say it again.
Do what?
Tell us what that word is.
Cerebral.
Say it again.
Yeah, you said it.
Okay, right.
Look, speech impediments are not funny.
No,
They're not.
well, they really are. I mean,
No, they are
Apparently,
funny.
you can put
They're real
together.
funny.
You can
It's,
put together a group of men, not just one, but a group of men who and do a radio show, which is amazing, by the way.
There's
And
not one person picking the slack up.
No.
Cerebral.
No.
Cerebral. Yeah,
It's
that's
tough.
it.
It's a tough word.
He's very smart.
If you put certain letters together, it's hard, and that's one of them.
He's very smart.
We are not cerebral.
And the quote is, he's kind of a goober, but I dig that about him. There's an old saying in East Tennessee, he's cleaner than a houndstooth.
Okay.
You got to love the lingo.
That's right.
You know, when I read that, I understand exactly what he means.
Adler,
Message
it's
received.
okay. You can call someone a goober. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's you know.
That means a goof.
We were just talking to him. Apparently, in the culture that Adler grew up in, it only meant peanuts. And we told him where he grew up.
Well, there's several
it had
meanings.
dual meanings.
Yeah,
where
there's
we grew up.
several
Yeah,
meanings.
right.
Yes.
Yeah.
And like booger too.
No,
Like,
that's
No.
never
You gotta-
been.
you
I've
got
never.
a goober in your nose.
By the way,
Never.
I've never heard anybody use it as a word for that. Never. You're the only human I've ever heard.
Oh, my eyes! I just woke up. I got goobers all in my eyes.
No.
See how it works?
I've still never heard that.
No, I'd stay away from
Works
that one.
good. Sounds good.
Does it?
In Calhoun County, don't tell somebody you woke up with a goober in your eye.
Okay.
Yeah, don't
wow.
say that.
Don't do that.
There that was. That woke Greg up. You see him?
You see Greg come alive?
Yeah.
Concerned.
It's like somebody pinched him in the butt.
I feel bad.
So back to the Speaker of the House.
Right.
He's,
It's like
hopefully
some-
we'll get that taken
It's
care
like
of.
somebody gave Greg a caffeine shot.
What's wrong with y'all?
I mean, it's like he snapped to attention. I thought the Admiral walked in, you know.
Any chance this cat gets voted in?
You know, I don't know how their I don't know their procedure. Surely, when they bring some of these guys forward, they think they've got the votes, right? But apparently, they haven't.
Well, yeah,
on the
but
others.
every time they've done it, they thought they had the votes. I guess.
Somebody goes AWOL on them
Right.
last minute or something.
Well,
and,
the bottom
here's
line
the
is-
thing: if he goes in and has to compromise and make a bunch of rules so that anybody can throw him out as speaker, which is what McCarthy had to do, you're going to have the same thing again. So I think you're going to have to go in and go, no, this didn't work last time, so let's go back to the old system and we'll get this done.
Yeah, McCarthy, like I remember the first time you and I saw one of those boilerplate contracts that were thrown in front of us in the old broadcast business, and we looked at it and we said, no, wait a minute. It looks like it says here that we can never leave, but y'all can fire us whenever you want to.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
This feels a little one-sided in this.
So you're right. McCarthy went in, and the deal he cut was, well, if y'all don't like me, y'all can get rid of me really at any moment.
Yeah, I don't know that that's a good
don't
deal
want that
when you
deal.
have 400 and whatever Class A personalities in there you got to deal with.
I don't mean to kick a dead horse, but is anywhere in this article what Matty Gates thinks about him? Because until you get Matty Gates in,
let's see.
If the Freedom Caucus,
Squarehead.
Well, let me let me say this: the ones who have blocked the last few speakers have not been the Freedom Caucus.
Okay.
It's been the more mainline conservatives
because they thought it was somebody the Freedom Caucus liked.
Okay, this guy, let's see, here it is. He was one, let's see, Burchett was one of the 8 House Republicans who voted to oust Kevin McCarthy. Now, that was the guy who was talking a minute ago.
Mm-hmm.
He said Johnson brings something to the table that's lacking in Washington, so it sounds like he likes him, and he would be one of the Freedom Caucus members.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
So are the anti-Freedom Caucus people, are they going to be mad? We got to have both sides.
I'm trying to say, you see, Johnson also scored the support of leadership from Steve Scalise.
Okay.
Mike is honest, hardworking, and principled. Let's see.
Now, somebody said Gary Palmer voiced his opinion on it, but nobody could hear him. Is that... Listen, that one right there is 100%.
He's going to kill you, by the way. He's gonna kill you.
What'd you say?
Listen, that one gets Bubba every single time. I've got a couple in my pocket that always get him, and that's one of them. You know,
that's a good one. That's a good one. Gary Lash said it too.
Sure he does.
He's soft-spoken.
all right, bottom of the hour. We'll come back. So we'll see if this guy gets through. Dinesh D'Souza. Today, another opportunity, and Friday, another opportunity to see the new movie, Police State. What is the movie all about? Dinesh D'Souza will tell you that right here on the program when we come back. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Illumination.
No, it's soft serve is what it is.
Still tender. Hadn't scabbed yet.
Where I'm doing the Laughs for Life charity event. That's August 2nd in Hattiesburg. And then, like you said, Nashville at Zanies and Stand Up Live in Huntsville. All that information is at frankonstage.com. Now let's get to what's really important.
So Bubba told us that we're struggling in our country a little bit, trying to decide whether it is healthy to be revisionist of history. It makes us feel, in my opinion, a little Soviet Union. But our history is what it is, and there's some things that we can learn from it. There's things that we can, go.
Are y'all sure y'all want to dive into this?
It's kind of
you know what? Actually, a guy named Al Jackson and I do a podcast where we talk a lot about this kind of stuff called Al and Frank Try to Be Serious.
Right.
And we take a silly tone to some of the stuff, and we talk about this type of stuff a lot. And one of the things that we tend to bring up is people forget that in the course of human history, we forget that there's human in the history, that humans make a lot of mistakes. We constantly make mistakes. And this whole thing about, every time they try to erase and say, this is something bad in history, let's just get rid of it. It's a really bad idea because you have to remember the mistakes to be able to move on, and it's all part of it.
You're right. Well, San Francisco, they don't have.
By
any
the way,
problems.
Frank, that was really well said. I'm sitting here kind of.
Yeah.
I wish Morgan would have said it.
I probably could have said it a lot better. In the course of human events, people forgotten that the human part of the events is the humanity.
No, you're right.
That's awesome.
You're right. I didn't drift off once during that voice.
No. San Francisco.
Funny thing was, I almost did while I was saying it was me.
No, you actually made it. All kidding aside, the point is valid. But
So we know San Francisco has no problems that need
Oh,
attention.
none whatsoever. None.
They are going to spend over $600,000 to paint over a historical artwork at a public school depicting the life of George Washington. A mural that was once seen as educational and innovative. It's over 100. It's like 100 years old now, but now is criticized as racist and degrading for its depiction of Black and Native American people. It's called The Life of Washington, and it was painted, and I can't say his name. I'm not even going to try to, by a famous muralist in San Francisco during the Great Depression.
And for 100 years, everybody understood this is just a depiction of American history, including the first ever president.
No, it does have.
That's a big. I mean, we probably want to keep that around.
The mural has slaves in it, and it also shows a dead Indian, and that's why it's now offensive.
But in our history, those two things happened.
You are correct.
Okay. Back to Frank's point.
Yep.
I just think this is, again, all I need to say, and I understand.
Now,
I guess I shouldn't be surprised that Soviet Union feeling doesn't bother some of our citizens the way it once did, because we have walking, talking socialists and communists who think that's the way we should be.
Right.
So I guess they would want to revise history because that's a very communist thing to do.
Well, you got to think, too, most of these people will be considered liberal in their thought process from a political standpoint. But when is the last time you ever heard a liberal wanting to destroy a piece of artwork?
Yeah.
Usually they're right opposite. They don't care who it offends, put a crucifix in it, turn it upside down, do whatever you want to. That's art. You can't touch that. That stands on its own. Now they want to destroy art that does not fit into their scenario of the way history should have been.
If what we believe...
No one's saying that's the way it still should be.
Right.
Keep in mind, no one is of that school. We're just saying that's the way it was. Now, we changed. And that's, I think, the positive in this.
I just saw they showed it up on the deal. You could just say that Indian was sleeping and get away with it.
Thank you, Greg. Always there to help.
The kids.
Always there to help.
I mean, he looked like he didn't look like he was dead.
Define help.
As a matter of fact, his name was actually Napping Bear.
Yeah. Yeah.
Napping Bear.
Rick,
I'm not on the phone right now. I'm not here. I left.
I told y'all you didn't want to go into
Frank,
this.
this is on you.
I told y'all not to go into
Come
this.
on, you opened it, Frank. You got on the edge.
Rick,
Got your new podcast.
Rick, his name now is Long Nap.
Frank, are you leaving? Can you stay? What's happening?
Frank's got all kinds of stuff.
Oh, no, I'm actually doing another show right now.
35 minutes past the hour, as we promised. Here on the Rick and Bubba Show, Dinesh D'Souza is back. Are You Next? Police State is the movie, and we'll tell you how you can get an opportunity to see it. Dinesh D'Souza joins us now on the Rick and Bubba Show. Dinesh, welcome back. How are you, sir?
Hey, thanks very much for having me. I'm doing fine.
Oh,
Our pleasure to have you.
Yeah,
Dinesh.
so let's get into it. You say one of the quotes that's out there, this is a movie that you never wanted to make. You feel like the animal that alerts the herd to approaching danger. So Police State, it seems like that the title tells us all we need to know. Dinesh, how in the world have we gotten here that the United States of America in many ways has become a police state?
Well, if I had to summarize in a single word what got us here, it is fear, because the three key events that were the pretext, the excuse for starting to subtract, take away our basic liberties: 9/11, COVID, January 6th. And what these events have in common is, in every case, there was a whipped up frenzy, either real or to some degree imaginary. But nevertheless, the idea is that we are in a crisis. We are facing, a foreign attack in the case of 9/11, a deadly virus, an insurrection to overthrow the government. And we now need to start doing things we didn't do before, giving the government more power, mass surveillance, systematic censorship, political targeting. So a lot of the elements, the ingredients of police states begin to creep into our country, starting after 9/11, but really escalating under Obama and then reaching a kind of epidemic under Biden.
Dinesh, do you also, I would add to the list, I know it's a little bit different, is climate change. Because there's also oh no, if you don't give this up, the world is going to cease to exist. You must change this. You must give in on that, because if not, you're doing this to save the world, Rick. That's more important than your liberty.
Exactly right. And I don't think that they have so far been quite successful with the climate change, but the propaganda is at full blast, and for exactly that reason. I came to this country in 1978 as a teenager, and I was amazed by the abundance of American life, the upward mobility. But I also realized we got these basic freedoms in this country, like freedom of speech, freedom of conscience or religious liberty, right to assemble, right to petition the government, equal rights and equal justice under the law. And so I fast forward now and I say to myself, is a single one of those rights today completely secure? And I think my answer, regretfully, is no.
Dinesh, we were talking earlier, just watching the prosecution of the former president, how they have gone after his legal counsel in all of this. And I know that probably happens. I don't follow that a whole lot, but does that seem a little out of the ordinary here, and kind of follow this line of how much the government can lean on you if they want to?
I mean, there's literally nothing here that is ordinary. Even the tearful confession of Jenna Ellis yesterday that was a police state performance, because they put a legal gun to your head. Now, if you lived in Stalinist Russia, they would have taken Jenna Ellis and twisted arms behind her back and probably broken her nose, and she would have tearfully confessed. So our police state doesn't do that. But what they do is they say, hey, Jenna, we're going to make you face 5 or 10 years in prison. It'll destroy your family. It'll destroy your finances. It'll destroy your life. Or you can sign here, show up with a statement that we will help you to write and tearfully confess. This is classic police state stuff. The same with Trump. If they had made a single charge against Trump and said, hey, look, you're hanging on to these classified documents like a dog with a bone. You're not giving them up. The criminal charge is the only way to pry it out of your hands, we could look at it. But 91 charges in all these jurisdictions with a clear objective: if we cannot get him over here, we'll get you over there. I mean, police states tend to be one-party states. It's not that they don't have elections. China has elections. Iran has elections. They don't allow effective opposition. And so quite clearly here, they are trying to neutralize what they consider to be the only effective opponent of the police state.
Yeah, Bubba and I have made fun of those regimes you just mentioned for years, where they pretend to have elections and they get it's always funny how they don't quite give themselves 100% of the vote.
Yeah, they'll get 98%.
It's like 98%, yeah. Something like that. And of course, as you just said perfectly, if you don't vote for us, then we will ruin your life. But we had elections. I was thinking about the Ben Franklin quote, and I think a lot of times the reason why the younger generation, we can see this coming a mile away because, Dinesh, as you will point out in the movie, there's a history of these police states, and they all have the same characteristics, and we see them, as you're pointing out, in our very own country. But if you don't know the history, if history has been revised, if you don't know that the founding fathers said the reason why we want a small central government is any power you give them, they will abuse. So don't give them much. And Ben Franklin said those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a temporary safety, they deserve neither liberty or safety. And all these things we've known, but it seems like there's too many Americans that don't seem to know this.
Well, I think part of the reason is that America itself has never had a direct experience of a police state.
Right.
And Americans are innocent in that sense. We are a country defined by like Huckleberry Finn. Everything is like gee whiz. And so when Americans look for a police state, they look abroad and they look for like a Stalin overcoat or like a Hitler mustache. But our police state has an American accent, and it has distinctive American features. And it's also kind of camouflage. And by that, I mean, our police state doesn't advertise itself as such. It marches under the banner of saving democracy and upholding the rule of law and fighting for truth against misinformation and disinformation and even affirming freedom. So the ordinary American is a bit like the antelope kind of grazing. And even though I'm trying to say, hey, there's a predator in the trees, they go, no, Dinesh, it's just the wind. Or, maybe there's a predator, but he's going to land on somebody else's back. So the beauty of a film is you're not just telling someone something, you're showing it to them. I have a lot of ordinary Americans in this movie who feel the hot breath of the police state on their face. And I think by putting it right in front of the American people, a lot of people are going to go, whoa, I didn't realize that this was happening, not just to Trump, not just to the January 6th protesters, but to a lot of ordinary guys.
So, Dinesh, this film is going to be a case study of several people who are facing these kind of things?
Yeah, there are two types of people in the film. The first type is the whistleblowers, the informants, the people who lay out the architecture, how this police state is organized, because people don't understand it very well. How does it really work? Like, who's involved? Who's in charge? Who's running this thing? The other type of person in the film is ordinary Americans going about their normal business, maybe participating in civic life, but not trying to rock the boat or shake the trees. And yet they experience what Orwell calls the boot stamping on the human face. And there are a lot of those type of people in the movie.
If you want to find out where you can see it, another opportunity to find a theater is today. It was out in theaters on Monday. It's out in theaters again today. PoliceStateFilm.net. If you'll just go there, you'll see it'll say find a theater. Click on that, put in your zip code. It'll tell you where it's showing. And if you don't have a theater near you or you can't get to see it today, there's a virtual premiere that is coming up Friday, and you'll see that choice available to you as well at PoliceStateFilm.net. How did Monday go, Dinesh? What were some of the early responses on the first rollout Monday?
Well, the first thing is that the theaters were mostly sold out, and the reaction was electric. I went to my local theater in Texas, and it was just wonderful to see. People were blown away. I mean, some people were like crying at the end of the movie. It's not because I use the techniques of cinematography to create a sort of horror movie. It's more that they don't realize, like, wow, this is not the America that I grew up in. That we are in a different country. And of course, the significance of that is that we need to have a different way of responding politically, socially, culturally to this new situation. And so we did very well in the theaters Monday. Today is the second and last day to see it in the theater. And I made the film for the theater. So if you can see it in the theater, it's really cool. It's a very cinematic movie. But if you can't, as you said, Friday, a virtual premiere. By the way, the full screening of the film, and then a live Q&A with Dan Bongino and me to follow, and all for the price of a movie ticket.
So I know the movie, we don't have to get into the movie. Maybe you can give us just, before we wrap up, what we're finding with our audience, Dinesh, and you may be getting similar responses, is people say, first of all, this movie is important because those of us that are, Bubba and I'll be 60 next year, see, we can see the changes. But if you're young and this is the only America you've ever known since 9/11 on, you may not be able to compare the two, and this movie will help you do that, and that's important. But what we get from our audience is almost a despair of they don't feel like there's anything they can do about it. But this movie will help there as well, right?
Absolutely. Look, we are not in a full-fledged police state. Frankly, if we were, A, I don't think I could have made this movie.
Right.
B, we might not even be having this conversation. That's a full-fledged police. Once the jaws of the police state slam shut, there's not a whole lot you can do. Really, the only thing you can do and try to do is run. Get out, get your family out, get your money out. And but we're not there yet. And there are a number of ways for individuals, but also for institutions to fight back. There's a very important censorship case coming up before the court. Now, the court said we're going to hear this in the spring. It's Missouri versus Biden. And unfortunately, by deferring it to the spring, this means that censorship will continue. It's continuing now. It'll continue for the next 6 months. But guess what? I mean, the court has a chance to administer a massive drop kick to government-sponsored censorship. It doesn't mean that the private platforms can't do their own censorship. YouTube can do it. Meta, Facebook can do it. But the grubby hands of the government are likely, I think, to be pulled out of it. And that itself will represent at least some progress.
Dinesh D'Souza, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you,
Again,
sir.
go to policestatefilm.net. Find it in a theater near you today because it was designed for you to see it in a theater. If that's just not possible for you, there's the virtual premiere that will be coming up this Friday. Both of those options are available to you at policestatefilm.net. Dinesh D'Souza, thank you so much for what you continue to do for America, and thanks for being with us today. We'll be right back.
My pleasure.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
Chief Division Counsel and DOJ have approved a no-knock breach. We want the subject to be on display, doing the walk of shame, full visual impact. Any questions?
Are we becoming a police state?
Government told American citizens they couldn't go to church on Sunday.
I've never seen anything like it. It may be the Russia other people grew up in, but not my America.
FBI warrant, come to the door now!
There's a heavy banging at my door. Open up! It's 15 marked units on my property. I got SWAT in the back of my house.
They took a battering ram to my door.
6 a.m. I hear boom, 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 and hear about 6 to 8 military-style soldiers, with the tallest one of them pointing an automatic rifle at my head.
FBI, we have an arrest warrant!
Shock you out of sleep, drag you out of your house half closed, refuse to give you a warrant, ransack your house.
Now I'm facing 15 years in federal prison for doing nothing other than exercising my right to free speech.
I had no reason to be attacked.
I hope that you remember Matt's name and the role you played in killing him.
How did we give the state this kind of power?
9/11 changed everything. We're going to expand the Bureau from law enforcement to domestic intelligence. Legal shackles are now off.
It used to be Islamic terrorism. That threat has kind of dissipated.
Our focus is shifting.
They're moving to domestic extremism. It really paints anybody who's right of center.
What we need is a person to look at. And then we go find out what crime you did. If you're a pro-life, pro-family Catholic, they define you as radical. The demand for domestic terrorism vastly outstrips the supply.
When candidate Trump came down the escalators, the government had a meltdown.
We are going to drain the swamp.
We'll see about that. You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you.
The Patriot Act and FISA were used against Donald Trump. Google literally rewrote their news algorithm based upon what Trump was doing so that they could get this guy.
You just take out the word Russiagate and you put in COVID origins. You take out COVID origins and you put in Hunter Biden's laptop. You take that out and you put in January 6th. It's the replicated play from the deep state and their partners in the media.
They're not just deplatforming you. They are trying to throw people in prison.
If they're coming for me, they're coming for you.
Hands on your head! These are anti-government.
We have freedom of religion and freedom of speech!
Violent extremists, and they must be dealt with. We can do anything we want.
Police State. Exclusively in theaters October 23rd and 25th. Tickets sold only on policestatefilm.net.
Are we done?
Well,
are you done?
You wanted that for your podcast,
Yeah,
Frank.
No, I think it's great. I mean, I think it's a great conversation.
No,
I don't like anywhere you went with it, but
So the sleeping Indian didn't help?
No, I think that's probably something Al might. That's the type of thing Al would interject in there.
Tonight on Trying to Be Serious, we bring controversial guest Greg Burgess. Greg, welcome.
Well, I figured this mural thing out.
Tonight's when my friend and I decided if we really want to do this.
So they could just update it, maybe put dice in his hands.
Oh my gosh!
Good, Bubba.
See, Frank.
Wait,
Frank,
wait,
hold on.
I can save it. Why would you put dice in Washington's hands?
Okay.
Thank you.
Is Frank leaving? I got to go to break.
Frank.
Is that it, Frank?
No, I don't know. I got plenty of time.
You do? All right. We'll do one more segment with Frank.
He can't believe it. Why don't we actually let Frank talking next?
Why don't we do this, Frank?
No,
would
I like being a part of the show. I like being.
Frank, would you like to exit? I'm
good.
Frank's in.
I gave him a shot. You did. All right. We'll talk more with Frank Caliendo. Don't forget, 2 new dates added: Nashville, August 22nd; Huntsville, August 23rd. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It is 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. As we work our way back, we thank you for being with us. So Dinesh D'Souza, thank him for being with us. And the movie is out today, and then again, the virtual premiere coming up on Friday. And, these are things, Bubba, that we've been talking about on the show for a while. And, and he's right. Throughout history, one of the great ways that tyrannical central governments grab power is to scare you. They scare you into giving up your liberty, and then they take it because it's for your own good, and then they never give it back.
No, you're right.
Funny.
That's
human nature is the same everywhere.
Yep.
The forefathers tried to break away from that, but they knew we would eventually drift back, and that's why they put in so many checks and balances, and a lot of those have been eroded over the last 250 years.
It is no more complicated than what we said in that interview, and we've said on this show several times. The reason why the founders warned us about a giant central government is that they can't handle power. Any power you give them, they will abuse, and they will use it against you. And they will take your liberty with it, so don't give them any. And in the original design, they weren't given many. And what we've done is we've given them another one, then we give them another one, then we give them another one, and then we turn around and go, wow, they're abusing the power. Central governments have abused their power throughout the fall of mankind. And the founding fathers had just fled from that. And they said, look, if we set it up again, you got to have a central government just for organization. And for basically the role, like God lays out in Romans 13, to kind of keep order. But do not give them a lot of power, because any power you give them, they will abuse. And they have, and they do.
It is human behavior, sadly.
In our setup, it's not a king, it's government agencies.
Right.
It's, it's the EPA, the IRS, right. The FBI, the CIA, it just goes on and on. So
I saw an interview Tucker Carlson did. I don't know how old it is, if it's new or old, but it was hitting social media and gaining some steam. And it was he was interviewing a gentleman that was he wasn't born here. He was international, and he said the U.S. is never going to be defeated externally. It's going to be internal.
We played that yesterday.
Okay, you did.
Yeah,
okay,
did. Yeah.
And it's really an amazing perspective, because he's like, there's some major cities I wouldn't even go live in.
Yeah, that was the president
of
El Salvador. We were like third world. He said, at one time, if you're living in a third world country, you kind of desired to go to American cities. He goes, but now I can't see any difference.
Yeah, that really hit home, because I was like, wow.
Yeah. So the ongoing Bud Light controversy takes another step. We now
they've decided to go as manly as they can,
right?
And they have now got a sponsorship with
UFC.
The UFC.
UFC.
Yeah,
I said that wrong earlier.
You did.
You said
For some reason, I thought Central Florida had made a deal with it.
Can't stop thinking about Malzahn.
Right. And but so the
lake, Malzahn, beer, it all adds up.
Well, somebody emailed me, and I wasn't, and they didn't specify this, but they said, "Have you been watching Bud Light? Have you been watching them try to go back the other way and go as masculine as they possibly can?" And I was like, "No, I'm not aware of that. I haven't seen that." But I guess this is what they were talking about. One of the things they're doing. So they're going. So the UFC has announced that Bud Light is the official beer in partnership with Anheuser-Busch. So will UFC fans? This is the key. This is when you know whether your product can be saved. When the UFC says Bud Light is our official beer, does that make them like Bud Light or be disappointed in the UFC? That's where you know.
That's the question.
That's the question.
I wonder what kind of check.
Does this make Bud Light more masculine or does it make the UFC more gay?
Yeah,
I mean, that's
it.
That's the question.
What kind of check did Bud Light have to
a
write
big one.
to be the official?
Oh,
I
I
heard
bet
it was like $100 million.
I bet it's a big one.
But
is this their last stand? If they, I mean, they've
the
got
commercials
to
are trying to
do
gear them up a little different too.
I mean, they're going 180 degrees the other direction.
It's no micro wrestling, but I mean,
They're next.
sure, yeah.
If they would have turned it down, that's where it would have ended up.
Adler, you're a big UFC guy.
I am.
And where are you on this? Because you would be maybe a test case.
I think that this is a good move for Bud Light. I think they're going to be seen more. It's good. We're talking about it. People are going to talk about it. They've got the money still to fork over it, and Dana White has never said no to a check ever in his entire life.
No, he hasn't.
The sponsorship deals in the UFC are something that are talked about a whole lot because people have claimed for a long time that money doesn't really make its way to the fighters. The fighters, when it comes to professional athletes, they are paid way less than if you look at the NBA, the NFL, that kind of thing. In fact, the Bud Light had a deal with the UFC a long time ago, and this is a famous post-fight interview with Brock Lesnar, who was a WWE star who made the transition to the UFC because he had that college wrestling background. So he was a legit wrestler, so he was able to do well in the UFC, won the heavyweight championship. This is a famous interview after a fight. It's very short.
Okay.
And Joe Rogan is talking to Brock Lesnar. The UFC and Bud Light have a deal going on, a big deal. And Brock Lesnar says this about Bud Light.
I'm going to go home tonight. I'm going to drink a Coors Light. That's a Coors Light because Bud Light won't pay me nothing.
Okay.
And then after that fight,
oh my God!
So that was really bad. That was really bad.
Oh no!
And so after that fight, in the press conference, Brock Lesnar is holding a Bud Light, sipping from it, and being like, "This is so good. It's a great
Sorry
beer.
about that.
I love it.
I love our new deal."
I didn't
called
mean
into the carpet.
Yeah. So so there's a history there, and it's pretty funny.
Well, don't think that the UFC didn't realize, because you know how we are. We're all fired up about, hey, we're mad. It's died down. The people are going back probably drinking Bud Light that claim they were never going to drink it again. And they've let it die down long enough because you know how we are.
Oh, yeah.
And we love the UFC, so we're really not going to – you will see no effect on the UFC.
So it will help Bud Light.
I think so.
It will help Bud Light, and it won't be a detriment to the UFC.
That's what I think.
That's what y'all
Will
think.
they come back to being top 1 or 2 beers?
Oh, now that I don't know.
Probably. Probably.
I think just time itself would have took care of that.
This is Bud Light's way of telling UFC fans, the UFC thinks it's okay for you to drink Bud Light again.
Yeah, right. And they're going on down the road. It's going to take a minute, but it'll work out.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So I will tell you that I get a lot of emails about MD hearing. Lots and lots of them. And, dealing with this with aging parents. And I remember when Dad, even though he does have Alzheimer's, one of the things that we try to do early on is because when he was in the early stages of it, the fact that he got to where he couldn't hear only made the situation worse. So, people like MD Hearing, what they've done, we were in this situation. I remember talking to Mom and Dad and even saying, look, I'll help with this. But they found that, getting hearing aids for Dad was so expensive. It was very difficult, even when you knew somebody in your family really needed them. Well, that's exactly why MD Hearing was created. And I'll tell you, MD Hearing is FDA registered, rechargeable hearing aids that cost a fraction of what typical hearing aids cost. MD Hearing's new Neo model costs over 90% less than clinic hearing aids. 90%, okay? Plus, they are rechargeable with battery life that lasts up to 30 hours. MD Hearing recently cut their price in half. That means you can get high-quality, rechargeable digital hearing aids for only $297 a pair. $297 a pair. Of course, they've already sold, 1.5 million hearing aids. They offer a 45-day risk-free trial with a 100% money-back guarantee, so you can buy with confidence. Now, if you're still on the fence, they were selected to be the hearing aid supplier for top Medicare Advantage plans, and they are a brand that you can trust. So here's what you need to do. Okay, you ready? Because a lot of you email me about this. Listen up. Here it comes. If you want MD Hearing's smallest hearing aid ever, they're very discreet, go to mdhearing.com, use the promo code BUBBA, and get the new $297 a deal when you buy a pair. Head to mdhearing.com and then use our code BUBBA, and you get a pair for only $297. Go do it now. Nice to apple pie. Daughters, their version of Great Are You, Lord. I'm telling y'all, Dr. Dudney's got a connection. Somebody in his family is in this group, and I can't remember what the connection is.
Really?
Yeah, I remember him bringing me a CD up here one day when he came, and he said, hey, this is is it niece or something? And he said, you got to listen to them. And look, hey.
Well, just ask him next time he's working on you.
But I will say this. Look, let's just pull the curtain back. We've been at this a long time. Yeah. We've been handed a lot of CDs. And some of them are never listened to. Some of them are listened to, and they're not very good. And then you listen to them, and you're like, whoa. And I remember, and I didn't listen to it immediately. But one day it was laying in my office.
It goes in a stack, and then when you have a day you got a minute or two, you try to catch up on them.
And I tossed that baby in. I'm like, hey, they're really good. So and I think they have quite a if they're going to be at your church, everybody comes around. It's one of those. Yeah. But so really good. So but I can't remember. Somebody connected to Dudney is in this group. Hey, Rick. Hey, thanks, buddy. Boy, man, that really tied it together.
Yeah, Rick, you left that one hanging there like a vine.
Can you imagine you go to see them, you're like, hey, one of these people up here is somehow connected to that Dr. Dudney from Rick and Bubba. We don't know which one or how, but it's somebody in this general area over here.
That's it. I'm texting him.
Yeah,
that's it.
Well, you ask him, because I think I've brought this up before in the past, and I know we can't ever remember what it is.
Right.
So anyway, all right. So what's going on in the old wide world? We got
a lot going on.
We got a lot to do, and I know that it'd be fine with me if we could. But there it is. I was actually going to say, and I looked in the stack, and there it is. I was actually going to say, can we have one day? You know how sometimes we get burned out on something. We say, can we have a women's soccer team free zone?
And we
day?
can. You can declare it.
But I look, my gosh, there's another story. And,
they were showing off yesterday.
Thanks, Greg. ESPYs last night.
You had the ESPYs last night. I caught a little bit of that. That was.
We're concerned that Tracy Morgan, maybe we're trying to get him back too quick.
Well, maybe it's style. We'll cover that. He had some pretty funny material. I just don't know that he delivered it. I've never. He's funny, but I've never thought he is that A guy. Like some of the other ones that you laugh when they walk out because you know how funny they are.
Oh no, well he's not. To me, like Greg said, if you put him in certain situations in a skit or a sitcom, he'll bring some. But if you think about it, now I only know him for the characters that he's played. I've never really seen him do stand-up. But when he was on 30 Rock, his whole character was someone who was mentally challenged.
Right.
I mean, the guy was an absolute. The character he played was not was.
Well, he might pull that one off.
Well, and what I'm saying is, are we finding out that he may be closer to that character than he's acting?
I thought some of the jokes he had last night were really funny, but the crowd didn't respond to it, and maybe it's because he didn't deliver it real well. I don't know, but or they didn't know his history, or they just were not warmed up. I don't know what the deal was, but
you said the material about him getting hit by the truck and getting the payoff from Walmart, that sounded like that had some potential.
Yeah, I thought the way it was written was funny. I don't know that
he delivered it well.
He went to it kind of early, and I don't think the crowd was really warmed up to laugh.
I think you delivered it in the kitchen to us better than he delivered it last night.
Did you see it last night?
I saw highlights, yeah.
And he was also joking about his $2.2 million sports car that he wrecked 3 minutes after he had it. Said the dealer was still waving goodbye in the back. I mean, that was good stuff. It was, he just didn't, I don't know, it didn't come off.
Well, as we know, Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. Phone calls to start the hour. The real Greg Burgess on the phones, ready to go. And he'll take your phone calls now, and we'll chat with you this segment. Some things you need to be aware of. Wednesday Bible study back today. We'll finish the Revelation chapter 21 today. And a question that we're going to have some fun with, and I know it'll stir a little bit, but that's what's always fun about it, is, last week we gave you the dimensions of the New Jerusalem. And to give you kind of an idea, it's going to be from the Canadian border down to the Gulf of Mexico, going north and south, and from Colorado over to the Atlantic Ocean, going east and west. So it's a big boy. But
it goes up a little bit, too,
but it does have walls.
Yeah.
And it does have gates.
And
so,
access is controlled.
So here's the question that we will talk about today. If everybody in the new heaven and the new earth are redeemed, everybody who's not redeemed is gone. Why gates? Why walls? We'll discuss that today. So that'll be
intriguing.
So that'll be in the Wednesday Bible study today, and so that'll be happening today. Also, talk to your gang, the Lenores.
Yeah,
Tommy Lenore, he is just drawn back like a flip about this Sunday night. They kick off the Man Church discipleship strategy at First Methodist in Clanton, and he's having some, he's talking to me, he's all frantic, and then of course I reached out to Gary. I said, Gary, I'm gonna be in Clanton. Well, I don't know if Tommy and them want me down there. and I said, no. I said, they'd love to have you down there. Well, you need to be there. I mean, what, did I need a ticket or something? And I said, just come, Gary. You don't have to. I mean, they ain't asking me to cook or nothing. I mean, I could have helped out. And I was like, well, I understand that, Gary, but I don't think that even matters.
Show up.
Yeah, that's it. So anyway, that'll be Sunday night. October the 29th in Clanton at First Methodist. All the details at themanchurch.com under events. And then coming up this Sunday morning, got a chance to preach the one service, 10 a.m. I'll be bringing the message at Valley View Baptist Church in Leeds, Alabama, where you hear us on 104.7 WZZK as part of a revitalization of that church. And we're all going over there and trying to help them get back on their feet. And I have the honor of preaching this Sunday morning there. So if you're in the Leeds, Alabama area, just come. Valley View Baptist Church. All right, so phone call standing by, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Shane in Georgia. If you want to join us, lines are available now. Shane, go right ahead. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Rick and Bubba. How are y'all today?
We're good.
Great.
We're great. Hey, so just a follow-up from yesterday. I called in yesterday about the Israel-Hamas war going on, but I wanted to kind of get this in too, but there's been a lot of chatter. And Rick, I heard your comment. I mean, I listen to the show every day, and I heard your comment about, you have a great show. But I was listening to your answer to my question yesterday, and it was a lengthy one, and I appreciate it. But one particular part of your answer, you were speaking on, hey man, I've got time to worry about being a Christian and doing the right thing. I don't have time to really worry about all this other stuff. That's kind of summarizing what you said. But as a follow-up, what do you guys think about the uprising or rioting or marching or protesting or whatever you want to call it by all these Palestinian, sympathizers or people or whoever they are? And then also there's a lot of idle chatter or chatter on Facebook and YouTube and all the media websites about all these sleeper terrorist cells that are, that are in our country and ready to rise up and fight. With all these military age men that have come across our border in the last 2 years unchecked. I mean, do you guys have any opinion on that? As far as do you give any legitimacy to this stuff?
Well,
do you worry about it?
I don't worry about it. I can answer that question easy because I'm not called to a spirit of fear, so I don't worry about it. But because I know all these things are working themselves out to the ultimate end, I know that. Is there anything legitimate about it? My goodness, all you got to do is look at our history. We've had terrorist attacks. 9/11 ring a bell. So this is always something that can happen. I will say when whoever called for the National Day of Jihad, I had a lot of people freaking out. Wouldn't go outdoors and all that. I didn't. I just lived out my life, and that really. There wasn't a whole lot to that, but could it have happened, and can it happen anytime an evil person has evil intent? Absolutely. But I got news for you. There may be somebody in your neighborhood that comes in your door tonight, kicks it down, and kills everybody in the house. Yeah, but we live in a fallen world where there are some wicked, evil people, and we interact with them every single day. But you can't crawl up and get in the fetal position in the corner and live your life. Be smart, be aware of what's going on. But at the same time, I don't want to be a dead horse. I just don't live my life terrified and obsessing over those things. I mean, that doesn't mean that's the way everybody should be. That's just not how I am.
I think the thing that should be concerning is our security on the southern border.
Right.
Because we have had millions of people come into this country. I mean, China couldn't put an army together to march in what we've had invade us from Mexico.
Right.
And we don't know who these people are. There's no way we've had time to vet them and do paperwork on them. And they are people that want to do us harm, and they get in here and they get, online and get all twisted about something and then do stupid things. So even we have some homegrown ones that do that. So there's always concern, but I echo what Rick says. Don't live in fear.
Well,
and there is a difference.
Yeah, and we're not called to. I mean, the scriptures are clear about that. We're not called to a spirit of fear. And if we're gonna, there's a good kind of fear, and that's the fear of God, and a fear of God's authority. Which I wish that we get more of that instead of being afraid of the things we shouldn't be, and having no fear of what we should fear, and that's God Himself and His wrath, and his that in the day of His wrath that is coming. But the good news is He's given us a window where He offers redemption. And to me, that just is the most important thing at the forefront of all of it. I'm not really part of and I think sometimes, sadly, the church gets in this, that it's almost like I'm trying to make people more comfortable while they go to hell. And because when you're talking about eternity, I mean, it goes back to, I don't know which one it was. I don't know which one's Penn and which one's Teller. But whichever one was the Penn and Teller guy, when the guy witnessed to him in line at one of his shows, he said, I don't fault that guy. If that's what he believes, if he's not witnessing me, how evil a person is he? If he believes I'm going to spend eternity in a lake of fire, that'd be like somebody knowing a bus is about to come down the curb and tell me to walk out in the street anyway and saying they didn't want to bother me by saying be careful about the bus.
So, Rick, what you're saying is, and I agree, it's good to be a hellophobic.
It is. I think that if you want to be concerned
That's
about
the fear
something,
of busting the gates of hell wide open, which, by the way, it has a gate, too.
That's right.
Everybody's got a gate, y'all, except our southern
Of course,
border.
your church going to knock that one down. Anonymous, you're on the show. Go ahead.
Hey, is this me?
It is. You went by anonymous, so hard to call you by name.
First time caller.
Thank you.
I run into I have a job where I ran into some significant atheists, and he started talking about the Epic of Gilgamesh and how Noah is just like copying from the Epic of Gilgamesh. I've seen that a lot, like people saying like, hey, this part of the Bible or this account from Exodus or whatever is simply copying some other historical works or something. And I'll hang up and I just wanted to listen to see what you said. I was doing some research today because I fell into that trap of not having a good defense for, because that's not something I really knew about at that time.
Let me ask you this.
I don't know what that is. I've never heard of it.
The story of Noah is pretty old. If you trace it, I mean, you're talking, gosh, you're getting close to 6,000 years. Give or take. So what historical document or story are you referring to? I'm not familiar with that.
I've never even heard of that.
It's called the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Can you spell that?
I can try.
No, I don't even know what that is.
Gilgamash, something like that. It's old. It's supposedly it's older than the biblical account and stuff like that. And he made some other references.
What's that got to do with what's going to happen to this guy when he dies?
Oh yeah, I know. I agree.
I mean, what's his
totally
plan?
Agree.
What's his plan? Okay, so you're Gildash or whatever. But here's the thing that Bubba and I have said, and this is the thing you want to think about.
Yes, sir.
So Almighty God. Now, if you don't believe in God, then you can go down the road of Gildash or whatever. But Almighty God, who breathed creation into existence, is what I believe, and I've seen the power of God in my life to completely transform me. Why do I believe the Scriptures? Because it radically changed my life. I see God's power in it. Like Paul said, there's a lot of reasons I believe in the resurrection and the power of the resurrection, and look at the change in my life. That's one of them. But what I would say is, so he wouldn't believe this, but I want to caution you. We really believe that somehow God is just incompetent when it comes to his word, that human beings can circumvent God and get around him, and they can put out false narratives about God and make up stories, and God couldn't do anything about it. It just went into his holy, inspired word, and men they tricked God. They overcame God. They were smarter than God, and they came up with all these fake stories and all this fake stuff. Why in the world would these men in the new covenant, why would they give their lives on something they knew they were making up? They would never do that. Now, you might give your life for something you didn't know was a lie, but you're never going to be martyred for something you know is a lie. And they changed their whole attitude when the power of God came over them. So I would tell the guy, as an atheist, I guess you could believe that. But as someone who believes in God, you got to believe that human beings can trick God and put out a fake version of what he said.
Awesome.
And there's nothing he can do about it.
it.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't believe that. So, or I just don't believe in God. So thanks for that, buddy.
Yeah.
Appreciate it very much. 17 minutes past. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's got two elements, content and delivery.
Yeah.
And you got to have them both. You can't have one without the other.
He went after a few.
Funny because the first people that were presenting an award, Odell Beckham was in it. And he's like, Odell Beckham, what? But
Right,
he was joking.
that was the joke. He
Yeah.
was like, anybody that leaves New York and goes to Cleveland is in the witness protection program, and then was like making fun of him. He's like, he's down there, I'm up here, and then he turned around and he was actually up there, and he was like, oh crap,
it was a funny situation. It just didn't come off. Funny.
All of this seems to have potential. Was it just
I
not
know.
delivered?
That's why I was going, what is wrong with this? Because these are funny jokes, but he's not delivering them good, and the crowd is not laughing like I think they should.
Well, again, is Tracy Morgan always in our preference doesn't deliver comedy the way we prefer, or does he not deliver it as well since the crash?
Well, that's a good question.
Yeah.
It may be that it's just me. I may have had sun poisoning from being out at the golf course all day with Braden and just wasn't in the mood to laugh. I don't know.
No, the Twitter sphere, they went nuts. That they've been dogging him since the opening monologue.
Well, they dog
social
everybody.
media.
Yeah,
right.
I mean,
true.
yeah.
But that's why I'm kind of making fun of that. But in the same sense, letting you know you're not the only one.
Okay.
It just didn't land like I thought it had the potential to land. And I was sitting home, I was pulling for it. And even a couple of the recorded skits that he did, I thought had potential, but it just didn't totally deliver, you know?
And I didn't see any of it. Did the women's team cut up or something on that too, or was that just in general?
I did not see
I didn't
their
hear
part.
their speech. I'm sure they had to talk about women's rights and everything else.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we're looking back on the ESPYs last night, and we do this sometimes. You know, sometimes it can be the moment, you can be distracted, and you think, okay, well, maybe this was funnier than we thought it would be. I mean, it was funnier if we hear it again than it was last night. So we've asked Speedy to pull up some of the opening monologue from Tracy Morgan. And Bubba, maybe because when I heard y'all talking about it, it just seemed like it had so much potential. And and maybe it's better than you remembered, or just in the moment it didn't hit you right.
I thought the material was good, but it just, I don't know, maybe if the crowd had laughed more. Having a good laugher in the crowd or a good crowd that laughs makes it funnier. That's why we play laugh tracks, on things.
Let me ask you this. Is it possible that the sound and audio crew could have done a better job of giving you a more mic than the audience? Maybe they're laughing more than you can hear?
Maybe it was because they just didn't sound like they were warmed up. It sounded like they all found their seat and they were kind of nervous to be there and didn't know what was going to happen. And maybe he came out a little hot. Maybe he should have warmed them up. And, some of the jokes were pretty funny. Or maybe some of the people did not know his history of the accident that almost killed him.
Right, or maybe everybody in the audience was, walking on eggshells, trying not to offend the U.S. women's soccer team.
Yeah, I mean
you don't know that. So let's hear some of it.
The crash. You want the crash first?
Yeah. Let's start with sure.
Okay. Sure. Courtesy of ESPN.
As you may or may not know, I just got into an accident with my brand new $2 million sports car. It was one of the most expensive cars out, and I owned it for like 3 minutes and 37 seconds. I mean, the car dealer, he was still waving goodbye when I got hit. And I called my wife and I said, Booby, I got into an accident. She said, yeah, how much we gonna get? I tell her, I'm sorry, Booby, it wasn't a Walmart truck. It was a lady driving a Honda Civic. She said, yeah, well, how much she gonna get? My wife think getting hit by trucks is a job now. She was like, you need to get up off this $5,000 couch and go on the turnpike and look for another truck. You ain't been hit in 4 or 5 years. Your uncle said there's a railroad coursing down by his house. You know Amtrak pay out good.
Well, I want to tell you something. Listening last night, the applause was not that loud.
Well, see, that's the point.
That's either been remixed or added because it was not that loud last night.
And that might have been a miking issue.
Yeah, may have been.
So
I'm like, I don't know. The material was okay, but
I think it could have been delivered so much better. I mean, that had some potential. If you deliver that, I mean, that could have been gold.
There's people, and to me, that, like you said, comedy is a lot of it is delivering and the meter and the pauses and the facial expressions.
Do you think because of his delivery, if you're there live, you can't really understand what he's saying?
And
you're leaning in, going, "What he just say?"
I wish his delivery was better because that was fantastic material. I mean, it had potential to be very funny.
Yeah,
but I watched everybody in here. Y'all didn't laugh at that a bit.
Mm-hmm.
We're back 23 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Bubba, you and I were talking about this earlier. A headline today. I didn't even know that Kevin Sumlin is now an assistant. Well, he may not be very much longer with the Maryland Terps. I had no idea.
I didn't either.
But Maryland football coach Michael, is it Locksley?
Yeah.
He says that his assistant, Kevin Sumlin, is not with the team this week because he was arrested in Florida over the weekend for a DUI.
Yeah, Michael Locksley, former offensive coordinator at Alabama, is kind of following the Nick Saban rehab program here where he takes coaches, and brings them in and works them out. But the statement today says Kevin Sumlin is not with the team this week following his arrest in Florida over the weekend on a charge of driving under the influence.
So there it is, and they're saying, of course, it's disappointing and all this, but Bubba and I were doing a bigger discussion in one of the commercial breaks on Kevin Sumlin. It feels like to me that Kevin Sumlin has so much potential, but he's one of those people that never meets his potential.
Yeah. We've had Kevin on the show before, too. He's been on here a couple of times with different things.
It's like he has, every time you look at him, you go, I think he's a good football coach. I think that he, can do great things, and he'll dabble, and you'll almost think he's going to do really well, and then he'll just kind of. It's like he underachieves, in my opinion.
Well, he was very successful at Houston. Was it Houston?
Yeah,
or,
then he went to A&M.
Then to A&M and didn't really pan out there. And
did okay when Johnny Manziel was there. But
Yeah, well, yeah, sure. But I mean, it's almost like he never can cross that next. Now Arizona, they were terrible.
Yeah. Was it USFL, the initial?
Yeah,
he was in one of them.
He was. You're right.
I did see.
XFL, the
so he's bounced around a little bit.
There was a graphic that showed up, I guess, over the weekend, and it showed Jimbo Fisher's record up until this point, and Sumlin's record up to that point was better.
right
than what Fisher's doing right
Yeah. So,
and there was not a whole lot of success there, so that just tells you.
He had flashes where you thought,
Well, to Greg's point,
you think, well, of course, Manziel helped that a lot, and I think he just kind of looked the other way while Manziel was there. Of course, now we see why, but the but
might have been with Manziel.
Right? He might have actually been out with him, but I think there's a lot of people. This is now we pivoted into Jimbo Fisher, that are kind of sitting there at A&M going, all right, we got tons of money, we seem to have great recruiting classes, and we can't get over the hump. And do y'all think Fisher's on the hot seat?
I don't think it's hot, but I think there's probably a lot of disgust that they haven't done better. I mean, they thought they went out and bought a Alabama type program.
Absolutely.
And it has not produced.
How many losses they have this year? 3?
Yeah, I think they're 4-3.
Are they? Oh, wow.
And they've never won the West, have they?
No.
Even when they had beat Alabama, they lost some games they shouldn't have lost when Manziel was there.
Yeah. Well,
Auburn beat them one year.
You have to watch and we were talking about this, and I know some of you are sick and tired of hearing us talking about the SEC, and I will acknowledge that a few years ago the SEC was not all that great, but now the other teams that at one time were good and had kind of fallen off, they're rising up a little bit. We keep waiting for Florida to make that turn, but they just can't quite do it. But
I think it's kind of weak this year, except for the top team.
Right? Yeah, I was talking about that. But what happens now? There's so much parity in that conference that other than Georgia, so you can have a decent team that in another conference could be, a 10-win season, with 2 losses, or a 9 and a 3. But in the SEC, that same team would end up being like 7-5.
Right.
It just doesn't take long for you to lose multiple games in the SEC if you're just a little off.
Yeah.
I mean, they might even be close games. You're like, well, my goodness, we lost again. And you look around, you're like, we've lost 3 times. Yeah. I mean,
and look what we got left.
I know. It's so
really should have won those.
I know. So it's I just don't know. I don't know what the A&M expectations are, but I assume, to Bubba's point, that the A&M fans wanted Jimbo Fisher to take them to the national championship. Like he did Florida State.
They paid him enough.
Yeah,
they sure did.
And that they would be up there with Georgia and Alabama.
And they've been getting top recruiting classes. Mm-hmm. So what more? And you still not,
Well, the thing that frustrates you is when you're a program that'll every blue moon you'll do like they did and beat Alabama or somebody, one of the top teams, but then you'll fool around and lose.
Yeah, you lose 2 weeks later. Right. Somebody you got no business losing.
His record is currently 43-24 at A&M. Now Sumlin's was
it's almost identical at the same point in time.
That's what I was saying a minute ago. But Sumlin had a little longer, but I think his was 51-26.
Mm-hmm. But look at the point in time. It was
that's what I was
like
talking about.
Game or two.
That's what. Yeah, it was. Matter of fact, Sumlin was better by a game or two.
Yeah. And here we are talking about we didn't feel like someone ever got to where he should have got.
Right.
But does Fisher, how much longer does he get a pass?
Well, I think that contract's ridiculous.
The buyout's ridiculous.
That's in his favor. Yeah.
He brought Bobby Petrino in this year, and of course, I know they lost their starting quarterback, but the backup is not bad. But
I don't know what it is. There's something that they just can't.
Now, Patrick Campbell emailed and said, Bubba, I beg to differ. Jimbo's seat is red hot at this point.
Well, there's 77 million reasons why he wouldn't get fired. But
they gave him the stupidest buyout.
I know. That'll cool down a hot seat right quick.
His agent.
If you think Coach O will walk to the door for his buyout, Fisher will walk in a second for that buyout. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
What is it? Is it the way he's saying it?
I think so.
Is it that voice or something?
Been the Giants for the Browns, but then messed up his name while calling him up as a presenter. This is a strange moment here.
Another thing I don't like now, players changing teams. Anthony Davis went to the Lakers. Kawhi went to the Clippers. Odell Beckham Jr. went from my Giants to the Browns, and Odell sitting there acting like it was a great idea. The only reason people leave New York to go to Cleveland is if you're in the witness protection program. What? I don't care what Odell thinks. He's down there and I'm up here. Y'all ready to start the show? Presenting our first award is Gabrielle Union and, damn, old Beckham Jr.
He flubbed that.
He said, "Oh Beckham."
That was a complete
He was
setup.
too quick. He was too quick.
Did you hear me? He completely set it up by saying, "I don't care. He's down there." I mean, that was obviously
What does Beckham have
a
on?
written
That
joke.
was the discussion last night.
What does he have on?
It looks like
Looks like he's fixing a parachute strapped to somebody.
He had shorts on, and it looked like a top that you might go bird hunting in.
Yeah,
exactly.
You know,
and his hair is no longer white.
That's a very good description.
What is this? What is this?
Come on, Odell.
It's like he works at. It's like he works at Ace Hardware.
Well, Rick, you know,
I mean,
there was a lot of people trying to have some fashion moments last night.
Well, have some
of
good
them-
fashion moments.
They didn't recognize him when he got out of the car last night because of his hair. You know, he used to have the white hair on top, and he doesn't have that anymore, and no one knew that. And so he got out of the car, and they were like, "I wonder when Odell's going to get here." And it was like, "That is Odell." They didn't even recognize him.
He's dressed like all the things y'all said: bird hunting,
Right.
Ace Hardware. What in the world does he have on? I mean, you don't want to have a fashion statement just to have one. I mean, shouldn't it be something where everybody goes, "Well, okay"? I mean, even that right there, I might think that's a little bit ridiculous, but at least it has some.
Beckham?
It has
That's
some.
last year. I
Yes,
guess.
last year it has some style to it. But this year, like it looks like the guy that showed up to take us quail hunting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like y'all get up there. The horse is ready. We're gonna take y'all out to shoot some quail. Watch the dogs work. I mean, that looks ridiculous.
Speaking of what they're wearing, did you see what Cotton Candy was wearing?
No, from our women's soccer team, Cotton Candy hair.
Rapinoe?
Yeah, I call her Cotton Candy because that's the color of her hair to me.
Well, you know, again, that stand-up, before we leave that total.
Okay.
I'm trying to imagine what that would have been like if Martin Lawrence had delivered those lines, or Chris Rock, or
Yes.
Bernie Mac, or Chris Tucker, or Kevin Hart, or some of those guys. You know, it's just, I don't know. That's strange to me. It didn't hit like I thought it would hit, and I'm perplexed why it did not.
Yeah, I know. I think you hit on it. I believe
Kevin Hart, to me, he's one of those guys. He's just funny when you see him. I thought Chris Tucker was that way too. You don't see him as much out anymore. I don't know what he's doing.
Well, I think those guys.
Bernie Mac, the late Bernie Mac, would I think slayed it. God, he was funny.
Yeah. Was he?
I mean,
Was that a heart attack? What got him? What was that?
it was pneumonia.
Pneumonia.
How about
Okay.
this? Steve Harvey would have owned with that material.
Absolutely.
Steve Harvey's one of the funniest people. Just see him. He's funny.
All right, I'm looking at this. What is this he said at the close of the show after the Jimmy V Award? He said, let's. Was that?
Nothing. The Jimmy V Award. The Coach Mendez was the one recipient.
I don't know anything about it. I feel uncomfortable.
I've seen a sports.
It's a great
special.
story.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
a phenomenal story.
It's a coach, and he has no arms, no legs.
Yeah, he coaches.
And he coaches football.
No, I saw a special on him.
Yeah. It's an amazing story. I will say this for the ESPYs, and I know Speedy doesn't like award shows, and I certainly understand why.
Oh yeah.
And for all the misgivings, and there were plenty last night, there were really some good stories.
Yeah.
The young lady who was a Marine who had lost her leg and had attempted suicide, and she told what her dad had told her when she woke up in the hospital. I mean, that kind of thing, you know, that was very moving, I thought.
Yeah, that's it's an incredible story, both of them. And like I said, I saw a full special on the coach. Which,
Yeah, I did too. I saw that one. That's really good.
I was
really
like,
good.
where was I? was in a hotel room somewhere or something.
Yeah,
so.
we must have been on a trip because I think I saw it in a hotel too.
All right, we'll be back. On with it. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Relief Factor is a major player here on the old program. I'll tell y'all a funny story that has happened to me again in Relief Factor, helping out with that. Exercise, overexertion, aging, everyday living. Nancy from Tennessee says, a few years ago I was in a car wreck. I'm sorry about that, Nancy. Crushed my pelvis. Wow. Broke the tip of my hip off. Ouch. So you can imagine how I feel from taking pain meds, nerve meds, and so on. My body was being destroyed by all the side effects. So I finally decided to pull up the website and found the link to Relief Factor. And praise God I did that. I feel like a 30-year-old, and my mind is getting clear every day because I'm not filling my body full of junk meds. My sister and mother have ordered some for my pastor's wife, too. Before you know it, thanks to you guys, our whole church of old folks will be out doing things we did when we were young. So if you'd like to find out more about Relief Factor, it does work for the majority of the people who order it. ReliefFactor.com, $19.95, get 3 weeks of it. Inside the 3 weeks, you should know whether this is working for you or not. And the majority of people, including me, it does make a difference, and I hope it will for you. And you'll be the one sending us the next email. Bubba, the ever-changing world in which we live, all the different media, all the different platforms, all the different stuff. And, of course, you and I have always pulled the curtain back and showed everyone how our industry works. And whether it hurts feelings or not, if this industry cannot make a profit and cannot produce revenue, these shows will no longer be available to you.
That is it.
That's the bottom line. Now, we might go put together a little podcast you can go find and not go out and try to get any ads, but I'll tell you this, we better either be fully retired with a great retirement plan, or we better be doing something on the side because we'll just be doing it for the fun of it at that point, and we do enjoy doing it. So, our friends at Blaze Media, you can imagine anytime, you've seen all the different conservative networks go through this where, the council culture goes out there and they try to keep people from seeing certain things. I mean, it really is modern day censorship. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's not even an exaggeration. So
they're electronic pirates.
Yeah. So Blaze News, which is the website for Blaze Media, they have declared independence from, being held hostage by. They'll take people who buy ads, and then some of these different big tech companies will go out and filter and keep their information and their news stories from getting to you. Thus, that doesn't help the advertiser either. So they don't want to be held hostage by that anymore. So here's Glenn Beck kind of talking about the next move, and he said they're trying to get themselves into position so they can communicate with you, the audience. Without anyone, standing in the way between you and them with this 2024 election coming up. So here's Glenn talking about it.
Now, where are you going to get that news? My Facebook page has been throttled since July by more than 90%. So if you follow me, you click and say, hey, I'm one of the millions that I want news from Glenn Beck. You're not getting it. Only 10% of what I post goes out to people who want to read my stuff. We are a monster on social media. Monster. No longer. I have been talking to you about big tech censorship for a while. And it is time now, because we're entering a time when the attack and the final cutting of our throat, I believe, is coming. So the Blaze is about to make a major step. Blaze Media is declaring our independence from big tech ahead of the 2024 election to ensure that we can keep bringing you the truth no matter what, but we can't do it without you. Here's what happens. When we write a story, it costs us money. We get our money from advertisers. They cut all of our advertising potential. They do that by demonetizing us and depressing us. So when I have a story I want to get out and you to see, they not only stop you from seeing it, they also demonetize us so we can't make any money on it. Well, you can't do what we do without making money. When publishers host ads on their website, Google and other major ad exchanges can send bots, and these bots crawl their pages for content that they deem is unsafe for advertisers. After finding something they don't like, think the Hunter Biden laptop, something they don't like, COVID origin stories, the Palestinian stories, the truth about what's happening in Israel, the truth about what our country is doing with our money in Ukraine. When they find these things, they demand the ads be removed from the, quote, offending article, or else the entire website will be demonetized. When we say, no, this is the truth, they bury the unsafe content so deep in their algorithms that it makes it impossible for anybody to find. This is the ghettoization of media. This is what they are doing, putting us behind a wall, just like the ghettos. You can talk all you want, but nobody's going to hear you because you're behind a wall. Now, we've been dealing with this every day for years. But as soon as Biden was elected, it became much, much worse. And we are done playing the game. I've got several things to announce today. If you go to theblaze.com right now, you will see a complete redesign. This is bigger than you think it is. You will see that it has been a redesign that has news articles, opinion, analysis. Now it also has lifestyle, sports, tech commentary, and more is coming. What you will not see are any ads at all. There are no pop-up ads. There are no non-pop-up ads. There are no toenail fungus ads. There are no ads whatsoever. There are no ads that make it look like you're looking at a story, but you find out it's not a story.
I knew you would cry.
This is why this is a big deal.
I knew you would cry.
We kick the ad exchanges to the curb. It will allow us to better serve you because you're not going to be distracted by the annoying ads. And we won't be distracted by wondering whether big tech will allow us to monetize the traffic we generate. We'll be relying on your direct support for all of it. I have felt since 2010, the only people that should be between us is you. There should be no one else between us. We should have no other master than serving you. This is not possible without you, and we're counting on you to make sure that we can continue to bring you the truth, and our big tech overlords be damned. The other reason why we're doing this is we need to have a direct contact with you. You want the Blaze News, you want your programs, then we have to have direct contact or it will be scuttled by algorithms. So you know, we are taking a huge risk. We are investing in more quality content, including expert analysis, insightful commentary, investigative reporting, really good stuff in the works on that. And we're cutting out the middleman and going all in on you. Millions of people read the articles we publish every day. If you find value in this work, we're asking you to visit theblaze.com right now and subscribe to Blaze News. Costs you less than a cup of coffee per month to get quality content, the best content we've ever delivered. If you're already a Blaze TV subscriber, the Blaze News subscription is already included in your Blaze TV subscription. So check your email for more information about these changes. But all I want you to do right now is just go to theblaze.com and just look at the new ad-free experience, and you'll see for yourself how we're prioritizing you, trying to give you what you need, and trying to take everybody else out between us. This is critical if we are to survive.
So Glenn almost made it without crying, but he did get upset.
He teared up.
And he's, these news, the conservative news and all that, they're running into this.
and they're trying to find a way to be able to get the message to the audience. And if big tech is going to decide what people on their platforms can see and can't see, and devalue these things to advertisers, I guess they're saying, well, maybe subscription on the website will work just like it does on the rest of the programming. So,
interesting take at how to attack this problem. One of the things that I'm more interested in, Rick, and this is an ongoing series, different microphones and mic holders that Glenn Beck
I
has.
know.
That thing was phenomenal, by the way. That white microphone was awesome.
Yeah. I liked it coming
he's had all kind over the year. I'm always amazed at the latest and greatest thing that they've come up with.
Oh, yeah.
Do you like the white? It's very clean. Does it distract?
I like the bracket,
bright?
too, coming.
Yeah, I like his setup. I don't know that I would have gone with white, but I like the setup.
I'd like to see it up close.
Yeah, I would too. Yeah. He's invited us out there. We have to go sometime. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so the ESPYs last night, listening to you guys talk about it, I didn't see any of it, but
oh my goodness, this is so annoying. Why does it keep freezing up? Why? Why is it freezing up? Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba Live on YouTube. This is a flashback.
all bad. And,
see,
and
now
that
it's
came
working.
across as
now it's working.
Why
Okay,
we
back to the
rhyming?
replay.
All right, so,
There was a story.
Trying to be sure.
A young lady who was a Marine and was injured and ended up losing her leg, among other things. Her name was Kirstie Ennis, and we were talking about her, and she was talking about her dad and the fact she came from a military family and how the things that he had said to her after she attempted suicide a year to the date of her accident. And I thought it was very inspirational. And Adler come in and said that he knows her dad, that they actually work out together at
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah, Jiu-Jitsu.
The great George Webby, and he comes in and says he knows this dad now, and help me with the story. So she's on the ESPYs. Was she a former athlete?
Well, she is now. She climbs.
Okay.
And does
I got you.
things like that. And she was going to climb. I think it was.
Is she
her.
the one on the commercial swimming in the ocean?
I don't know.
She got the Pat Tillman Award, and Adler can jump in.
Gotcha. Okay. So you know the dad.
Yes. Yeah. So I follow Kirstie Ennis on Instagram. She is a Paralympic athlete or whatever. She attempted to climb Everest this year, but because of weather, she wasn't able to.
She got within 200 meters of the top, and they were running out of oxygen, had to turn around and go back.
Oh, man.
Yeah, she's gone to the top. She's gone higher up Everest than any other, athlete like that ever. And so I'm looking through her Instagram, and on her Instagram, there's a picture of her and her dad, and she's just like, hugging on her dad. And I take a closer look, and I'm like, that's Jeff from Lionheart Jiu-Jitsu. I wrestled with that guy yesterday.
Choke me out.
Yeah.
That guy cut off my wind.
That guy hurt my wrist. My wrist still hurt from that guy right there. And so I'm like freaking out, and I talked to him. I talked to him like the next day. I'm like, dude, is that? And he's like, yeah, she's amazing, right? I'm like, yeah, she's absolutely amazing. But yeah, funny coincidence there. But did you want to play the speech? I'll run in there. Okay.
Yeah. So this is is this from the speech last night?
So Adler said, "Dude, I wonder if he
dude, that's Jeff." And
right.
But it is kind of odd for somebody to be
It's
talking
very
about
odd.
this inspirational human being, and you see a picture of her with her dad that she references in this moving speech, and you realize you were just rolling with him over at Lionheart Jiu-Jitsu. I would think that'd be kind of an odd moment.
Yeah, it would be surreal. When you look at the picture and go, wait,
it's Jeff.
Jeff.
Oh my gosh, it's Jeff. All right, so this is
her acceptance speech when she comes out, and they've introed it and played her story, which I think, Bubba, that inside that story is what you're talking about. But here's her acceptance speech.
I started my mission because I didn't have the role model that I needed or wanted while I was in the hospital. Now, when I don't have the fight within to continue putting one foot in front of the other, I remind myself of the people who may be watching. The young ones who need someone to be a pillar of hope, the men and women looking for some inspiration to keep going, and the non-believers waiting for me to prove them wrong. I am one of the lucky ones who came home, broken, but I am still here and I still can. So I will continue every day for those who can't. Let this be my message tonight to the athletes in this room, to people in the military brotherhood, and to everyone out there watching. Rest a moment less, endure a fraction more, and try to make peace with whatever your pain may be. It's an honor to be here with you all tonight. Thank you.
So you were saying in when they did the setup piece, she talked about the
must
moment.
have been in that.
Yeah,
that's where it was.
with her dad. So you just want to tell us what it is, or do we have that?
Yeah, well, it's about a 5-minute piece here, but it talks about her injury and how she tries to cope with it.
So just tell us what happened, Bubba. Tell us the moment you saw it.
Well, it's I don't know that I could do it justice, but she had tried to commit suicide a year to the date of her accident. And she was, you can imagine the pain she was going through trying to deal with this. And she said she missed military life. She'd got used to that. And she said she woke up in the hospital with her dad over her bed. And, paraphrasing here, was kind of getting on her going, "What are you doing?"
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. Hey, da-da, 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 da-da. All right, so a couple of other things to discuss. We are aging, right before everyone's eyes and ears, and we're trying our best to do a little better to age as gracefully as we possibly can. But when you're talking about us, it can only be so gracefully. There's only so much we can do. But so one of the things that we marked is when you get older, the injuries come out of nowhere, and they don't have any rhyme or reason. And you could really find yourself going to see someone for something, and when they get ready to ask you you can tell they're ready for like the story. So tell me about the accident. Tell me what happened. Were you, were you hiking? Were you, were you involved in some athletic event? And,
pickleball.
And many times, and this has happened again, I was sleeping.
Uh-oh.
And to me, is there anything more demoralizing than, well, Burge, what's wrong with you today? I don't know. I went to sleep and I was fine. And I'll tell you where this one happened. And I don't know if I'm the only one that struggles with this, is when have you ever gotten to that weird place in your sleep where you really, if someone forced you to tell them, were you awake or still asleep, you don't really know? You're kind of hung in between. You're like, I think I was awake, but some of the things I was experiencing, I think weren't real. I think I was dreaming.
You can be hung in between two.
And one of these things that I will do in the middle of the night, and I may be the only one, I don't think I am, and it can produce a calf cramp or a quad cramp. And what happens is if I adjust my positioning in the bed, and I wish so much that I could find a way to be a sleep on my back person, and I just can't pull it off. I just can't do it. I've tried, and I can't do it. And I know for my frame and everything that would be a better alignment and all that. I can't do it, and so I sleep on stomach and side. But when I'm adjusting, I don't know what it is. I'm not. I don't have clarity enough to say don't do that. I begin to stretch my body. Do you do this like a cat?
Yeah.
Where the
a little bit.
Yeah,
old cramp will get
and
you.
for some reason, I can't stop myself from doing that. I know not to do it, but my body uncontrollably does it.
Right.
and so it was happening a few nights ago, and I tried to stop myself from doing it because I didn't want to get a cramp. And I needed to get up to go to the bathroom, so I threw my leg out of the bed to get out and on my feet, trying to anticipate the cramp that was coming. and something went wrong in my left leg from if you went into the back part of my knee and you drew with a Sharpie a line that went to about not quite half the hamstring. It's just a small little area from the inside of my knee back. if I move the wrong way, it's like I'm being shocked by electricity.
Oh,
And so I was so Sean, the trainer, he always has to assess Sherry and me, anytime he comes over to the house for a workout. And he said, so how are things? And I said, overall pretty good. And I will tell you, I've told y'all many times, the days that Sherry decides to work out, I know that I'm going to be in trouble that day because she's a tattletale.
Yeah.
What a tattletale. I mean, it's like, well, now, of course, Rick may not have told you. He told you that sometimes, for a treat, we'll eat a Yasso bar. And I said, Sherry. And he goes, what now? I said, Sherry, what? Oopa loopa. And so, Yasso. She goes, well, they're yogurt, frozen yogurt bars. They're not ice cream, and they're pretty low calorie. And he looks at me and says, you eating a what? And I said, I told you about this. I didn't see it on Food Journal.
Rick, you've been a WB to the workout.
I know. He said, I didn't see it on Food Journal. No, I said, I put them on there when I.
Is he frowning at you when he's talking?
One. He goes, and he looked at me and said, well, don't do that a lot, but if you're going to do something, that's probably as good a choice you can get if you're going to make a bad one.
Those look good.
And I said, okay. So anyway, then there was one exercise he wanted us to do that I normally can do fine. And I did that, and he goes, what's going on? I said, I don't really know. And he said, what do you mean? He said, that was quite a reaction. I don't know. When I move my leg like that, it really hurt. And he said, well, what happened? I know I sent you an in-home workout over the weekend. Was it doing that workout? No, I was okay. What would you out here? We were outside, and he said, young Broderick, get back. Y'all play a little basketball out here? No. Did you been working down the farm? No. So, what happened? I was sleeping.
Yeah. I went and did this stretch thing.
Yeah, I was stretching like a kitty cat, and something went wrong.
Why does he do that almost every time you stretch?
And he's like,
he turns his head like a dog.
Yeah, and then he goes, I don't even know what's wrong. What are you talking about? I said, it's right here. He goes, I think it's a quad muscle. I said, no, it's further down than that. Huh? What was it, your hamstring? I don't know what to tell you about this. I don't know what it is. I don't know why it's right there.
Now you're just pointing?
Yeah, right here. I that thing if I take my leg and I try to do it was it was mountain climber. I said if I try to do a mountain climber with my left leg, it just. I said it's like I've stuck my leg in electricity. It's not a cramp. And it's not that old sore, stinging thing of a pulled muscle. It's literally like a nerve, like electric shock.
A high pain.
Yeah. You got the, what's that, sciatic problem?
Yeah, that's what he said. He used that word.
Is there a tingle? Is there a tingle?
I think one of the big markers on how old you are is can you still cut your own toenails?
That's a great one.
Oh, wow.
And, so I work very diligently in making sure I can get my foot up high enough to do that.
That's your marker.
Can you still do it?
That's your marker?
Yeah.
I thought it was tying your shoes.
But, if you, back to your point, a lot of times when you get it up there, and you'll get.
By the way, if you just joined us, he's talking about his foot,
yeah,
and he's talking about cutting his toenails.
And you get a cramp in the bottom of your foot.
Oh my goodness!
Which to me is not as bad as the calf cramp.
Oh,
but it's real bad because the sides of your foot almost touch each other. It feels like it's just rolling up, and you're like you got to flatten it out somehow.
And the little piggy went wee all the way home, starts shooting out.
With the nerve pain, Rick, is there a tingle? Is there a tingle at all?
Little tingle.
That's not good.
What does that mean?
It's not good, I'll tell you that.
What you don't know?
Oh, I know about nerve pain.
Yeah.
And when you feel that little tingle, that means more's on the way.
Oh.
I don't walk around feeling it. I just can't make a certain movements. So I'm thankful for that.
That's good. Do y'all stretch before you get out of bed, like on purpose, or is it on accident?
On accident.
I stretch on purpose. Otherwise, I get hurt.
No.
Those first
You know what I'm talking
steps.
about? I call it the cat stretch.
Yeah, I just stretch because it feels good.
You got to do it. You got to stretch.
You lay in bed stretching?
I do.
You wake Aaron up, stretch?
Well,
I do the same thing.
You got to.
What about when he goes over to his notes? Hurt himself stretching like a kitty cat.
And she said she woke up in the hospital with her dad over her bed, and paraphrasing here, was kind of getting on her, going, "What are you doing? You're trying to finish the job that the enemy couldn't do, so you're going to take your own life."
Right.
And she
That's
said
a great point.
that really hit home with her and gave her a whole new outlook to that she was given a gift to come back, and I think in her words, even damaged, that she had an obligation to carry on for those who didn't.
Right. Yeah, and that it's a great line. It's a reality check. You're going, okay, so you survived when some of your other, brothers and sisters in the military did not survive, and instead of you taking the life you've been given, you're trying to now accomplish what the enemy was trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
You're giving them what they wanted as opposed to standing up as someone who survived their attempt to take your life.
And it wasn't just her leg. She had vertebrae damage. And
I'm sure.
Jaw broke and, everything else. So it was a horrific accident.
Well, and, I've talked to people.
Injury.
And sadly, even dealing with something today which is unrelated to injuries, but still, having people who get to a place where they can't seem to get out of the darkness, and then they think, well, let's just end it. But I've talked to many people when you talked about this particular situation. Bill Searcy, just recently, John Thomas, who both had to have really extensive internal surgeries where they rearranged organs, cut off pieces of your internal organs, restructured them, and they talk about when you're waking up, like she did, you're in so much pain, and you're so. And both of them, I can document, would begin to say, now I don't know her spiritual situation, but they were saying, I need you to start praying, and whoever they could reach out to that was in their inner circle, because I feel the darkness and the despair of, I do not want to feel like this. I do not want to do what it's going to require to come out of this. Right. I'd rather just go on.
Right.
You know what I mean? And you certainly can, until you've been there, you don't really understand that moment. But so I can understand, because I've had friends that were like, this is such a horrible feeling to awake to. I can feel the adversary. I can feel the darkness pushing on me, saying, look, this isn't worth it. I mean, you'd been better off just to not made it through this.
Right.
So I certainly understand that. So I great job by the dad to say what she needed to hear. That was that little word that took her in a different direction. And now, look how
tough love.
Yeah,
I'm sure that was not easy for him to say.
We can all say that. I hope we really believe it, but but I can tell you this, and I don't just say it. I believe it, and I know it. That's the only people that's ever helped me.
Yeah.
These people that patronize you, they don't do you any good. You know what I mean? They don't really love you. They don't love you enough to tell you the truth.
Yeah. Rick, here's about what Bubba, so it can really bring it home. I found it's about 35 seconds in the piece, and here's where we pick it up.
Right.
Being stripped of the Marine Corps, I was honestly lost.
On the 1-year anniversary of her accident, she tried to kill herself.
Luckily, I woke up to my dad, and he said, "You've got to be kidding me. The enemy couldn't kill you, and now you're going to do it for him." And I started to really reflect on my life. I may have been broken, but I made it home, and there's a lot of guys and gals that never did. And if I couldn't live my life for myself, that I needed to live my life for them.
Well, there you go. So that's that was the perfect word. So great job by Dad there. And being willing to say what needed to be said, and giving her the right perspective, and now she's embraced it, and that's that probably motivates her to this day.
They're coming to take me away, haha! They're coming.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Coming from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world on various platforms, live and archived. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. That's when you can catch it live. If that doesn't work for you, then you can catch the archive, which is available on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel pretty soon after, within the hour after as well. Say hello to Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and hello right back to you.
We mentioned kitty cats in the last hour. This was a story that we talked about years ago too. So we have everybody. Let's see, Helmsy and Adler are the only two that would have what we call really young children. The rest of us all have adult children now. And you kind of forget some of the things you did as a dad. And I told y'all this story several months back when one of the one that just got married, one of the ones that just got married, because we've had two sons get married this year, within 30 days of each other. Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks, guys.
Well, get it all done.
Thank you, guys. By the way, if that was daughters, it couldn't have happened.
No,
no. But anyway, they're now telling me things that I did as a parent that I had influenced them. And I'd like to hear something good.
Yeah.
And one of the things ties into this story is that my son said that, Dad, do you realize that in my adult life, that one Chinese restaurant that you messed with us about, that I never have eaten there because I thought it was true? And I said, what are you talking about? He said, you told us they serve cat meat.
Rick!
And he said, you were messing with us that we were eating cat meat one time in there. And he goes, I never went back to that restaurant. And I said, what are you talking about? He goes, you never told us that wasn't true. And I said, did I never tell y'all that I was just messing with you? And he said, and you also told us that white stuff that they put on top of some of this was packing material, and that we shouldn't eat it. And I won't eat that stuff. And I said, we're talking about the spongy white stuff that looks like noodles, but it's white and looks like styrofoam.
Yeah.
I told them that.
Just like
I told it was made from packing materials. And but I never went back and
you
told them
got to go
different.
back and clear that up.
Well, this is not going to help. 1,000 cats.
Big number.
That's a big
cats.
number.
Start
1,000.
at 1 and count to 1,000.
I know. I think it's a huge number. As a matter of fact, Wingo said he saw that many ducks.
Yes, sure he did.
1,000 cats.
At least
All right. 1,000 cats rescued in China. And this is what I don't.
Who rescued them?
From being slaughtered and sold as pork or mutton.
Or
mutton, which is sheep.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. So they weren't even they admit we're getting cats, but we're going to call it something different.
Yeah, they just pretended it was there was a different
Well, if you
meat.
don't know the difference, no harm, no foul.
I'd like to know how it tastes. Before we were all being all bad.
Who in China cares enough to save these cats? Because I figured
it was actually police.
It says police in China.
Well, it says they were tipped off by an animal activist
Here we go.
group.
Can you have animal activists in China?
Well, the fact that if they were going, hey, we're eating cat, I guess the violation is we're selling you something under false.
They intercepted a vehicle that was traveling that transports the cats that they get,
Guys.
and busted them.
But we do have too many cats.
And that led them to the place.
Yeah, they just added 1,000 to it.
Yeah,
they do. There are too many stray
There's
cats.
a lot of cats.
We're not eating a cat.
Why not?
They said they got tipped off and they started watching where this supposedly was happening, and they patrolled it for over 6 days, and they noticed that the truck was ferrying cats and making a round to a slaughterhouse and back.
Mm-hmm. So there you go.
I mean, even the Chicoms don't eat cat.
Bubba, I love.
It's supposed to be pork. Right?
I love
chickens are looking up, going, "What's the big deal?"
Yeah, I know.
Well, I will say this: if you
ain't nobody rescuing us,
if you stay in the white meat genre, then you might can get on your high horse a little bit. But once you go to dark meat, when you go to dark meat,
are you going to do the dark meat thing?
Well, I'm talking about any animal; it's all the same. I mean, if you're eating,
well, we've eaten a lot of different types of animals, and I will have to say there is, the preparation is key. But when you really get down to the meat part of it, there's not that much difference.
Not dark meat. White meat, it's a different experience. No, that's fine. If you could eat a chicken leg and a cat leg.
I did when I was 5.
Yeah, right.
You were 5.
Yeah, I don't eat chicken legs
as
anymore.
a grown up. I didn't eat them. No,
that's
would you move past the chicken
I'm chicken breast. Chicken breast.
If there's no chicken breast, but just a chicken leg, do you eat a chicken leg?
I don't.
I really no.
So you starve.
Do you ever eat chicken at
I just
restaurants?
eat another meat.
Yeah, I do. I love.
Yeah, but I get grilled chicken breast.
Mm-hmm.
If you eat like a taco
I
at a
love a
Mexican
chicken leg.
restaurant, their chances are they're using chicken thighs because chicken thighs taste better.
No, they will throw. I've noticed that.
People are all on fire about chicken thighs.
I love them.
Yeah,
Give them to me. If you don't want them, send them my way.
But what I don't understand is because these certain animals, they just got a better PR campaign. We know there are certain cultures that think we're weird for not eating dog because they do.
Right.
Yeah.
So who are we?
And there's some we think's weird because they won't eat a cow.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So what it is,
Crazy. It might
really,
be
whatever your culture
ancestors.
demands, and I didn't know the Chinese were anti-eating cat openly. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So I guess they aren't.
You know, even in our culture, there's some folks that don't like venison or deer, and we've pointed out all along. I mean, they're the lean, mean. You know, really, when you get down to it, they're the wide receivers, and we're eating cows, which are the linemen. You know, it's a much leaner meat.
Yeah, I just don't want to eat like an animal that I can sit on my lap and pet.
Well, that's the point. But what if you didn't? But what if they never were domesticated? I mean, guys,
that'd be no different than eating chicken then.
If you eat a squirrel, you better not say anything about it.
Which I won't. But there was a time
I've eaten squirrel.
I've eaten squirrel a lot.
But if you eat a squirrel,
I've eaten rabbit. Rabbit's good.
If you eat a squirrel, do not get on your high horse about eating dark meat.
It's a rat with a fluffy tail.
We used to eat rabbit sandwiches all the time. Barbecue.
I love
Our
rabbit.
grandmother made rabbit. The only bad thing is sometimes I had some shot in it from the shot.
Well, you
gotta clean that out.
got to try to get that out when you're, preparing it.
That and dove.
I actually will order rabbit at a restaurant.
Rick,
I did. No, I have. It's great.
I don't want to eat rabbit. Again.
I love rabbit.
I ate it as a kid. But
I love rabbit.
Really, Peter Cottontail.
I like rabbit.
Yep.
So are they in trouble for slaughtering cats or for pretending the cats are pork and mutton? Is that the problem?
I think that's probably it. Like I said, even the ruling party wants to know what they're eating.
Like if I've got but if I put, say, a food trailer out and it was called Kitty on a Stick, and I'm being straight up about it, am I okay?
You'd have to have someone well versed in the Chinese culture. I don't know.
Right.
It does say in the article
North
that they're
Korea, I think
passing
they'll
it
eat
off to what you're saying is the mutton or pork, but it's really cat, and it's $4. It says here that the operation can sell a pound of cat meat for $4 by passing them off as something else.
But can they sell cat meat and say you're eating cat meat?
Yeah, what he's saying is it legal to do it. Are they in trouble for the cat? Or are they in trouble for misleading?
There is later down. It says there's calls for stronger protection of the cat.
I don't see cats struggling. It looks like to me they're doing fine.
It looks like China has banned the selling of dog and cat meat.
Hey,
but those wet markets, y'all, they're selling pangolins and bats and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Lay it on the ground.
I wanted to
you go
pull
by and look
pangolin
at
out
it.
of nowhere.
Yes.
Okay,
It's
what is a
awesome.
pangolin? I don't know.
Remember, we researched it one day. It's a weird looking.
It's like an
little,
armadillo meets an anteater.
Yeah, it's
that
weird.
tastes
Good
good.
night.
Have
There
y'all
you
ever
go.
wanted to
Let me
have
eat
an
that.
anteater as a pet? I think that'd be pretty cool.
That'd be awesome. They'd eat all the ants out of your yard.
That old weird tongue they got.
Oh boy, I could reach out.
You talking about an aardvark?
That thing looks like a dinosaur.
Imagine if you needed the ketchup though with that tongue.
I know that I can go to
What if
certain.
you could train him though, and you gave him like a cool name?
Oh, that would be cool.
Like Ed the Anteater.
Yeah.
And he could go out and he would do tricks and stuff with that long tongue. Like he could get the mail out of the mailbox for you and bring it in. It'd be a little sticky, but he could go get it.
Sure.
Roll the trash can, something like that.
I know that I can get venison at a restaurant. I can get rabbit at a restaurant, quail at a restaurant. But can you go? I know that I get deer meat from a deer processor, but is there any commercial version of like going into the store and there's deer meat?
I
don't know.
I know people buy it from processors.
Yeah, you're
I guess
talking
it's
about raised and just
like farm
new
them.
cattle.
Yeah,
I
don't think so. I don't think so.
I don't believe so.
They got like ground bison at my grocery store, but that's
bison is
Elk is really good.
I mean, elk.
Yeah,
Nail guy's good.
Nail guy's real good.
I ate a buffalo burger at Ted Turner's restaurant.
Really,
Ooh,
the
look at
nail
that
guy.
in Atlanta.
If they were going to herd and raise something, nail guys.
That was some good meat.
Really good.
Devil's horse.
I don't think they can keep it hemmed up. Though is the problem. Keep running through the fence.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Come off full speed. Now, somehow the delusion that a lot of older men get that we somehow are still as strong as we were when we were young, and this was a very good strong side tackle. So the strong side tackle demolished and pancaked the coach just as he had done the rookie time after time again. To which the coach, which ties to our story today, got up, turned around, and said, "My gosh, son, you've messed this thing up so much, can't nobody do it." So anyway, I think the Democratic Party, they have created such a bizarre environment that they can't even live in it, because now we have all the little spat between Nancy Pelosi and really the group of four, but the leader of that little four, the one that gets the most headlines, is the notorious AOC. And it sounds like now that the notorious AOC is going to suggest that Nancy Pelosi's attack on her, she's being singled out, and so are the other three, because of their race.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Nancy
They're down to
Pelosi is a racist.
So they're down to that.
Good
Well,
gracious.
Singled out because, and the quote is, women of color.
Women of color.
Women of color.
Okay.
The four horsewomen of the Democratic Party, we are women of color. And Nancy Pelosi doesn't like us because she's an old white woman, and we are four women of color. And keep in mind, these are all Democrats.
Now, the feud between the two, and it's been going on because most of the times, Rick, when you go to Congress and you're a freshman congressperson, you get in line with the leadership. The leadership puts you in committees. The leadership dictates what bills come up, how they vote on them, what they want to do with them, and then you're supposed to get in line. Well, that has not been the case with these four, and especially notorious AOC. The feud escalated a few weeks ago when Congress passed a border funding bill that the four young Democrats opposed. Pelosi discussed the bill with those in her party who opposed it. In an interview last weekend, she told the New York Times, all these people have their public whatever and their Twitter whirl, but they didn't have any following. They're four people, and that's how many votes they got. So she's saying they're basically, Congress is 430 some odd people. They got 4 votes. Yeah. So that they ought to get in line with the leadership. Now, notorious AOC told the Washington Post on Wednesday that the persistent singling out by the speaker may be more than just outright disrespectful. She said that she really believes that this persistent singling out, it got to a point where it was just outright disrespectful, the singling out of newly elected women of color.
Unbelievable.
See, this is the thing, and I love that Nancy Pelosi's caught in her own trap. See, I believe that Nancy Pelosi is doing what Bubba said to begin with. Look, I've been here a long time. I'm in leadership. You four freshmen, not women of color, not even women. You four freshmen that have just joined the team need to show respect to those of us that have been here, and you need to work with the team for us to move forward. Believe it or not, we may have some wisdom that you don't have yet, and you need to get in line. Now, they certainly have the right to express their own opinion. I got no issue with that. But see, they can't.
Well, they have the right to, but they're not supposed to.
Right.
They're supposed to get in line. But hush up.
I will say this
the
now.
way it works.
Now, am I going to have fun with Nancy Pelosi being called a racist?
Yes,
of course I
absolutely.
am, because she can't wait to call President Trump or anybody else one. But what I really believe the truth is, and this is what I think when they make accusations almost every time, there's no truth to it. I do not believe that Nancy Pelosi is after these ladies because they're women of color. She doesn't like the way they're behaving, no matter what color their skin is.
Right.
However, this is the world that you have helped create, Nancy.
Yes.
So welcome.
So eat it.
Yeah, so eat it. You got it so messed up, can't nobody do it.
Swim in the punch bowl that you have mixed up.
Yep.
There you go.
Enjoy it.
So lean in, racist Nancy, and enjoy.
And look, Nancy Pelosi's crazy too, but
As
I
an
think,
outhouse rat.
I think notorious AOC and her little posse is even further out off the ranch. And I think Nancy is trying to enlighten them to the fact that if you really want to get rid of Trump, we're going to have to band together here, and you're going so far to the left, you're alienating a part of our base.
Yeah.
And we've got a story about that today. Robert Johnson, that created BET.
Oh, yeah.
He's saying that, hey, the economy is going great. You may not like Trump, but he knows what he's doing with the economy, and he's saying that the Democratic Party has got so far to the left that he can't support them.
You talk. It is 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. And we'll do some phone calls before the hour is done. But, we're learning a lot about, with this conflict in the Middle East, about how the Israelis operate militarily. And, Bubba, you noticed a story that, and I think I saw something about this as well, but about the Linus group.
Yeah, they have what they call the Linus unit.
Now, not Linus like Charlie Brown,
no,
like a lion,
a female lion.
A female lion.
It's in the part of the Israeli Defense Forces, the IDF. Now, this unit, Rick, is made up of a commander and 12 soldiers, all female.
Mm-hmm.
And they are sent into very specialized situations. Currently, they have been credited in this current conflict with 100 confirmed kills of Hamas fighters.
Mm-hmm. That doesn't surprise me in the least.
I mean, no, it doesn't me either, because we know they're meaner than men are.
No question.
I mean, no doubt.
No question. I understand that men can be dangerous because of the way men are made, but when it comes to a resolve to destroy, I think women, I would much rather. I mean, you see this. We tell stories about this all the time, guys. Anytime we have a project going on, these grown men doing the project, contractors, subcontractors, they have no fear of us, but they're terrified of our wives.
Yeah.
Terrified.
Yeah. Well, they Rick,
see Gary's terrified of Sherry.
They said
won't
that
cut under that tree.
they have been credited with fighting off a terror attack on an army base. They helped to liberate an area that was right on the border, and they have also been working, it looks like, in retrieving some hostages. So they're multi-talented, it appears.
It did say there is a little bit of a setback. They're really only good for about 1 week of the month.
Hey,
and but during that
That's
time,
Rick. Send it right to him. Don't even copy me.
They'll kill hundreds.
Paramount Plus has an original show out called Linus, and it's actually special op from the U.S., but their whole thing is they train operatives to go and become friends with wives or girlfriends of a known terrorist so they can infiltrate that group and then take the main person out. That's the whole premise behind the movie. It's pretty good, actually.
It's a really good show.
But if you like the CIA, operative Navy SEAL type of movie, that's kind of what that's about. But this here, you got you a whole group that are like, hey, we're
special forces, right?
Special forces, and we'll go get you.
Highly trained Israeli women ready to kill.
Yeah,
they one of them is quoted here saying, "We are going to eliminate terrorists." I mean, that's their thing. They just say that's what we do.
Yeah,
it's kind of like the movie. I hate to say the name of it, but y'all know which ones I'm talking about. The Brad Pitt movie where they were Jewish in World War II, and I'm not going to say the name of it.
Oh, Inglorious.
There you go. See?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, boy.
It's twice as fucked up today.
I mean,
technically, it's not a bad word.
There he goes again.
It's legit.
But their whole group was put together to go behind the lines in World War II, and Brad Pitt, he had this real funny accent. He said, "We're gonna kill Nazis. That's all we do."
Careful.
But
he's gonna say it. Greg's gonna say it.
But no, think about this though.
Here it goes.
He's gonna say it.
No. I'm just saying.
How about
this
when the
all
bear,
female?
Hey, how about when the bear came out of the cave to question the suspects? You remember that with a baseball bat? Woo, they were serious.
Yeah.
All female special forces. Mm-hmm. Have you ever seen a group of cheerleaders try to get along? Imagine if they had weapons.
Oh, wow.
They'd be shooting at each other.
I know,
it's over
right.
with.
Well,
they're not going to get along.
They try to take their rage and put it out on the enemy.
That's right.
You focus on somebody.
They've got targets.
They said they started to have them mixed in with another, men, kind of a biracial deal, and they said the men got tired of being told how to drive the Humvee. So they basically just let them have
gender.
Yeah.
Just like
one of them shot one because she gave her dirty looks. They don't like that.
Right. So they worked.
But
it was going to
imagine all that though worked up, and then you have Hamas terrorists. That's you've got the green light to go after.
Well, I want you to think about this, okay? Because they're using their meanness in a positive way.
Look how young they are too.
But you're required in Israel to serve
both men and women.
Yeah.
And so, matter of fact, my assistant coach served.
Highly
and
trained.
She has a sister that's serving right now.
Highly trained.
Yeah.
Yes.
Highly trained.
Well, Tim Wilson, we used to laugh about it. He had a whole comedy bit, when he was still with us. He married an Israeli woman, and she was the one that got up to check about when there was a noise in the middle of the night.
That was his quote.
She let her go take care of it because she could put together an M16 in the dark.
Dr. Ruth, the old sex lady.
Yes.
She talked
You
about
don't have to call her that.
But everybody knows who
Listen.
Dr. Ruth is.
Anyway, she
It's so
was
clear
trained.
when the
She's
medicine wears
Jewish,
out.
and she was trained, and she was talking about how she could shoot a weapon, and she was qualified and all. Even when she was just old,
Yeah,
she did.
That's good, great.
I think
Dr.
so.
Ruth.
I can't help what her profession was. I just thought it was kind of neat.
But we all knew it. We'd have to be told.
Dr. Ruth.
You served to
Picture
your
Dr.
father.
Ruth in that uniform. Right
I don't want
there.
to picture Dr. Ruth doing anything. Right?
Rick, some of
She was
those
pretty
girls look
graphic.
like they could be cheerleaders at the local
To Greg's
college.
point.
Calm down. To
Yeah,
Greg's
which,
point.
you've
Easy,
ever seen how
Tiger.
cheerleaders treat each other? They all get mad.
I was reading that this all-female squad, they have a really hard time deciding which MRE to prepare. They can never decide.
Right. See, we're even afraid to do these jokes because we think they'll come after us.
I started mumbling.
We're not doing it. I threw out my sexuality, my gender. I mean, we're just rambling around because we're afraid of them. I mean, I want y'all to think about this.
She's
okay?
still alive. Dr. Ruth's still alive. She's 95.
I want you to
Good
think about
night.
this.
Well, and she may be over there fighting.
I still have lots of it.
Yep, she's still at it.
Listen to this. Right now, you're told the following one of two scenarios. You're just a random person. Hey, the guys, Rick, Bubba, Greg, Speedy, Hams, Adler, they're upset with you and they want to have a word with you. Or, hey, man, all the wives of the show are furious and they want to have a word with you. I'd much rather sit down and face us.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. You remember my wife told the builders one time.
That made me scared to
Me
even
too.
say that.
Don't say that again.
Right.
My wife told the builders, I want to punch you in the face right now.
I know.
And he
She
got
told
worried.
you that, like,
Right. Yeah.
She said
Yeah. He said, your husband probably does too. And I was like, yeah.
No, right. I just wouldn't have voiced it. I just wouldn't have voiced it.
Right.
I was thinking it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, she was pregnant and ill. Let's just say they weren't meeting their deadline. But,
Oh, yeah.
anyway.
They've got that hormone factor.
Yeah, she snapped.
It's
She
a
was
game
like,
changer.
Oh, yeah.
Those hormones, buddy,
Hey.
buddy.
It's a burr under the saddle.
But they're hearing voices the rest of us are not.
Yeah. None of that.
Sure are.
I mean, and buddy, they can go into they can get a resolve to get you. You know what I mean? Resolved. The Linuses are coming. Oh no!
Here they
Oh no!
Yeah, I mean you can't get a group of women that are bent on coming after you. There's nothing you can say this will look bad. You can say don't do this. This is what if they're after you, it's over.
Do you think we ought to have a couple of years of military service in our country?
If after I didn't have to do it, I would say yes. But you know,
It wouldn't hurt. I could have used
I
that.
love putting that on other people.
You're right.
This
think-
generation.
I think from a maturity standpoint, it's desperately
100%. I will tell you.
I agree.
No. I'm going to say this, and I think I've said this before.
I
On the
could
show.
use
The lack of fathers would make a big difference too, I think.
I think I said this on the show before, but I remember it, and it was What's Eating Scott Gorosky. I was talking about, how far do I continue to make my sons play football until it's their choice. He said, well, you got to figure that out because he said, right now for us, it's the closest thing to the military we got. And he said, and so the benefits of military and the benefits of football can be similar. So hold them in as long as you can.
Oh yeah,
because it'll do them some good.
that's right.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
About the president of BET.
He was the founder.
Oh, he's the founder.
He sold it. He sold it for a few $billion.
Yes, and good for him.
Did well.
Yes,
Good for him.
absolutely.
He created a product that had an audience and advertisers that were happy
Did a
with
good
it.
job.
This is his quote. He said, "The party, in my opinion, for me personally, has moved too far to the left." He says, "And for that reason, I don't have a particular candidate that I'm supporting at this time." He says, "I think at the end of the day, if a Democrat is going to beat Trump, then that person, he or she, will have to move to the center, and you can't wait too long to do that." In other words, we're going to have more of a central candidate to compete with Trump because we're so far off the ranch. Even he can't.
Hearing him say that, knowing he was a huge Clinton supporter, ought to just enlighten everybody.
Well, Clinton was the master of moving to the middle till he got
Yeah.
elected.
I know.
And then he'd come back and say, well, now,
Wait a minute, it's much worse than I thought.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Hillary.
Oh, he was
I'm
a
talking
Hillary.
about- he was
person?
a Hillary person.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
yeah. You talking about somebody who didn't know how to run a campaign?
Yeah.
Hillary ran a terrible campaign, and she's just a bad candidate. And she's so delusional she can't realize. that. Hey, you just
that's
aren't
what
the
I'm
candidate
saying.
your
Is
husband
this guy was he was all about her.
I see.
But the
And
point
so
is,
they've
Bill
gotten
Clinton
so far.
did do that. Bill
Yeah.
Clinton did do that, and that's how he got elected.
Bingo. Hillary should have followed her husband's strategy. She might have won.
Yeah.
But all
don't
notorious AOC and her outlandish behavior, her outlandish comments, her and her little gang, all that those four people are the best campaign ad for Donald Trump he can buy.
And let me tell you what
And they don't get it. That's the point.
And
They don't see it.
You're right. Here's what the four do, especially AOC. The Border's an example, whatever. Now Nancy's been caught up in this. They will just make something up and start screaming foul on anybody, anywhere, at any time, including Nancy Pelosi now. Yeah. Well, you're against us because of our color. And who created that environment?
Well, that'd be Nancy Pelosi and her gang.
Yep.
So they're all caught up in it.
Yep.
It's like, Rick, it's like a circular firing squad. You may shoot somebody in the middle, but you're going to get everybody else too.
And meanwhile, just like Jim the Crazy Sign Man, Donald Trump stands over in the corner with a sign that says, "I'm over here if y'all need me."
Yep.
And the economy is churning. 15 minutes past, more Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
3 to 5 armed Iranian boats attempt to storm a British oil tanker in the Gulf.
Yeah, it's in the Strait of Hormuz there, Rick, where they're
Watch
having
it.
all the problems. And, that's fairly close. The Brits grabbed an Iranian oil tanker last week that they said was headed to Syria, which is in violation of the UN rules on supplying oil to them. And they warned the Brits that they would retaliate, and they tried to with, as my story says, 5 Revolutionary Guard gunships tried to force the tanker off course and into Iranian waters, so then they would have an excuse for grabbing it. But good for the tanker, it was being escorted by the HMS Montrose, and it locked its guns on the assailants and radioed and said, "We're locked and we're about to sink you, or you can leave." And they decided to leave.
Okay, so they did say we're not as committed as we were to begin with.
They appeared that they thought, "Hey, they're serious about this. We're out of here. We're bugging out."
Does Iran ever wake up on a day and say, "Today, let's not start anything"?
Well,
I mean,
Rick,
it's
and you know this new thing where they're enriching uranium, and they go, "We're going to build a bomb. We're going to build a bomb. We're going to build a bomb if you don't give us what we want." I mean, do we realize that that's not going to ever work out? There's no way you can appease that kind of behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And because they're always just going to come back and go, "Well, we're going to build a bomb. We're going to keep enriching, keep enriching." Because they're beyond what you would enrich these now for power plants. So they're headed toward the point where you can use it in a weapon. So at some point, we're going to have to go, "Well, we're tired of this being held over our head. We're going to have to end this." And it'll be terrible.
Yeah, it will. I mean, it's one of those things that when you keep hearing about, like I say, these threats over and over again, and then you have these sorts of attacks, and you, at some point you have to decide. Okay, of course, now one thing you keep bringing up, which is interesting, and we think likely that's the Israeli special forces, but every time they get a scientist that starts working on it, that scientist disappears. And they have to go get another one. But
their progress has been slowed over the years,
well,
Rick, due to the people putting it together keep disappearing at red lights.
Right. So anyway, but you're right. There's the phone troll music for those of you that are not watching on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, phone troll starting now. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All 10 lines are available. You can join us now. So dial up, all 10 lines working. Speedy is on the phones. He'll get you lined up, ready to go. Calvin Speedy Wilburn is his name. And so he's ready. You can Dial right now. Now, 30 seconds a pop will be the limit. The buzzer will be our friend. Boundaries are a blessing. There'll be no meaningless shout-outs. There'll be no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, nothing like that. This is designed for you to bring in the most information that you can by asking a question, making a comment. You see how it works, and then we'll get to the next caller. So that's good news if you're trying to get in that we have 10 lines. It's also good news if you're in line, because now the line's going to be moving faster in front of you. So dial us up. A couple of things, mypillow.com/Bubba. Go there right now. You can get the 2.0 King and Queens at 50% off. Also, the new My Towels 6-piece set, all types, all colors, 50% off. Men's and women's sleepwear right now, 80% off, and there's other savings there. Go to mypillow.com/Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com. Look for the sponsors button and click there. We continue. Let's go to Brian out of Missouri, the Show Me State. Brian, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing very well. Hope you guys are doing well. I'll be quick again. I called in a couple weeks ago about the transgender thing, but I had a couple recommendations for you, so I'm hoping for a timeout. First off, on your side sleeping, put 2 pillows between your knees on side sleeping.
Okay.
2, y'all are totally underappreciative of Adler. I hate to tell you. I do love hearing Greg. I love hearing Greg rag on Adler, though, so I'm kind of conflicted.
That's right, yeah.
3, deer, the deer you guys have.
Oh, we had a longer list.
Yeah. I think there was a time that Adler was underappreciated. I think that era is over. I think Adler is quite appreciated.
I wouldn't make fun of him at all if he was underappreciated.
Thanks, Greg.
I wouldn't even know he was
There's
here.
no.
Let me tell you what,
Thank you,
he's
buddy.
one haircut away from being regular.
He is.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
close. He is our most close to an alt-right person that we have.
I wish we
I'm
had
trying.
a picture of his first day at work.
I do too. Well,
He had them ear gauges in.
right.
Greg, thank you, buddy,
Yeah.
for bringing that up.
But you remember, there's no greater act of love than for Greg to rip you to shreds.
Absolutely.
Oh,
It's all part of it.
Yeah. And he comes right back with it, so whatever.
We
I'd like to
continue.
see somebody feel bad for me.
Ben, Greg, good luck with that. Ben in Alabama. Ben, go ahead. 30 seconds. You don't garner a lot of that. All right, go ahead, buddy.
Yes, I would like to talk about the Israel-Hamas war.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Putin is saying that Israel and Hamas stop fighting while he's over there fighting Ukraine. He's a thug.
True. Yeah.
I don't know that Putin is exactly the guy you want to go to for logic and discernment.
No credibility there. Stephen Trustful, ZZK. Stephen, go ahead.
Morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
So the new Trump campaign video has surfaced. I don't know if you guys have seen it.
No.
I've seen one, but I don't know if it's the newest one. Tell us about it.
Somebody did the AI video mashup, and it's really just the 2 minutes of Trump images and clips edited over the Warren Zevon song, Lawyers, Guns, and Money.
Okay. Haven't seen that one. Joshua, South Alabama. Joshua, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Morning, fellas.
Hey.
I was just calling in. We've been doing a lot of advertising. Y'all been doing a lot.
What happened? Hello?
Hey, this is Tom again.
Who?
Is that better? This is Tom, Fell City.
Jump down to
Not
town.
good.
I don't know what happened there.
We had a caller and call back, sir. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I don't even know what happened.
What about Tom?
Yeah, let's go
Foul
to Chris in Florida. I don't know what just happened on this phone system.
We heard a pop and everything changed.
I will tell you this. I saw Tom, Super Tom, the engineer, snooping around the other day, and I said, "You got some concerns about the phone system?" He said, "Well, we just had one. We're going to upgrade this pretty soon that just completely went down in another studio, and I'm coming and checking on y'all's."
Oh, boy.
But we're not to that point, but that was odd just then. Florence, Alabama, WLAY, Chris. Chris, go ahead.
Morning there, Biggins. How's it going?
We're good.
Rick, I just wanted to ask for some spiritual advice here. I know it's probably a phone troll. Hopefully I don't get buzzed. But I feel like that I've been going through some spiritual battles, and I've just now started going through a spiritual battle. I finally made the decision that I'm actually going to try to be the spiritual leader of my home, and it has.
Time out, Rick.
It is been a real tough last few days. We're also in the process trying to get ready for a move, and trying to sell a house and all this stuff, and it's just been like it has been a real bad attack. And I've just been reading some of the signs, and I feel like that. I just wanted to see what you thought. What were some of the signs would be a sign of a spiritual battle?
Well, there's one thing. There's always a spiritual battle that's going to rage, especially if you ever declare that you're actually going to be devoted to following Christ. And in this case, I'm going to take the role, which we all should as men, as a spiritual leader of my house. Once you decide to do that, now you're ripe for attack. So what I would do, I don't know if you're doing this or not, you and your wife need to pray together every single day. And there needs to be a tremendous amount of prayer. You need to be in the Word of God together. And this is the point where you cling. I do this when I go through these spiritual battles. In my mind, figuratively, I picture myself getting up every day, wrapping my arms around the waist of Jesus, putting my head on his chest, and saying, please don't let me go. I don't want to be an inch from you as I walk through this day. And you really do need to be very intentional and aggressive about being sure the house is covered in prayer, that your marriage is covered in prayer, and you need to be devoted to Jesus in a way maybe that you never have before. And you'll see a supernatural peace come over you. But spiritual battles are part of it. But the one you feed is the one that wins. You feed your flesh, that's going to win. You feed your spirit, and then the power of the Holy Spirit's going to win. So that would be my advice. Be real intentional about which one you feed.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for trusting us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Let's go to Casey in Sweet Home, Alabama. One time out left. Casey, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was just earlier you were talking about college football and all these people that are getting tired of the SEC, and I just got to looking back, and I actually looked it up, and since 2006, there has only been 3 other teams outside the SEC that has won the national championship.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's an incredible era. It truly is. And sometimes the league itself, like Bubba talked about a little while ago, won't be that strong, but the team that is strong is so good it can beat any team from any other conference.
Yeah. We going for its 3rd in a row.
Let's go to Steve in Alabama. Steve, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Man, I'm so tired of working my day job. I can't even think about nothing but hunting. I can't even focus on what I'm doing. I'm thinking about being up there chasing them whitetails. So I'm planning on quitting my job and trying to make a living out of just hunting. Planning on doing this by the weekend. If y'all got any suggestions, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah,
I say go for it, pal.
I'd check that business plan on that one. I didn't really get how you're going to make it.
Yeah, one of those things costs a lot of money, and if you cut off the money that's coming in, that's probably not a wise decision. I think you're joking. I sure hope so. Tom in Pell City, ZZK. Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, I was watching the news last night, and there's an actual Jewish person teaching the Jews how to arm themselves and go to gun lessons and classes.
What are you saying, Tom? What are you saying?
Who?
The what?
There's a guy that I saw online on TV, the news, and he said it's a Jewish guy.
Jews. I couldn't understand what you were saying.
Jeez. Yeah.
Sorry. Jewish guy teaching these Jewish people how to arm themselves and get ready for war.
Yeah, well.
So they're trying to get them start packing.
You mean in Israel?
No, here in the U.S.
Oh, okay. Because I started to say the ones there are trained.
I will say though, if you with what's going on and people calling for a worldwide jihad and all that, if you are a Jewish person, you probably do need to be able to defend yourself. We all need to be able to. But I can see if because they might be targeting you because you're Jewish. Sure. Joshua's the one that got cut off. We got him back. All right, Joshua, you're back. I don't know what happened, so our apologies. Go ahead.
Good morning, big ones. I was just calling in this morning to ask a question about the men's ministry. Y'all been doing a lot of advertising about tickets and what have you lately.
Yep.
And I'm just wondering what are you boys doing with the proceeds that are being made off the men's ministry? Are they going back into the ministry, or is it just a profit type of situation?
No, I will tell you this, Joshua.
That's my question.
Yeah, anybody that wants to question the fact that we, sell books, sell tickets, this kind of stuff, if you'd like to sit down with us and try to make men's ministry work without we put more money into it than comes back. If you're trying to make a profit, men's ministry isn't the way to go. So most of it, if you look at the curriculum we put out, each curriculum by the time it's done costs about $40,000, and we've done 5 of those, or we have a 5th one coming out. Of course, any of the materials that we print cost, when you go into a conference, your overhead, is going to be there as well. But and then when we send guys, like I'll give you a perfect example. If you'd like to be part of our high profit men's ministry, we sent speakers to Louisiana, and the only way we could do it is to fly them there so those men could be reached and discipled. And we're not talking about a $20,000 conference. We're talking about 150 men. And I think that what we've got back out of that was about $3,000, and the trip cost $8,000. So if you'd like to join us, you certainly can, because of what we had to do. But no, there's nobody that's going to be able to do this full time. I promise you. And if you would love to come along with us and be part of it, we sure would love to have your help. But we try to provide for ourselves through these things without asking for donations. So, and now there's not a lot of money left. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They're the people that keep threatening that they're going to do something, and we certainly can. We all right. Let's try this, because I'll try to look for common ground, regardless of a political affiliation. Now, undoubtedly, the Obama administration and John Kerry did not fear this, but so maybe there are these people. Do we agree that it looks pretty clear that Iran having a nuclear weapon is bad?
Rick, I would say
that's not good for the world.
I would say yes.
I would say that's not good for the world.
And then once they get even a crude one, then you have to handle them differently at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably better to go ahead and deal with them before they get that, because you're going to have to deal with them eventually anyway.
And now, where are we on Trump's invitation that they should all sit down and talk?
I don't think they're wanting to talk.
They're not?
No, they'd rather try to grab ships out in the water.
Request denied?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so
well, at least he could say I tried.
Right. Well, you always want to document that on paper.
And we know we were about to go after him, at least on a limited, attack, and it was called off at the last minute. We still don't know why. Trump said he didn't want to kill civilians, but I have a feeling there was another reason we're not privy to on that, and that's still out there. That's undone. So beware.
Well, and certainly no one ever wants to kill civilians, but I made the point to I hope not. But what I said to Bubba though, and you can, and I do really, my heart always breaks for people who live under these tyrannical dictators or these tyrannical governments, and the reason why we don't allow it to happen. And you think, here I am just trying to get up and live my life, and I'm living under a political situation, tyranny, and these idiots keep getting my family and me bombed. But at the end of it all, when you get in these situations, you have to be fair. Most of the time, there's certainly been exceptions, but most of the time, civilians are killed by the behavior of their government, not by the behavior of your government's enemies.
Right.
Your own government got you killed by the way they behave, and by the threatening the rest of the world, and death to Israel and death to the West. Sometimes Israel and the West get tired of that. And
you got to protect yourself. Yeah. And now that you look like you're on the, you're getting very close to having a nuclear device of some type. And I don't think they would be reserved about using it at all.
When you have evil dictators or a tyrannical government, like when an enemy of your country says, we're good as long as you don't violate what we agreed on.
Right.
And then your government violates what everybody agreed on, and then the bombs start raining down. Well, that's your government that did that.
Right.
Because it was clear, no raining of bombs unless this.
Right.
And then you violate that, and then the bombs rain. So who got you killed? The country that rained the bombs, or your government for getting the bombs bringing the bombs down on you? So, we have to look at this from all angles, not just always from one angle. It's a little more complicated than that. Because if you scream death to Israel and death to the West, and then to Bubba's point, you start threatening to build a weapon that you could actually damage Israel or destroy it and the West, then Israel in the West may decide, I guess we're not just going to wait around till you lob that over here on us, right? I mean,
well, we've had countries that we've acted proactive with,
Right.
and we've had some we did not. And the situation today, I think, is much better, even though some of them have been messy, with the ones that we were proactive with.
Well, and I'm with you. It's probably another reason. I certainly understand President Trump's concern, and most humane people should have that concern. But I also don't want the president to be naive. This idea that somehow, and you want to try it, certainly if you can find a way, that I'm going to destroy an enemy or break their will to continue, but I'm going to do it in a way that not one person gets killed that I wish didn't get killed.
Well, you can't. You can't.
That's always been a terrible strategy.
Mm-hmm.
It's certainly to be applauded, but I'm afraid that's the mentality of a child. It's
well, I think that's just what we're being told, really.
Right.
I don't think that played, and I think we probably
we've seen us try it.
Yeah,
we tried it.
I think
somebody puts up a baby factory sign, in English, and we just fall all over ourselves.
Yeah. I think we probably had some asset we were trying to target,
Right.
and we lost it where we thought it was.
Hopefully so. All right, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big Butt. We can tell you that our ally, the British,
I kind of wish they'd have gone ahead and fired on them. There've been 5 less little boats we had to worry about.
Or 3, based on one story.
They'd be 0.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. As we work our way back, we thank you for being with us today. So I do want to hit one more thing, though, because I know where the caller like Joshua, and he's right to ask those questions. I do want you to know that, because you hear this sometimes, well, shouldn't all these things be free? And what about these speakers that are going out and getting honorariums and getting paid? I don't know. Sometimes when people start this about people that are in full-time ministry, some of the guys that come to our conference, we pay them. Some of them we don't, based on what their situation is. But the ones that are getting paid and the things about people doing full-time ministry are just getting paid for the ministry that they do when they're out teaching and whatever. The Bible clearly says that they have the right to that money, and we should give it to them. Yeah. So I know sometimes that's demonized or whatever, and I would give you some verses. Philippians 4:16 through 19, Acts 6:12. And then there's others. Paul talks about it, and even Paul even said that in some of the churches pay him, and he has the right to it. He said, I'm not going to ask the church at Corinth to pay me because they gripe about it so much, so I'm just going to provide for myself. But he said, I have a right to it. I just don't like your attitude about it. So I'm not going to have you holding that against me. And he says, now my other brothers that y'all are paying, that you are supporting, they have a right to it, and we all do who are doing this. And so the Bible does not frown. Now, do people need to be good stewards with money? And are there charlatans out there? Of course there are. But this concept of, hey, there's people being reached and discipled, and the people that are doing it are getting paid when they go out and do it, or their expenses are covered, or they're being supported. Scripture says they have the right to it. So that isn't wrong. Now, what I said to you about trying to make men's ministry work and all the expenses and all this stuff, that is true, but would it be wrong for all the men who work on those conferences, and some of them will, that they leave with income for their family? There ain't nothing wrong with that. That's not sinful. And as a matter of fact, we should be supporting them. And, right now I've got a day job, but if I didn't have this, or even when I go out with a day job, if I go out somewhere and I travel and I go and I preach and I teach, Scripture says if I am given a speaker's fee for that, I have a right to it. That's not sinful. Yep. So I take issue with some of you that take an attitude that somehow that's questionable, even if it were the case. But I have no problem being open about everything we do and how we do it and why we do it. And everything that we can do for free, we certainly do. And the things that cost money, we try to recoup that money. And yes, there are people that get paid for what they do. How about this? When Adler helps me put together curriculum, I pay him for it. You know why? He ought to be paid for it. Mm-hmm. Is it helping reach and disciple people? Absolutely. But he has that coming. when I go and teach and preach somewhere, if sometimes I get paid for it, sometimes I don't. When I get paid for it, I have a right to it. That's not sinful. Now, sometimes, it costs more to get somewhere than it does. That's all right, too. I'm going to do what God called me to do. And in our particular deal, we do conferences. We just started doing them because, frankly, we wanted a conference to have high challenge and high equipping. We were having a hard time getting other conferences to do the equipping part. We still love what they do. They just do it differently than we do. But we also, unlike a lot of ministries, like I just said, we'll go and teach 50 men in a room in some small town in Louisiana. So it's, and if you'd like to, get out of the stands and do your part, we'd love to have you. So just let me know. All right. So, Bubba, we have some stuff that's funny. So you have a reporter that gets grilled at the Notre Dame presser, and this is about the reporter's play calling in an elementary school flag football game by Marcus Freeman.
But his son plays on the team.
Correct.
Yeah.
So here this is a great exchange with Marcus Freeman and a reporter. Here we go.
Because he makes things happen when it is. All right. My turn?
Yep, fire away.
Okay. Two things, right? Second, third grade championship game. Okay. 2 trips to the red zone.
Yeah.
0 points. One play was a reverse pass that was intercepted in the red zone. You were the offense coordinator there? On that? Yes. Thoughts on the red zone play calling? What's your thoughts on those red zone play calling?
They were attacking the run so much with Nico and Nolan, I thought we could drop one over their head, but maybe the elements, the mud, the game wasn't great for them. So
it's good. That's good.
Basics probably is the way to go there.
Last question. There was a Nico Freeman in that same game that had a long run that was negated by only having 1 flag on. Whose responsibility is to make sure the young man has 2 flags on?
I think it would be the guy in the huddle, which could be me, but you might be able to blame Coach Stanley on the sideline.
You're passing blame. Come on, Tim. You got to own it now.
I noticed you didn't ask about the 4th and 5th grade thrilling championship games.
Yeah, I did. I was going to finish with congratulations on your 2 championship wins yesterday. And, head coaches get the credit sometimes when they deserve and don't deserve, but congrats on 2 wins. It was good.
D- in the first game, and I think an A in the second.
But you
game,
won.
So yes,
you found a
right.
way to win. That's important, man. So appreciate that. That was a lot of fun yesterday. So
Third row on your left, Peeper.
I thought Tim's game plan was good. They just didn't always execute.
That's right. That's the reality. That's the simple answer.
What a great opportunity for him to question the reporter about his play calling in the flag football game.
That's funny.
So also,
what if you're a coach for something like that? You look over and you see him as one of the parents. You're like, oh wow,
no, a little pressure.
Yeah, and so also we have this Taylor Swift thing continues.
A lot of people are concerned for Taylor being around Jackson Mahone.
Yeah.
Mahomes.
Yeah.
He's got quite a little track record, and people were telling her to stay clear of him.
Right.
And he seems to be really working himself into the real close to her in the box.
Yep.
It's so cringy. He's part of their little celebration dance thing right here. It's buddy, don't do that.
Oh,
that is the cringiest thing I've ever seen.
Well, it's
he's a little social media attention guy, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. He's the guy that when there's certain people that if their family member is a celebrity, they can handle it. And then there's those people, if their family member is a celebrity, it just opens up the door to all kinds of problems. Right, Greg?
Yeah. I guess. I was sitting here going,
right, Greg? You really didn't have a big comment on that one,
no?
did you? Got quiet over there.
I don't think I got any charges like he does.
Top of the hour.
Thank goodness.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, you got a big day. If you got more Rick and Bubba on tap for today, stick around. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we've been talking about baseball and umpires for years on the program. And Bubba, robot umpires debut in an independent Atlantic League.
Now, I'm pro the idea of robots getting involved, Rick, to try to make the strike zone consistent. But the implementation of it, I think, is where the devil's going to be.
I don't like them saying a robot umpire because it's not really a robot. It's
not a robot.
It's a human being behind the plate, right?
Yeah.
Looking and hearing.
Yeah.
From what we would watch on TV.
Yeah.
And the reason why, and we'll play this here, it's the announcing to the audience of the All-Star game. Don't be mad at the umpire, be mad at the black screen.
Yeah.
The reason why there's still a live umpire.
Rick, it's not a robot.
That's so funny.
It's funny though.
That's a robot umpire.
Is because
that sure is a realistic looking robot.
if there's a glitch, if there was a computer malfunction where they missed the pitch, there still needs to be someone analyzing the pitch. That way they can help with the call.
Let me ask you this: is the umpire actually making the call, and it is assisted by the robot?
Correct.
Yeah.
So he can overrule.
He's
it.
listening in his ear. He's
to
probably
what the robot thinks it is.
They are probably watching the exact same technology that we're watching in the game with a square on the screen.
Right.
And they're telling him in his ear as a strike. Hey, that's a strike.
Talking to one of the pitchers from the All-Star game,
like
they
them calling
said
it
that
a robot.
they thought the strike zone was a little high. The robot really liked high strikes. But here's
So
the
now we're mad at
announcer.
the umpire.
Here's the
robot.
announcer at the All-Star game, letting everybody know what's up.
This is independently.
If you are convinced that should have been a strike, and you need something to yell at, I want to direct your attention to that black box right up there on the skybox light. We haven't named it yet. We may have to do that. Could be an upcoming contest. But if you need to take your frustrations out, you look right up that box and chew that.
Until we can trust this system 100%, I still have to go back there with the intention of getting a pitch correct. Because if the system fails, if it doesn't pick a pitch up, or if it registers a pitch, that's a foot and a half off the plate as a strike, I have to be prepared to correct that.
Oh, I see. So they're trying.
that's the umpire.
This
there.
is a testing, so this feels better. Now, I know we're not there yet. So this is not what it will be like. They're saying you're back there. You're an umpire. Do you think this computer's getting it right? And if it's not, then this technology is not worth it.
Yeah,
if you see him call something, you go, that was not a strike. Then we're no better off.
Until there is an actual robot behind home plate, I don't want them calling it a robot umpire.
The headline said
until there's a robot with a official uniform on.
You
I
want
don't
something back there that looks like Lost in Space.
Yeah,
correct.
He's
sneaky
arms.
Yeah.
He's like,
I want Johnny Five back there calling strike.
I want to see the manager of the team eating up the robot, and the robot's like. Throws him out.
Exactly.
How about this? The robot, here's how he throws you out.
Yeah.
And you're out.
You better get in that dugout, not another word.
Mm-hmm.
Sit down, bucket mouth.
What if they made it to where if the umpire got too close, the robot would choke him? What if all of a sudden,
Rick, you remember how the robot on Lost in Space had like the lightning that would come out of his hands, when he was defending something?
Yeah.
He'd turn around and he'd give you a shot, and you're like, okay.
Okay.
Get in the box. Quit messing with those batting gloves.
Yeah. That pitch was a little quick.
All right.
That's a balk. Don't argue with me.
Get back in the box.
Yeah. Do we now put robots out there? Do we put robots out there on the bases too?
That ball's foul.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have them everywhere.
Check swing. Did he go?
So really, all this really is we got umps back there saying, "Hey, does this computer seem like it's pretty good strike zone or not?"
No, Rick, we got a robot calling the game. Didn't you see the headline?
Well,
the technology's already there. We get to see it.
Look at the box.
I got a guy with iPods on.
What you could do with the bases, Rick, is have they could change it so that the runners had to hit the inside part of the bag and the players, the defensive players, the outside part of the bag. And then you could tell which one got hit first. I mean, it would show you which one locked the other one out.
If you got true robot umpires, it changes the whole coaches' things. You holler from the stands.
Yeah.
Hey, you need to use circuit board, buddy?
Right.
Somebody agrees him.
How about a reboot?
I don't understand.
How about an upgrade?
Hey, somebody unplug him and plug him back in.
He's
Hard
saying things
reset.
that ain't there.
Is this a Microsoft ump?
Really?
That was for you, Bubba.
Yeah.
Completely for you.
Thanks.
Pipe down, buddy.
You're no better than Doss.
I think they're overthinking this. They have the technology already that we see on TV. We see the little box, and they're right.
Yeah.
That's right.
You think you know everything?
So why don't we put
Shut
a
it up,
TV
pal.
screen back there so the umpire can see it, and all the umpire's got to do is watch what we're watching and just keep the game going.
Let me ask you something about the box. What do you understand is the strike zone?
What do I understand?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
it's knees to.
Well, I don't.
Why? When we were growing up, they said
I
knees,
can't say what I said growing up,
right?
But, you know.
But I mean, when you're little
Yeah.
and you're first learning, they go knees to shoulder. But obviously,
shoulder.
it's
It's
shoulder.
not high.
No.
Yeah, but below the
more
shoulder.
like chest.
Yeah, chest. Thank you.
What's wrong with saying chest?
There's nothing wrong with saying chest.
Well,
Well,
if you-
that's not what we said growing up.
Why are you so scared?
If you watch the majors, it seems like it's knees to just barely below the belt sometimes.
There's the strike zone, but the guy's got to bend it over. But so there's supposed to be the strike
That's what you do when
zone
you
by
stand
the
there?
rules. Let's go. 6 minutes past the hour. As we start this hour, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang all here. And we hope you'll join us this hour as well. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. The Revelation chapter 21 will finish it today. Archive will be available on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel soon after if you so desire to get that on your own time. And let's welcome back Bill Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. Bubba, are you ready for our Biden clips today? Aren't those
Well, we
comforting?
got some dandies.
Aren't those
Yeah.
comforting? Here we go.
Where'd he go?
Where'd he go? Does anybody know? Hey!
Basement Joe.
So the leader of the free world, once again, he's going to claim that he vaccinated the nation.
That's a lot of shots.
That's a lot of shots, but you won't believe how he says, how he justifies us vaccinating the nation as well. You're going to love the thing he says that is absolutely incorrect. I mean, nothing could be further from the actual truth than what he's about to say, but that's kind of been his life for over 40 years. So here we go. Here's Joe Biden saying we vaccinated the nation. Here we go.
Starting on day one, in the middle of the pandemic, we vaccinated a nation, the greatest operational effort ever undertaken by this country, operational. And we did it with a strategy based on science, not on politics. Now, science is exploring whether the mRNA technology that brought us safe and effective COVID vaccines can be used against cancer.
First of all, whether you like or don't like the program of vaccinating a nation, as he's calling it, that was actually Trump. On Operation, what was it called?
Warp Speed. That was to get the vaccine made.
Right. And so he actually really laid down the groundwork for what he's talking about. And then he says the thing that just isn't true. It was completely based on politics and not science. It couldn't be based on science because this was an experimental vaccine that did not follow the normal process of us putting out a new drug because of Operation Warp Speed. Basically, we were told we're in such dire straits, we're going to have to just put together a vaccine, skip a few steps, and y'all line up and everybody get it. And if you don't, we'll take your job from you or this. And then if you said, I have some concerns about the vaccine, you were silenced and removed from platforms, which that means it wasn't science. Science would have been the conversation would have continued with scientists.
With debate.
Yeah, and scientists.
Dissenting
and doctors.
consenting opinion.
So what happened was any doctors or scientists that thought this was something to be concerned about were silenced, and only those that got in line were allowed to be heard. So it wasn't based on science. It was almost entirely based on politics.
Yeah. And I thought them using this treatment maybe towards cancer was not. He acts like it happened just because of the vaccine. I think that conversation was already.
Well, I think this is going to be a spinoff of the research. We talked about that. There's a lot of opportunity with this. It clearly is not completely dialed in yet, But it's a process, and you have to evolve it. I think he's trying to put a bow tie on a situation that was hit and miss at best. And again, this goes to the thing: if you would just admit, and this goes back to the science, that hey, there was a lot of people had problems with this, and this was the problems they were having.
Right.
Even Pfizer has it on their website now. It would make it easier to believe. Instead of you just trying to tell us that this was the greatest thing ever done and I did it, it was wonderful. How about this? I think you ought to get up there and say, look, we had a huge effort to get these vaccines. It started with President Trump. They did a great job. I took it over, helped get it out to everybody. It was fairly successful. We did have some problems with it. We're working on it, trying to move it forward. I mean, that I can accept that
Absolutely.
approach, as
Absolutely.
opposed to this constant I did and this was the greatest ever, and don't question it.
You're exactly right. That's what bothers me. I don't have a problem, as you just said. We were in a tough situation that we didn't really have any precedent on, and we did the best we could.
Yeah.
Some of it we did right. Some of it, looking back, probably we could have done better.
And that term, safe and effective, we heard that everywhere from the media, from the White House. And if you look at the purchaser agreement, that when a country buys the vaccine from Pfizer, if you look in the agreement, the purchaser acknowledges that the vaccine and materials being used in the vaccine, it's being rapidly developed due to the emergency situation of the pandemic. The purchaser further acknowledges that the long-term effects and the efficacy, the effectiveness of the vaccine are not currently known, and there may be adverse effects of the vaccine that are not currently known. That was in the agreement when these countries bought it from Pfizer. Yet what Pfizer said to the public, what politicians said to the public, and what the mainstream media said to the public is completely contrary to what is in the agreement that the countries made when they bought the vaccine from Pfizer.
And here's the thing. What you just read that was in the agreement, okay, that's not up for debate, makes sense. That should be in the agreement because that's the truth. It has been rushed to market. It is experimental. There are things that there may be adverse side effects that we can't know yet because of the emergency we're in. What's wrong with just saying that?
You couldn't say it.
I wouldn't even really fault you just saying, yeah, I can understand that. But what I don't like is when you pretend that everything perfect and went great. we solved it.
Perfect.
I mean, there's no mention of the fact that it didn't keep people from getting it after we had the first mutation. There's nothing in there about the myocarditis. That's not in there. These things really did happen. It's like we're living in, like I said, this fake world. We even have a pretend vaccine.
Yeah.
We're pretending the vaccine does something and can do things it doesn't do.
Yeah.
And has it done?
We've talked about this, but wouldn't it be amazing if we treated politicians like we do coaches? What if you were getting beat 21-0 going into half, and the reporter goes, "So how'd you play?" Man, we did great. I think the team is really functioning well. Yeah. We seem to be moving the ball well.
Yeah. Granted, we're down by 21.
Coach, you're getting beat 21-0. That's right, but man, we look good.
We're going to keep doing what we've been doing.
We're going to keep on doing
Matter of
it.
fact, I thought we played perfect in the first half.
Yeah, not going to change anything. You're not changing it. I mean, they'd be grilled. But with these politicians, you just get a pass.
Here comes Hansy Biden. Now we have a female science medical recipient, and he grabs her hand and won't let go. Here we go.
Oh goodness, he holds on so long.
The National Medal of Science is being presented
He started.
to
He's
Huda
holding her
Akil
hand.
Of the University of Michigan.
Still holding her
her
hand.
contributions
She
to our
doesn't know what to
understanding
do.
of the brain biology of emotion.
She's supposed to get a medal.
Her seminal discoveries of the
But she's
molecular,
just still holding.
Being held
genetic,
by the
and
president.
behavioral
Still holding.
Palms are starting to sweat. You know it.
Oh, I bet his hand is so soft.
Feel bad for the guy with the medal.
Novel
Yes.
targets for treatments,
Heavier than he wants
strengthening
to
our
be.
nation's
Yes.
public health,
Still holding her
including the
hand.
fight
Shoulders
to
are
end
stinging.
the opioid epidemic.
You could smile if you smile, President.
Still holding her hand. Wow. Oh no.
That's so bad.
Wow. Okay.
Did he know?
When he stands there with the mouth kind of half open, like he's.
No, he forgot he was shaking hands.
Now watch him. That we got a male science medal recipient. Now watch what happened.
Not a walker.
He gets so confused on this one, and what's so sad about what we've been talking about, all the guy really gets is coughed on by the president. Yeah. So here we go. Okay.
Oh gosh, he's trying to help the guy in a walker.
That's a bad
no.
combination.
Does he
Greg,
think he's
Greg,
taking his
what does that
walker?
move look like? Greg,
I
what
got
does-
it.
What does
Got
that move look
exactly.
like?
Now he's coughing on
Yeah. Okay. There he goes. Let me tell you, if all people need help you off stage, it's not the president.
No.
Let me say
That is not his
Recipients of the
thing.
National Medal of
That's a bad mixture, Rick. When you take a gentleman with a walker and put him on the stage with President Biden,
Not
that is
good.
a bad
Hey,
combination.
go back to when he walks through the camera. It's almost like the president's like, "Hey, that's my walker. Where you going
Watch
with
him
my
right there.
walker?
Hey,
guy's hand
Give
like he
me
wants to
my
shake
walker."
somebody's hand.
He's trying to shake the walker. He's still trying to shake his hand. Oh, now he's helping. Okay.
Now he's coughing into his hand.
All right, Bubba, everybody realizes now how dangerous the world is. Cut 3. Everybody realizes now how dangerous the world is and how Biden has got us in a world that has gone mad. MSNBC has finally found their narrative. It would be worse if Trump was in charge. Okay, so
That's what they're going with?
Yeah, they come. so here it is.
They're great.
You know, I am interested in what Liz Cheney says, Mary, but I'm more interested in when she says it. And it was interesting to me that she was out yesterday. I mean, it's the first time she's spoken since Trump celebrated Hezbollah, called them, quote, very smart. It's the first time she's sort of made an appearance since some of this new reporting has come out. John Carl had some of it, and we had it here when that first broke. And it's the first time that I think a broad coalition of Americans realizes that if Donald Trump were president right now, the world would be a much more dangerous place.
Much.
There's the narrative. That's what they've been looking for. They've got, well, how do we spin this? Hey, what about this? It would be even more dangerous if Trump was there.
It's bad now, but
I hate to tell you, but the numbers don't back that up, man.
Nope. The only president of my lifetime to not start a new war is Donald Trump.
Yeah, I'm afraid you can take their 4 years and compare them side by side.
The records stand for themselves.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, well, they don't call that high strike. They don't call that one above the
That's
belt
a little high.
much. I'll tell you that.
Well, and it's the up and down, because curveballs, they'll drop. That's a hard deal for an umpire to do.
Because it's where it goes over the plate,
correct.
not where the guy catches
But
it.
when you get off the plate 2 or 3 inches, that's the thing that amazes me the most about how they are right spot on with technology. They're umpires, I'm telling you, at the biggest level, not what we see with our kids playing, but at the biggest level, they're right most of the time.
Right. This is kind of funny. Back to the All-Star game in the Atlantic League where they debuted this thing. They said that the delay. Have you ever been and seen umpires where it's like you're leaning in, like, okay, what's the call? There's a delay.
Yeah.
The pitcher said there was a couple of times I'd already gotten the ball back. This is him talking. I'd already gotten the ball back from the catcher before the umpire made the call, because he's trying to get the call in his ear. And it started out where there wasn't much of a delay, and then there was. And then, like I said, the robot or whatever it was, it liked the high strike and not the low.
Well, that's what I don't understand. We're overthinking this.
Man, we are.
Helms, I like your idea. And you could use almost like a Google Glass type device. Let the umpire have it so he can see it.
There you go.
Immediately.
we see it.
Yeah.
We see it immediately, guys.
Yeah.
And seconds after, we have commentators talking about it. Why can't he just have it the split second?
And
How do
you
you make
like-
any sense to me? Why we got to have something
Yeah.
up on top of the stadium that people are screaming at, and we don't know if it works right or not?
Now,
We've
Rick,
got the technology.
Do you want kind of like an iRobot? Do you want that kind of robot where it like runs, or do you want the robot to stand there and have wheels?
Like Short Circuit.
I
Johnny
want
Five.
him to have wheels. I want him to look
That
like
is
a
true.
robot.
That is
So
true.
it's like, okay, it's like that?
Yeah, oh yeah.
All right.
And I want him interacting with managers and everything.
I want C-3PO. But
Yeah.
I tell you one thing, there's a reason they sent robots to the independent league. And there's a reason you're a manager in the independent league.
You know, I like that.
At Mr. Mini Mills, have you, buddy?
At least.
What about when the catcher lets the ball go and it hits him, knocks him over?
You okay with that?
I'd love that. I want the Lost in Space robot. That's my favorite.
It is the wonderful Wheel of Meat, safely plugged in and illuminated again with our friends at harryanddavid.com. Delicious cuts of meat are on the wheel today. 1-800-Flowers.com has bouquets of flowers. Moultrie's got Moultrie products. And the Rick and Bubba store has scattered items all across the wheel today. Also, Blaze TV has a subscription there. BuzzBox Coffee. There also are some potential pitfalls. But today, Bubba, we will have a special guest spinning on behalf of the callers ladies and gentlemen, Wallace Bailey. Wallace Bailey is entering the U.S. Navy on July the 15th. His dad said he wanted to come by and see the show, and we decided that we would honor him by letting him spin the wheel of meat today before he goes into the United States Navy. And so, Wallace, welcome to Rick and Bubba, and this has got to be a bucket list today.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you for your service to our country. I also love your shirt. Those of you that may have heard the message, we've done it several times over the years about the choice we make, just like when we get at Easter and you see the story of Barabbas or Jesus, and we've done a whole message about we go through the rest of our lives. So once we claim to be a follower of Jesus, then those decisions come up. Do you choose Jesus or do you choose the world and choose sin, which is the choice of Barabbas? And Wallace has a shirt on today that says, "Don't choose Barabbas."
Like it.
So, Wallace, I like that. What a commitment. Go out there and not only representing our country, but more importantly, representing our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So let's start. Now, you know what to do, right, Wallace?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so they say, wow, what a
Wow,
will,
what a
but
will,
you don't
and
spin it unless they say that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you ready? All right, here we go.
Let it rip.
All right, let's go to Beth in Albany, Georgia. Or maybe it's Albany, New York. Beth, which Albany is it?
I'm in Georgia.
Georgia. Okay, so it's Albany then.
Yes,
Okay,
that's right.
that's right. So what do you say to Wallace?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on, Wallace, turn it loose, baby. Yes, sir. I like it.
He was being gentle with the wheel for the first
You
turn.
got to ease into it, get a feel of it. Let's see how Beth in Albany, how she fares on the wonderful wheel of meat today. And let's see, here we go. Let's see. Yeah! Meat! Yeah, Beth! We go to, let's go to Cliff. 22 minutes past the hour. There goes Coach. Helmsy's going to the phones right now. 866 We Be Big is our number. If you want to join us, we'll go phone calls now. Helmsy is ready to take that phone call from you, put you up on the board, and you can chat with the guys. 866 We Be Big. Go ahead and make your move now. This weekend, couple opportunities. I'm honored to be asked to come and bring the message at Valley View Church on Sunday morning. They're in Leeds, Alabama, the home of 104.7 WZZK if you want to be there. 10 o'clock service, and then that night down in Clanton, Alabama, the home of Gary the Bulldozer Man. Hey, look, I'm glad Lenore and them are doing it. I mean, I'm going to try my best to be there. And you can come to Man Church. We're kicking off the men's discipleship strategy at First Methodist, Clanton, Alabama, Sunday night. Free. All you have to do is let them know you're coming. They'll be serving a meal, and you get a chance to get into one of the small groups. They've already got a lot of guys signed up and ready to go in the first curriculum as they'll be kicking it off. To the phones we go. Landon is in Sweet Home, Alabama. Landon, you're on. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Y'all need to look up Shane Gillis. He's a stand-up comedian, but he's got the best Trump impersonation there is. And you need to go listen to when he talks about the speech whenever the Navy SEALs catch Abu, whatever his name is, from ISIS.
You know, I wonder if we've heard him before, because people have brought this up before, and we played one guy that
How
really...
about email us a link to it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, but I know someone's called in this before. I don't know the same guy. And we played a guy that was really, really good.
The
I
best
wondered...
Trump impersonator was that construction worker.
Yeah,
that
with the
time.
hard hat on.
Yeah, I mean, he was dead.
Absolutely.
He even looked like him.
And
he may be related.
So Addo, you have this guy?
Shane Gillis is very funny, yes. He's very crude, but he's very funny.
Oh, he is crude. Okay.
He is. If y'all want to hear a
Great.
quick Trump impersonation, here's Shane Gillis doing Trump.
Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead. He died like a dog.
That is good. That is good.
He's got his meter down.
Yeah, that's good.
He died like a dog.
Chad, Gunnersville, Alabama. Chad, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing this morning?
Fantastic.
Hey, I just want to talk about the new narrative that y'all were just bringing up about, Trump was the worst. But y'all are actually correct. I'm retired military, and if you go back and pull the records, there was no war started in those 4 years. Nothing. So most dangerous, that's hard for me to believe on that side of things. But
Well,
I don't listen to the media anyway. So,
That's just another liberal anchor who has a eat up case of Trump derangement. That's all it is. You know, Betty was talking about this yesterday. She said it's almost comical.
Yep.
We've got all this going on in the world. All the news could talk about yesterday was Trump.
Oh, of course.
The whole 5 o'clock
they're
newscast.
obsessed with it.
I mean, the 5:30 network news was all about Trump and the trial and this and one thing and another. And I know, that's going on too. But you think that they dislike him so much they could talk about something else.
Well, they're terrified that he's going to be president again. They don't. I mean, they're completely terrified of it, which really probably only makes people want him more that are tired of the way things are being done.
Rick, bad news.
What?
Cher said if he is reelected, she's moving.
Cher's moving again.
Yeah.
Well, doggone it.
Bad news.
David in Decatur. David, go ahead. Welcome.
Hey, Rick. Hope you guys are having a great day.
We are.
You know, man, I got a couple of these old cars I do weddings with. I've talked to you about that before, but
sure.
I did a wedding 2 weekends ago at this farm, and it was beautiful. And they do a lot of rescue animals, and they have these Great Pyrenees dogs that guard everything. Well, during the wedding pre-wedding pictures. One of those Great Pyrenees just walked up and peed all over the photographer.
Oh, why the pictures were going on?
That's a lot of pee.
While the pictures were going on.
Yeah, better him than the people being photographed.
Yes,
I
it would have been the bride.
Just a boot soaker.
Oh, man. More like great pee on knees.
It's a pun.
I get it.
It was a pun.
It
was a pun.
John in Decatur as well. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Listen to the river. Go ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. Hey, man, I was calling about that guy that called earlier about you guys getting paid for the man's church. I applaud you. I mean, you see these. You guys aren't driving around in Lamborghinis with private jets flying you all over the place, and it's just ridiculous.
Well,
you guys are putting out a ministry that is so needed, that men need to hear, and it's just controversial. It just doesn't need to happen.
Well, a lot of times, and there's some people and that's fine, that comes with it. But what I always would pose, okay, so if you would like for everything that we do to be done at no ticket price, no anything, are you, sir, want to be the first person that goes into your account and you will cover, I'll send you the cost, everything we have, are you willing to cover it or help cover it? And usually the answer,
absolutely. Put your money where your mouth is.
And usually the answer is no. And again, you can do it two ways, but you can never win. Let's say that we didn't do tickets, all of our resources were free, and then we were always having banquets. And I don't fault people who do it this way. Always asking you to donate to try to help because we definitely put our money into it, which we do. But there's no way that that we wouldn't need help. Then people will complain because you're asking for donations. So it's we try our to be we provide the revenue that we need to do what we want to do through coffee sales, through book sales, through conferences, and through trying to make the curriculum everything. I promise you this: you will not find anyone that sells curriculum at a better price than we do for what you get. Not even close. And but yeah, usually those people like to complain. But if you ask them, would you like to help us not have to do that? Then suddenly, and then I always want to know, what are you doing to reach and disciple men? What are you doing to reach and disciple anyone? What are you doing to advance the kingdom? And if you give me a great resume, I'll go, well, good. We'll sit down and talk with us. But usually I just kind of like being the people try to poke holes in it. I don't really like to be part of it. That's why most churches run off 20% of the congregation does everything. The other 80 just sit around and complain. Yeah. Let's go to Barry in Gadsden, Z93. Barry, go ahead.
Hey guys, hey Rick, I got a question. So do you think that your two sons got together and said, "Hey, I'm going to have my wedding. Let's pull one over on Dad, and I'll tell you what, I'll do mine within 30 days, and let's just pull one over on it."
You know what? Many would say they owed me that. And so, I never thought about that. There may be actually some merit to that. I never thought of that. Well done, fellas. Look, I'm glad to get two of them married. That was great. Bottom of the hour. You might as well grind and get two of them done in 30 days. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I-92. Cliff.
Wow, what a wheel.
Left foot. Go ahead, Wallace. Said it. He said it. I was like, Greg was screaming over. Have y'all got to the point now that you forgot what it's like to have cool weather? All right, here we go. Let's see what happens.
In the winter, I can't even imagine it gets this hot. You know, isn't that funny how we forget?
Cliff, here we go.
Oh,
yeah, baby. Henry the horse. Let's see what happens for Cliff. Come on out of here, Henry. We got somebody heading to the Navy. What's wrong? Oh,
limping.
Oh, Henry.
I wouldn't limp if I was you, Henry.
Henry.
What's up, guys?
What's wrong, buddy?
Well, my back is killing me.
Why?
Why?
Well, recently, you know that girl that went viral for trotting around like a horse?
Yeah.
Well, I went and visited her, and the next thing I know, we got into some horseplay. So.
Look at him whipping out of here. Oh, man.
Oh, wow.
What a horse.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Bump, bump. We're back. Car Shield. Right now, if your car's out of warranty, this is as common sense as it gets. If you got no warranty, you better get a check out. You better get that debit card out. Because if that car has trouble, guess who's going to pay? That's going to be YOU. So why not get a protection plan from Car Shield? And I love you can go to their protection plans. They start at like $100 a month. And you can have courtesy towing, so that hassle's handled. 24/7 roadside assistance, that's handled. I've also got a rental car, while mine's being fixed, handled. And they will pay, if it's a covered repair, the ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly. So, that just makes all the sense in the world. Be ready for the unexpected as opposed to having anxiety about it by going to carshield.com/Bubba. So if you got no warranty, carshield.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. The kickoff hour talked about this one, Bubba, but we haven't chimed in, and that's been a long time ago. A look around the wacky. Ooh, baby. Let's So we have a man who has jumped into Disney World's Epcot Lagoon. Oh, yeah. After a $6,000 bet. Now, let me tell you something. The friends were talking about a bet and told the man they'd give him $6,000 under the condition he jumped into the lagoon. And then this person.
It was two ladies who run an Instagram account called Dis Family. Dis Family Adventures, and they told the local TV station they were walking through Epcot's Italy Pavilion around 5:30 p.m., and they overheard the man with his friends acting up before he jumped into the World Showcase Lagoon. The friends were talking about a bet, and the condition was $6,000 for him to jump into.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All day long I'll jump into Epcot Lagoon for $6,000.
They might have got me at $2,000.
So, Rick, now think about
How
those.
deep is
a
that?
lot of the lagoons there have alligators in them.
Well, that's actually in the park, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
So there shouldn't be any alligators in that.
He's having a harder time getting up than he thought he would.
I'm gonna be honest. That if I'm paying it, it ain't worth $6,000 for somebody jumping.
That's a little high for a jump into the lagoon
Yeah.
at the Epcot Center.
I thought he'd have to swim a little further.
Well, here's what would happen, and this is one
Where's
thing
your money?
we talked about. First of all, I want to see the money. Because with this crew, they'd say, "I'm just kidding."
Yes.
So I want to see the $6,000.
You better lay the money down.
He did scream, "How deep is it?" right before he jumped. That's important. You want to know how deep it is.
No, you do want to know that.
Yeah.
And you better go feet first in case.
Right.
Yes.
Right. But I wonder if he got, because once you get kicked out of the park, are you going to be charged with anything?
How much trouble do you get in for this?
I think you're just kicked out of the park, and I got to tell you, if I can get $6,000 to leave an amusement park,
Oh my
I'm
goodness!
in.
Oh my goodness!
All day long.
Oh my goodness! Absolutely. I've offered to pay $6,000 if we'll just leave. I mean, it's like.
And if it's hot, I'm really jumping.
Oh yeah.
Who's a trivia question with this? Who's the only person on the staff that's been thrown out of a park?
Okay, Greg. Thanks, buddy.
Did you see him look over?
Oh wow!
He says I bring that up every chance I get.
Well, you do, Greg. You
It's
do.
a great story.
Did it again.
It's not a great story. It's a sad story.
Greg, I'll have to disagree. You may have forgotten when I was removed from Six Flags for telling them that I was Rick Flags and my uncle. Six
I forgot about that, Rick. That was a long time ago. I completely forgot about that.
Did what?
But
Well-
you got removed. You didn't steal something.
No,
like
I
that.
did. Well, there we go.
Oh, there
Yeah,
it
I
is.
pretty much ripped them off.
No, what happened
Trying to
was
impress my friends.
I was in a state of mind that I didn't want to stand in lines, and so I was breaking all the lines to get on the rides, and was running rough shot over America, and I got in trouble, and the security showed up and said, "You are in trouble. We understand you keep breaking line in front of people." And this was old Rick. And I said, "Well, let me tell you something right now. You must not know who I am." And they said, "Who are you?" And I said, "My name is Rick Flags, and my Uncle Six is going to be furious about this."
I remember that.
To which I was removed.
They didn't find the humor in that, did
They didn't laugh as hard as I'd hoped.
That's a good one.
That is a really good one.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
they? Oh, you pulled one like that at Red Lobster one time too. I remember.
What did I do
Is
there?
that what you go to?
You told him that
I
you
have
were
very-
related
I have
to the
variations
owner of
on
it
it.
somehow. Yeah.
Didn't they
And
get us
you
for
would-
throwing stuff out of the sky bucket one time?
Who, me?
Yeah, all three of us. Me, I think
Yes,
Wayne
we
Lee
did.
was
Yes, we did. We got in trouble for that too.
They were
What's
waiting
wrong
on
with
us when
y'all?
it landed.
So really, we've been in trouble at theme parks quite a bit. I'd kind of forgotten about that.
It's easy.
Of
It's
course, we
easy to
tried to
happen.
deny it first.
Right. Didn't know they had numbers.
Numbers on the back.
You know, they
yeah.
have numbers on the.
That's pretty much what they got us.
Yeah.
Wasn't us.
They
Well,
can
they said it was
identify.
number 19.
And look, you look out and go 1-9.
Yeah, oh, well.
Did you blame it on baby brother, or were you strong?
We weren't trying to hit people.
we all
We were
went
trying
down-
to hit the top of the lick skillet barn or whatever it was called.
Yeah,
It was metal roof.
Yeah,
We
for
weren't
some
trying to hit
reason,
people.
it was this was at that point. It's almost like we just wouldn't admit they had us.
Yeah,
we no, we went in 19. You know, stuff like that, and
You're
it's
in
like-
it now.
Yeah,
Well,
you're currently sitting in it. See the 19 here, the little black 19 on the back. Oh, I didn't know it was right there. So,
that 19.
oh, I guess we are in
Yeah,
19.
the black 19 inside the white circle,
Yeah.
so it's easy to identify
And then
from the
and then
ground.
you pivot, like Greg said. We were trying to hit the tin roof on the minor cars.
I think
you
we
know.
weren't trying to hit the lick skillet meal or whatever it was called.
Yeah. So
I used to love Six Flags. I was
Yeah.
stoked
Oh, I
when
did
I was
too.
there.
I did
Loved
too.
it. I loved the way it smelled.
Yep. Love.
It smelled that sealer they put on the
creosote.
pavement.
Yeah, that,
Oh,
that,
man.
Yeah, boy, I tell you.
The pizza was good.
Oh, the pizza was
$35.
great. Yeah. How about them cherry berries? Remember them cherry berries?
Oh, I forgot about cherry
That's
berries.
a good ice cream there, or whatever it was, sherbet.
It was- well, that was you and your sherbet.
Man, I
Are you
love
always
cherry.
going on that sherbet road?
Cherry berry, you couldn't beat it.
You couldn't beat it. I was over eating that Nutty Buddy thing. That had
Oh,
the,
yeah,
the-
you like that one.
Oh, well, come on, man. You can't beat that.
I was all over cherry
Yeah,
berry.
the chocolate on top, the vanilla ice cream underneath.
Like the drumstick
yeah,
version.
man.
Yeah,
Starving
good stuff.
Yeah, and so but theme parks are just. I love them as a kid and a young, really more as a teenager.
Yeah.
I did not like them as a parent. As a parent, they are
Or
quite.
as an adult, as much.
they-
We had
they-
fun. We
they-
went one time.
Yeah, that
when
was
we were
fun.
growing up.
Oh,
but
I don't mind going with other adults. I just going with children.
Yeah.
and getting them
Keep
through that.
Oh yeah, it's not near as fun as when you're the children.
No, it's tough. Now
I used to like that old riverboat took an Indian shot at you.
Oh, yeah.
I love that.
You know, I always try to convince people though. As a grown up, let's not ride the logs until last thing.
Oh,
Right,
Because
yeah.
I don't want to be wet and walk
Smart.
around the park all
red
day.
rock.
You get chafed.
Yes.
Bad.
Well, you know that was
I
the,
didn't like the water rides.
no. Well, that was the thing. If you
Never took
remember,
that.
I still remember this. It was years ago on the show, and you know we were all
Wow.
in the kid world, and people were like vicariously going, "Give us pointers on kid stuff and stuff." And somebody said, "How are you on a water park?" And I said, "Well, let me give you a water park in a nutshell. Picture the theme park. Okay, I'm there. Picture it just as hot, blazing hot. Picture yourself walking upstairs to every ride, not in a line that's level.
right.
Picture holding a inner tube, and be soaking wet. There's a water park.
There's your water park.
Yeah.
In other words,
in other words, it is miserable.
remember?
Yeah.
Remember when you go on a day and it was packed and you're in there, had the turnstiles and you were walking in and out
Yeah.
like weaving. You
Oh,
kept
yeah.
passing the same person. Hey, how
yeah.
you doing again?
Yeah.
There they are.
Oh yeah.
And the lines were so long.
So long.
they were
so
long.
long.
So long.
Y'all
And,
remember yesterday, speaking of kid world, we were talking about just the joys of parenthood, and I was just like, it's the greatest joy of my life, and I wouldn't trade this life I have now for anything. On the way home, I picked up my kids from school. On the way home, because I couldn't go. There's two ways we go home generally. I didn't go Ruby's way.
Oh, she
She's
served.
kicking the back of my chair, screaming, "No, no, no, Daddy, go away forever." So you
Okay.
know.
So she has a certain way home that she wants you to go.
Yes,
Right,
right.
yeah.
One way is called the whole way because one day it was blocked off because there was a little hole in the road, so they fixed it, and that was like 6 months ago. So now, but it's still called the whole way. So she
Yeah,
wanted
right.
to go the whole way. We
So
didn't go
she
the
likes
whole
that
way.
way.
Right.
So Daddy, go away forever was screaming at me.
Forever.
You're
I like
not my daddy anymore. That
Oh,
kind
yeah,
of stuff.
they'll get dramatic.
That it's incredibly hurtful, babe.
I just bragged on the radio about how much I love
I said
fatherhood.
you were the joy of my life, not 4 hours ago. 4. So it's up and down, guys. It's up and down.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be back. We'll check anything we might have missed when the Rick and Bubba show continues. Don't forget, you can get everything you could possibly ever want to know on the Rick and Bubba show on how to get any content by going to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Da-da-la-di-da. Hey, we were talking about the new technology and all the things going on. We got talking about Uber Eats the other day, and tough day for Bubba.
Yeah.
When he discovered that he lives right outside where we in our part of the world.
Most all the delivery people, I am right. They will come within blocks of my house.
So-
Thank goodness I am in the area that the pizza people deliver.
Yeah, right. Maybe if I was a little closer, I would become your Uber Eats sponsor.
And I would say this for the Uber Eats people who draw those lines. You need to get our neighborhood in.
Oh yeah,
that would be
for
a
you
lot
alone.
There would be a lot of eating there
For you alone.
We got a lot of fat people in my neighborhood.
If you're selling food, Bubba is a recruit that if he can get on your team just made a move forward. I mean, you may save a restaurant.
Bubba, you think
You
that
know
cars just can't get up the hill?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
I don't know.
No, I think
backhoe's up there fine.
It probably has to. It probably has to do with the fact that we're in the country. We're in unincorporated county.
That's funny, by the way.
The city limits of the great city of Hoover, Alabama, stop just short of us. So.
Well,
I think they probably draw the line with that. They don't realize what it really looks like and how it all fits together.
Well, here's where it could be problematic, and I saw it. This is where it could be problematic. Okay,
I enjoy country life, Rick.
So our house, it's funny. If you saw Bubba's neighborhood, to call that country life is hilarious.
He's roughing it.
Every time I try to go see him, I get behind a logging truck. But anyway, so here's what's funny. So our house, this is now when your youngest kids are in college, then summer looks a lot different than the fall unless they're staying to take some classes or something. And I got one about to go to college and one that's home from college. So now that dynamic of the house has changed. And then now we got Frenchie. Frenchie's living with us. So I really have three, young males staying at the house. And then you don't know when they got somebody coming over. And then, you got Camtastic coming through. And, and so there's some young activity going on, but you're not really included in it because everybody's self-sufficient now. But, you just see things come through the house every now and then. And if something, you go, well, I wonder if we should address that. I mean, who is that? Did you know? Is that who is
Anybody know that?
And so anyway, all of a sudden, Sherry and I are sitting around and we're talking, and all of a sudden we hear the door just, ging gong. And everybody's downstairs, all the young people. And, then you hear a little knock, and I said, that's probably some Sherry says, well, I got to go let them in. And all of a sudden I hear Sherry, and you can tell she's addressing a stranger.
Right.
It's like, I'm Sherry. What? Huh? I'm sorry. And all of a sudden I see Sherry walk in. She comes walking. She goes, I have donuts. Huh? And I said, what do you mean you have donuts? She goes, they've ordered donuts to the door through Uber Eats.
Oh my goodness!
and so
okay,
that's good. So they had donuts.
Who do I speak to? We're gonna have some resolution here.
And look, then you said that'll do it. That'll do it. And all of a sudden, Sherry goes, I guess I'll holler down. Your donuts are here. They got.
I bet that was confusing when there's a stranger holding a box of donuts. You're like, what are you doing?
Why are you bringing donuts to our house? Well, I guess somebody here ordered them. So hey, they found in the Uber Eats lineup a donut place. And hey, Bubba, and donuts came right to the door.
And do they have? Is there a local number I can talk to somebody who handles the map?
Bubba, you're so close too. You're so close.
Who do I speak with? Helms, do they have a help number? You have to chat online. What do you got to do?
You could probably go to support.
That's funny. Chat
online.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of these on.
But Bubba, I'm telling you, this thing could be. This is like having a drug dealer. They'll just come right to your house.
Yeah.
You don't even have to go anywhere and meet.
And there's a lot of different companies doing it. There's one. I was at Wendy's the other day, and there's a different one.
Yeah, there are. Yeah. Matter of fact, if you how everybody tries to pull the game of marketing, which I respect. If you actually just search Uber Eats, the others come up before.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
They're kind of, hey, well, try us.
So, Bubba, you may.
I think
you may have hope with some other ones.
You better
Yelp
look some
at
other
somebody
ones.
else.
Yeah, you better look.
Most all of them draw the line with the same place.
Well, let me tell you, they're making a huge mistake.
And for the longest time, it was that way with high-speed internet too.
Yeah.
Oh, tell me about it.
Yeah. Out in the country, bud.
That
in the
country living, Greg. Me and you, we're used to it.
I know.
Slop the hog, feed the chickens.
Yep. Yeah. No, it's eat the hogs, eat the chicken. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thanks for being with us today. More things to cover. I do want to point you to December 1st. December 1st, honored to be going to New York City. And Lord willing, I will be there for the Daring Faith Conference, an evening with Promise Keepers in New York City. And that's on December 1st. I want to point that to you. Some of you are going, Rick, you think I'm going to be in New York then?
I'm fighting going New York City.
New York City. But what I want you to know also, they are offering for individual churches a simulcast option. If you would like to have that, you watch it at your church, wherever you live, and it be simulcast to you from New York City. If you want to find out more about that and you contact Promise Keepers, go to rickandbubba.com under events. And the link is there. So either join us there in New York City, or if you'd like to find out about the simulcast option, you can contact them. All right, so a couple of things. First of all, let's admit it. Sometimes we try to get out of tickets by finding some way to say, well, I just headed to work. I work on the Rick and Bubba Show, and sometimes that can help you, and sometimes it can make the situation worse. But you're going to see a police officer pulling over one of the New Orleans Saints, and Chris, how do you say his last name?
I don't know, but he's the top wide receiver for the Saints.
If you're male, though, Rick, you don't have near as many options.
Olave?
You really don't.
You can't cry. They don't care.
Is it Olave? Is it Olave? Olave? Olave?
I guess so.
I don't know.
Olave?
Good job.
Whatever his name is.
Olave.
Who cares? I mean, no, but anyway, it's a New Orleans Saint. The bit is the police officer does not seem to care at all that he plays for the Saints. And he does try to play the card, and you have to give him props for that. You got to try every card you got. All right, so here we go.
He was going 70 and a 30, which is reckless driving, so you get arrested for that. And this is him right after he got put on cuffs.
Get arrested for that?
Yeah.
So I need you to stand right over here by my car. Yeah. You under arrest? Yep. For real? Yeah. I'm bad, dog. I play for the Saints, man. And? You have anything on you?
And
my bad dog. He started with my bad dog.
My bad dog. I play for the Saints.
He was a Buckeye. I think he was a receiver for the Buckeyes.
I know who that
I remember
is.
that name.
Good player.
Yeah, he was.
Of course,
heck of a player.
Little brisk and a 35, but yeah.
I didn't know they would cuff you.
I didn't either. You get arrested for 70 and a 35. Arrested?
The fine was bigger.
Yeah.
Rick, I did not see this personally, but I was told one time about a young lady who he got pulled over, and it was it was kind of a nitpicky charge maybe, and she thought she could get out of it, and she was not going to be let out of it. And the officer kept her a little longer than she wanted to and gave her a ticket, and she looked down at him as he handed her the ticket, and she said, "Am I free to go?" And he said, "Yes, ma'am, you are." And she said, "By the way, you missed a belt loop," and took off.
That's funny.
You had to get one little dig in.
One little dig.
So what's the Saints record? Can somebody pull up the Saints record for me?
I think they're like 3 and 4 right now.
Yeah, see there. So you can't. They ain't nobody gonna let you have a ticket.
No.
3 and 4.
And it is Olave. Y'all are right.
Yeah, right. If you let's say the Saints are undefeated right now.
If you're 7-0,
yep, no ticket.
You might get some love.
Yeah, they're 3 and 4. The Falcons are 4 and 3. Bucks are 3 and 3. They're 3 and 4.
So everybody's still in it.
Yeah,
right.
They're all right there just showing that
listen,
grace.
And there's the Panthers winless at 0 and 6.
Yeah, as bad as the Vikings are, the Central Division is so bad they're like in second place or something. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Let me get a bye.
Yeah, I mean the whole division's below 500.
Bubba, I know you're
for the leader.
I know you're excited about the NBA about to start their season.
How about that?
I know you're stoked about that.
I watched a little bit of the kickoff last night, believe it or not, with the Denver Nuggets getting their rings and the trophy and all that, and they hosted the Lakers last night as their big tip-off game.
But did you know that the NBA welcomed Che Flores, the first openly non-binary trans referee?
Time out. All them titles.
I don't even know what all that means.
I know.
Non-binary
all right, so
means you're neither male or female.
Well, can you be trans and non-binary?
Yeah, that does seem like it's.
What am I trying to
trans? You gotta be something to start with and something you ended up on, right?
Yeah, it sounds like you're in a rundown.
I think it was she thinks she's a guy. Nice ears.
Not really had to do anything with
It
the story.
doesn't. That doesn't come into effect.
No.
So if she's
But they do pop
non-binary,
out,
that
though.
means that she jumps back and forth, right? She's really no.
But Greg, if I'm non-binary,
I don't know.
How
I
can
don't
I
know.
be trans if I won't acknowledge gender at all? And in order to be trans, don't I have to acknowledge a gender that I'm
would think,
transitioning
yeah,
from?
that I went from to the other.
Right.
Look,
Rick, we got.
I'm not being disrespectful. I truly don't.
Honestly,
it's
I just
confusing.
don't have that much time to spend on gender every day. I mean, I think
thought it
of
was
it
simple.
just every now and then, But that's it.
Well, can I
not a daily thing.
can I give those in this?
Maybe when I'm going to the bathroom or headed home. But,
That's it.
Can I give those in this society, this community, just some hints? If you really want your life to just be, can I not just live the way I want to live? This doesn't help, because really what you need to do is just say, hey, I'm Che Flores. I'd like to be an NBA referee, and then pass all the vetting that you're good enough to be one, and go be one.
Yeah, you don't
blow the whistle and play ball.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's fine. I ain't got no problem.
Make good calls.
Well, you don't play ball.
That's right.
I'm sorry.
But they said,
me right.
Greg, they said because she does not like to acknowledge gender, that she's going to be allowed just to hold up a color when there's a foul.
Okay.
I have a question for Greg. When you're looking at somebody,
Yeah.
do you first focus on ears,
Great question.
nose,
On
mouth?
that particular person.
Well, no, I'm just saying because I
Or
know
does
you
it
I'm
just
talking
stand
about
out
you
to
point
Some
out
people have ears that you can't help but just scream ears.
right, but
Ears.
you seem to
That's
point
not
out.
true, Greg.
See,
That's
I
not
would.
true.
Nobody in here would
Y'all
have
don't
done
think
that.
Well, you point out ears a lot, and so I didn't know. Is that your focus? Do you
Not
go
so,
to-
so much my
Hey,
focus,
can I ask a
but if
question?
they are very, a little out of ordinary, some reason they just jump out.
The other 5 in the room saw the picture. Did the ears stand out until Greg mentioned it?
Y'all didn't notice those.
No,
ears.
I didn't.
I do
I
now.
did not.
I do now.
First thing I
that's
saw.
all I can see.
I
That's all
didn't, but no.
Well,
to answer your
Okay,
question.
so you look up and your first reaction is not go, wow.
Okay, wait a
ears.
minute. That's not the picture I had. Now, if I'd seen that picture,
Yeah,
okay.
that's
I don't know.
talking
I'm
about.
looking at the nose.
Okay,
Well, the nose is a little off too, but
All right,
those
guys.
ears. I mean,
Because we're talking about gender, I'm trying to see, if you can detect anything.
That's what I was
why I'm
Right,
looking.
right.
Yeah.
no, the
Is that a
ears
good
have
way to
nothing to
say
do
that?
with
Right.
that.
Well, I was just asking because that's something you
that's
focus
set of
on a
ears
lot.
right there.
But it could be ears are fine. I'm looking.
Now, if you got a big bunch of ears, I'm gonna notice it.
A big bunch of ears.
I'll probably notice
Wow.
it.
What about tiny ears? Do you notice tiny ears?
No, I don't notice them as good.
What about just weird shaped ears? Of course, yes.
Well,
Well,
like kind of
give
an
an example.
kind of an elf look.
Greg
I
does
can't
make a
say
good
it.
point with all the surgery going on here with this
Yeah.
person. Can't you tuck them ears back?
Yeah, pin 'em
I
back.
mean,
They gotta pin 'em
you've
back.
done some major overhaul on things. Can't you hit them ears on the way out? You know what I mean?
That's a great point. Look,
Good
while you're
night.
rerouting everything,
Yeah.
go on and pin them ears back if you don't mind. While you got the
And
staple
there's
gun
your
out.
quote. There's a Greg Burgess quote.
There's
Twitter.
that feeling that I have. And it comes around every now and then where I almost wanted to creep out of the show crawling.
Right, yeah, you
and like I wonder if I could be non-associated with it.
You looked at me. I thought, is it to get around me and get out?
Speedy brought it back up, Rick.
Well, I didn't know.
It was uncontrollable.
I didn't know if that's what you. I mean, because you're obviously sizing them up, and I didn't know if you start on the side and then move in or what.
I just see things.
Bubba made the best point. When somebody says now a picture of someone who claims to be non-binary is on the screen, who looks at their ears first?
That's the first thing I saw.
I know, Greg. We made that quite clear.
Rick, you remember them fake plastic ears we had when we were kids? We wore
Still
on
going.
Halloween.
It's 9:59. We're still on the air.
Still
Greg. We're
going.
still on the
Still
air.
going.
The Ferengi.
Yeah, like a couple of catcher's mitts.
Still going.
Right.
It's almost it's uncontrollable.
But the pin back, a lot of people have the
Oh, the
pin
pin
back.
back
It's not
works,
bad.
sure.
30 seconds, Greg.
Well, you
please.
can only
It looks
pin
like
back
a lily pad from the side.
30 seconds.
Greg, you can only pin back so many things.
The ears are pretty easy though. You know?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.